Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream. It is now March, Monday the 2nd, so they say, unless you are coming to us from the past and you're not, living the future life like us in Australia. Let me just say now for you, the future is bright. It is bright. Oh my God. Despite the fact that she went down over the weekend, though, let me just say that. So, if you have been living under a rock over the weekend, then let me just be the first to tell you it finally happened. The thing that we've been analyzing now for weeks, if not coming up on months now. No, let's say weeks. It happened. Iran has been strucketh forth by the united force of the U.S. and is not real. It's finally happened. We've been predicting this stuff, trying to call it for ages, and they finally did it. Can I just say a big shout out, first of all, then, to Avalava, who actually called it. Last week, we were in the stream, and I'm not sure if you were witnessing it or not, but Avalava called it out in the stream chat, which is just over there where my finger is pointing, and was like, it's happening this end of the week as soon as the stock market closes for Friday trading. And lo and behold, it actually happened. So a quick round of applause for Avalava for actually calling that. Not that it's one of those things that you're proud of calling when somebody's going to engage in war, but still a pretty marvelous feat nonetheless. If that's the only silver lining we have out of this situation, let's take it where we can get it. Jordan's in the house. Morning, chaps and chapettes. It's good to have you, dilemmas. Well, they did it. The sons of bitches actually did it. They destabilized every country on the list, and America paid for it all. Well, it's kind of funny, actually, you say it like that. They did it. They destabilized a region, and to what avail? I guess we'll find out. Doesn't seem like much really has happened. Now Turkey will be next. It's a big call, man. When do you get your sources from? Honestly, I didn't see that one coming. Dilemmas. Tell us your inside scoop. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo. What a stream this will be. I stayed up till 2 a.m. following the Iran conflict. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? I would like to say, in the style of the 21st century, let's call it the war on Iran. Let's do that now. You know how we used to say the war on Iraq, and everyone was kind of okay with that? There was a general consensus of oh well, we don't really want to do it, but I guess we're gonna have to because they got WMDs, and so everyone just went along with that. Well, this is pretty much the same situation, I guess you would say. So let's call it the war on Iran, and we'll get down with that. Jordan, the DOW, go up, bro. Checkmate, woke the Dow. Yeah, go up, bro. Checkmate, woke tars. We'll see how the Dow goes, actually, as a result of all of this. We'll see how the Dow goes. Funny joke, I see. I wonder what Pam Bondi thinks of this situation. The Dow's up. The Dow's at 50K. So shut the up. You can't say anything. So if you're watching this though, and you're not really across it, and you're not staying up until 2 o'clock in the morning, getting all the live updates, because you're just because it's just everywhere, and it's pretty crazy stuff. If you're not sure about what's going down, so what do you want to say? What do we call it? I'm just going to do it relative to me because I'm not going to adjust for anyone else. Supreme leader is gone now. Yes. Oh, Supreme Pizza leader is gone now. I should have read that one. That's much better. Making fun of Supreme leaders is always the go-to. So if you're not sure, I'm going to say East Coast, Australia time, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. So I think that was the morning. I want to say morning in Iran, Saturday morning in Iran. They were hit. They were hit by Israeli strikes. So the story goes, and in coordination with the US. And pretty immediately, it would seem, the Iranians struck back, and they struck back pretty hard. Now, this was unusual to have happened in the morning. Usually, they like to do this sort of stuff under the cover of darkness, but here we are. Whatever. It is what it is. And yeah, like Iran struck back, and Israel and America are still striking Iran and Iranian targets. They've taken out, key military personnel, key military positions. They've taken out, elements of the Iranian Navy, apparently. They're like, you know, military infrastructure related targets. Iranians have struck back and hit out at American bases, and American friends in the region. So in the Gulf states, basically, Bahrain, Oman. Who else? Dubai has been hit, and Dubai a little bit more savagely, it would seem. Like the airport's gone down, and yeah. Anyway, but there's been a number of targets um, across the region. Obviously, Israel has been hammered by this. And like it's really interesting to see what actually happens because like a week ago, or like over the last few weeks, you see a lot of commentators out there or people disseminating information about what would actually happen if Iran got struck by the US, and if they could retaliate. That was the question. It was like, oh, can they even retaliate? They've got nothing. They're so crap. They couldn't do anything. And it's like, well, they have, and they've hit their targets pretty precisely, it would seem. They've penetrate, such a good word. They've penetrated the Iron Dome, and so like the Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed. So like that's pretty big news, and like because they were umming and ahhing on that one for like what, a day, do you reckon, after it happened? Like everyone was like, we think he's been taken out but we're not sure, and then they kind of confirmed it. Actually, first of all, the Iranians were like, no, he's safe, everything's fine, we're completely under control. And there was a lot of speculation, and then Iran came out, and so did the US, and they started saying that he had been taken down. And like originally everyone was kind of making out, or the mainstream media had kind of been making out, that like once he goes down, like the entire state will fall, and like that obviously hasn't happened, has it? So like there's a lot of this kind of funny speculation that's been happening over the last few weeks, that like now you get to see it, right? Now you get to know who you'll ever listen to ever again in the mainstream media as they disseminate their propaganda for whatever fucking agendas they have. Jordan, do note the Supreme Leader's daughter and grandson and son-in-law are gone now. His sons are still here for now. Yes, I think they got taken out with him, from what I heard. Finno was here. How are you? I hate these attacks. Well, like, I think that's pretty much the worldview on this one. Everyone's just like, really? Do we have to do this? And like approval ratings for this stuff in the US, like amongst the US citizenry, is pretty low. Even among, like Trump's base. Like people are just like, come on, man, seriously. Didn't he say something about being the president of no new wars? Hobo Joe, he couldn't even give us one day. Jordan, mystery, you saw Trump's address, the conflict wearing the white hat? Yes, I actually haven't seen the full address. I actually want to watch it today because like it looks comical, like most stuff that Trump does. Like it's just ridiculous and full of fucking propaganda. Jordan, CIA and Mossad were planning this for months. CIA chiefly in charge of it, according to BBC News. Dilemmas. I thought the nuclear sites were obliterated 6 months ago. I know, right? I know. Tell me about it. Hey, and now all of a sudden they were like days away from building a nuclear weapon. And it's just like, well, which one is it? I thought it would like Operation Midnight Hammer was the most successful, the most deadly operation. Everybody's talking about it, so hot. Finno was here. I agree that Iran needs to be dealt with. But it really only benefits Israel. Is not real. Look, I wouldn't even go there. about Iran needing to be dealt with, like in the same way that any country needs to be dealt with if it has humanitarian issues, and that should be done, at the UN, not because America is world police. And like, who even judges that Iran is a problem, if you know what I mean? Who? Who? All of us, the mainstream media. Like, would we get our sources like from the mainstream media that are very questionable at best? Like, we don't even get good information, and like, we're all supposed to make a decision about whether this is acceptable or not. Killing people. Like, do you remember the reason that like they first started up this round of aggression against Iran was like they're eating the dogs, they're killing people. Remember that? They were like out there while people were protesting, killing people. Everyone was upset about that. How outrageous it was that the evil regime was killing Iranians. And like, what's happened as a result of Operation Roaring Lion? They've just killed Iranians. So it's just like, we need to stop the oppressive regime from killing Iranians, and we're going to do that by killing Iranians. We'll explain how that works later. I agree that it needs to be dealt with. It only benefits Israel. Woozle. Why the girls' school though? Was there a singular target in there too? Who knows? And like the stuff that we've seen. So if you're not sure, Woozle is referring to one of the targets that was hit by the Israeli U.S. combined strike was a girls' school, where like 80 people died, 60 of them just children, basically. And people kind of like, what's going on there? But like, we've watched the events in Palestine, like specifically Gaza, unfold. And like, yes, if there is one suspected target in amongst the collateral damage, then so be it. That's what you get for living among the people. So I don't think they really care. Jordan, are you tired of winning? Operation Epic Fury. Finna was here definitely not just months ago, years for them to have spies close enough to know where the Ayatollah was. Epic Fury is such a cringe name. I don't know, man. Like, I used to think all these names were pretty fucking cringy, like Operation Midnight Hammer and stuff like that. But like, actually, Epic Fury, like, so whoever's making this stuff up in the Pentagon, I wonder if they give it to Anthropic. That's what Anthropic has been doing for the Pentagon. It's just like, hello, Claude. We need a new name for our sick mission. It's going to be the hottest. Everyone's going to talk about it. Can you give me a couple of options? Epic Fury. Oh my God, he's a genius. Finno was here. We are only going into Iran specifically because Israel benefits from destabilization of the Middle East. Interesting. Is Not Rail named it Operation Roaring Lion? Yes. What was the U.S. and Israel? What the U.S. and Israel do best? Kill children. Yeah, it's pretty dark, isn't it? But like, why? Why? And like, is that a problem then? Isn't that a problem? Like, remember how evil the regime was for killing its own citizens? It was a humanitarian crisis. And now Is Not Rail in the US are they're taking out like childcare centers. And everyone's just like, well, the Ayatollah, he had it coming. I guess you just have to kill 60 kids. What do you have to do? You have to break eggs to make an omelet. Right? You have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. Jordan, also Pakistan and Afghanistan are also at war now. Finno was here, 52. Little girl's dead, over 100 now. Anthropic deal with the Pentagon broke down, something about guardrails. The deal is off. Matt Bond, I have arrived early in the piece. How you going? Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. Same to all of you, by the way. I hope you all had a fantastic weekend. Away from the clutches of capital, of course. You're refreshed and you're ready to start the week with some craziness. If the mission names can also be used to refer to Baton, it would be best it's probably best to reconsider. Wookie in the house, how you going? Trump just wanted a BJ. He just made a typo in what he was requesting from a girls' high school. Oh, I see. I see. Bit of epi jokes there going on. Hey, naughty, naughty. Zelensky's sitting there thinking they're supposed to be my Patriot missiles. Yeah, what the? How do they know? Yes, yo, yo, yo. Plug for the new peeps. Do we have new peeps? Is there anyone new here? If you're new here, let us know. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button. And yeah, if you are new here on YouTube, make sure you subscribe for more. And if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. Here is our Discord. This is where we share our propaganda. There's been a bit of propaganda going over the last few days on this particular issue. So here it is. Check that out. Jordan, Iran is a horrible regime as well, no doubt about it. Matt Bond, surely we watched Geordie's video on Iran stuff. No, I haven't watched it. Actually. Is there some gold that came out of it? Because if there actually, can you tell me, Matt Bond, did you like Friendly Geordie's take on that stuff? Let me know. I'm really keen to know your answer on this one. Wookie, morning all. Finno, what's here? My problem is, how will we stop Iran from just turning into Iraq with terrorists controlling the government? Finno, can I put it to you like this? How do we stop it? That's the point. That is actually the point of this operation. I would argue Finno was here. The point is, Iran is just too good of a country at the moment. Like, it's under incredible pressure. And humanitarian issues, you can talk about that till you're blue in the face, but it actually operates as a nation state. And so that's what Israel and the US want to do. They want to turn it into a little broken up terrorist state. They wanted to fracture it into 1,000 little pieces where you have little warlords and terror cells everywhere, because that nation destabilized is beneficial to Israel. There's no one to challenge Israel in the region, and it does well for the US because it fucks up their adversaries, because their adversaries rely on Iran because they have mutual relationships with them. They share resources, they share military hardware, software, intelligence, all that type of stuff. Destabilizing Iran will be a negative, a big negative for America's adversaries in other theaters, like the Indo-Pacific or in Europe, if you know what I'm talking about. They want it to be another Iraq. They want it to be a Syria, etc., etc. Shall I go on? I did like it. Well, if you did like it, then me and him actually had a chat over the weekend before he edited that video, and we're just shoring up points and ideas about Iran. And he was like, I'm going to film something, so let's have a chat. So I will base that on my conversation then. So psych. If you liked it, Matt Bond, then that was for you, baby. The point is, we destabilize Iran. Israel cries that they are in danger. Then we give them more money. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, look, we had a conversation. He said he was going to film one, and we're just talking logistics and what's happening in the area and trading thoughts and stuff like that. So I wonder if anything that we talked about made it into his video. But if you did like it, then thank me. If you didn't like it, you thought it was a shit video, it's all him. Stupid preppy accent turned me off. LOL. What are we talking about? Mystery people have stormed the US consulate in Karachi, Pakistan recently. Yeah, apparently the Pakistanis are protesting hard about the death of the Ayatollah. Interesting, isn't it? Okay, taking it personally. Who would have thought? People don't like when the US and Israel decide that they're going to unilaterally decide the fate of the region and destabilize the fuck out of it. Who would have thought, that they don't like stuff like that? Who would have thought? What's this one, Dilemmas? Trump, hey Siri, how many miles did I run today? Siri, okay, sending missiles to Iran today. That's pretty good. And his face too. Hilarious. Hilarious. Pakistani support terrorists too, but they are too strong, so we ignore that. Well, like, Iran's pretty capable. This is why it's interesting that they've chose to go down this path, to be honest. And now I think they feel like Iran at the moment, because of the economic warfare, like it's the real fucked. So their local currency is down. They're going through an inflationary crisis at the moment. People can't buy stuff, so they're pissed off. They're pissed off at the regime. I feel like the Iranians, or the U.S. and Israel, feel like the Iranians are at a low point at the moment, and so like might as well give it a crack. Let's see how it goes. And like, so it's not really any more thought out than that. Like, is there a larger ambition? Then like, this is probably the best chance we're going to get to destabilize this government. Shall we just have a crack and see how it goes? And like, Israel is kind of like, yeah, let's do it. And like, the Israeli people are just going to have to deal with that. Like, we've been prepping them for ages, for decades, with enough propaganda. They're fully indoctrinated to know that this war is necessary, and like they'll be fine. They'll be fine. If a few Israelis die as a result of this, then so be it. If the Americans are saying the same thing, Trump is saying the same thing right now. He's saying like he's basically saying, oh, well, look, if Americans die, it's always a loss, but that's what happens in war. It's just the nature of the beast. So they're happy to make sacrifices for this one. There was no sacrifices in Venezuela. There won't be any sacrifices in Cuba at the moment. But like Iran, big, very different story. I think Finno was here. I think we're underestimating how much power Iran has over the economy in the Middle East. Iran pays tariffs for many Middle Eastern countries, but Iran is just. I think what we're talking about here mostly is their location strategically. The Strait of Hormuz is a big deal, and it like they can cause a lot of trouble for the surrounding economies. I think that is a big problem that needs to be factored in as well. I wonder how those US soldiers died, if the US is saying the SS Lincoln didn't get bombed. Yeah, maybe in bases, maybe. US felt very emboldened by Venezuela raid and thought, hey, the secrecy is not my type of conflict. China's playbook is literally just watch Trump, then do the opposite. Well, like, it might even be like, let's just watch what the Americans do here and how much they deplete themselves, actually. And then we'll decide what we do in our little backyard in the South China Sea, etc., etc. Because they got eyes on different prizes. And if the Americans and Israelis don't play this one well, this will turn into a protracted kind of missile firefight, I guess you would call it. And like, the US and Israel seem to have a bit of trouble with their productive capacity at the moment, whereas Iran over here has been stockpiling stuff for a while and preparing for this. So I guess we'll find out. I wonder who will control the ports in Iran. Russia? I don't know. If you can get in there, it's a war zone at the moment. So look, that's like a recap of what's happened. Let's just see what's just breaking. Like, it's just really come out. Trump has addressed the crowd again. So let's hear what Trump has to say for himself. This is like an hour old, from what I can tell. So this is not the white hat address. Like, the white hat address is the one that, came out just as it all broke out, or like his first kind of presser after it all broke out. This is come out very, very recently. So let's see what he has to say. And it features obviously the fact that there's American casualties as a result of this. Calzone in the house, how you going? Yeah, I think China will be incentivized to do nothing here. One, they'd rather the sea lanes stay open, and two, they can just sit back and watch the US waste more money. And like, let's say specifically resources, because like, money implies that they could just buy more and they'll just have it. You know what I mean? like resources is like a lot from what I understand, this stuff takes a while to get off the production line. Like they still haven't replenished the stuff that they used last year in the 12-day war, apparently. So yeah, they can print money and throw it at something, but if they don't have the productive forces, you do a little bit of Marxian analysis of warfare for you. If they don't have the productive forces, they're fucked. They can throw money at it all they want. They just go like, China, can you make some more missiles for us? They could do that, but like, wow, what a world that would be. Jordan Mystery, the Anthropic deal with Pentagon has collapsed. Guess who is offering instead? Mr. Altman himself for OpenAI. Interesting. Very interesting. Ravi, that's his bombing hat. Dementia in chief at it again. Very good. Yep, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. Thank you, Napoleon. Thank you very much. Everyone attributes that to Napoleon. I wonder if it's true. You're disappearing again. Why? All right. Let's have a listen to it. What this is our supreme leader. You know how like everyone's like, oh, the supreme leader's been taken out. The supreme leader in North Korea, the supreme leader in China, the supreme leader in Iran. Like it's always evil regimes have a supreme leader. Well, here's your supreme leader, because this guy over here, Mr. I'm not wearing my hat today, was like there. Okay, look, it's contentious, but like let's just run with this idea. He has done this without congressional approval. Usually, there's something called the Wars Act or something like that in the U.S., and it's supposed to stop this type of stuff, unless Congress says you're okay to go. Like if you're going to commit American troops to a conflict, and it's not like just some like emergency situation or like extremely special operation, I guess you would say. If you're going to commit U.S. forces to a conflict, then like you've got to get congressional approval. Now, apparently that's a constitutional matter, but they actually codified it in law just to like, double it up kind of thing. And like, he's just like, fuck you, I'll do whatever I want. And that's where we're at the moment. You're getting held, you're getting censored. Well, like if you want to use ye old Lacord of this, maybe you can try that one. Or you can go over to fucking Twitch, eh? Think about that. Going over to the Twitch files, there's less censorship over there, and we've actually got like personal mods over there. 4AS and Jag do a bang up job of modding over there, so they can help you out. Trumpstein regime, yes, let's go with that. The Trumpstein regime. This is our supreme leader. Okay, you ready? This is what our supreme leader is going to say, because, like I said, like he's knocking off procedure. Like constitutional procedure, doesn't give a shit. So he's acting like a supreme leader. Yeah, they might have a term, but like all the supreme leaders really have terms if you think about it.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury.
So good.
One of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it.
Oh, he said it. Wait.
We have hit hundreds of targets.
Shut up. Say it again. Nobody's seen anything like it.
Nobody's seen anything like it.
Yes. Oh, man, we should have put bets on for... Like, you talk about me having bingo or us having bingo in terms of the stuff we say here. This guy, hey, so hot, the hottest ever. Hey, nobody's seen anything like it.
Military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it.
So good.
We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds.
That's this picture of health. Yeah, it looks pretty gaunt there, doesn't he? Hey, it's not looking healthy. That's for sure. Poor Mr. Trump, not looking healthy at all. My God. So, but I'm attacking Iran because they have nuclear weapons. Why don't you attack Russia? Are you crazy? They have nuclear weapons. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Ah, dilemmas. Where are you coming from today? Hey? Congestive heart failure could do the funniest shit right now. Oh my god. Dilemmas. So good. Give subs for the boys. Some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Yes, that's our supreme leader right there. I'm sure he's going to talk about it. Who's giving gift subs for the boys? Who's this? Oh, 4IS. They've given 27 gift subs in the channel, all up. You legend. Who'd you gift sub? Oh, Tafina was here. Thank you very much, 4IS. You legend. Good on ya. Good on ya, 4IS. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's do this. Back to our supreme leader.
And is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries.
How do they attribute, like, you know, they keep on saying that, like, you know, he killed thousands of Americans, like with his bare hands, or like as in they sponsored terrorism or terrorists and those terrorists have killed Americans or something like that. Is that what he's talking about? It's so hot. So hot. The Twitch files, you say? Amazon owned Twitch, eh? I'll pass. Good, so yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I guess you're going to have to deal with the censor on YouTube, I guess. Trump, we have the hottest country. Do not mind the ice cold agents next to you. Trump is saying his own eulogy, eh?
Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian...
I now demand whenever you congratulate me, you do it in Trump's voice. It's so hot. Thank you for it. It's so hot. It's the hottest gift sub ever to date. So hot. By funding proxy groups is the line. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Well, like, let me tell you a little story. If that's how it works, then this guy, our supreme leader, has a lot of blood on his hands too. My God. I don't know who's worse, Khamenei or Trump. I'm seeing double. I'm seeing double.
Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands.
They're calling Trump. All the Iranians, have you heard about this? Like they cut the head off the snake, and all the Iranian military leaders are all calling Trump. They're calling through to Mar-a-Lago right now as we speak by the thousands, asking for pardons of Trump. It's so good. You can't make this shit up, man. Like, seriously, he's one in a million, this guy, I'm telling you.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
This supreme leader? You mean all of them? Yeah, pretty much.
We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation.
Do you think calling them by the thousands was ad-lib or the teleprompter? Ad-lib for sure, bro. Because he said the thing and then you can see him processing it. He's like, hundreds, probably by the thousands. I don't know, maybe even millions. We're not sure yet. Like, you can see it sometimes. And he's just like, fuck it. I'm going to add a bit more spice to this one. Who's my writer? Anyway, Claude? Stupid machine. What would it know? You mean Supreme Pizza Leader? Yes. Yes. I should give the proper title. We came here, we saw, we died, cackle, cackle, cackle. Yeah, it's pretty gross, isn't it? And like the way they refer to them as well. Like, I guess this is just part of the course for the Americans, right? But like the way they talk about, like, now they've died, now they are they are supreme patriots. Hey, like if they had survived and come home, we would have treated them like shit because who the fuck cares about veterans anyway? But they've died, so they are now the most supreme patriots.
American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Lop Jeff in the house. Happy Labor Day, internet friends. Woohoo! Hope you're well. Hope you're well.
Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel.
Isn't this so rich? It's so rich. Like, he just said Iran has waged war against civilization itself. Like, hello. Like, honestly, I'm sure Iran's done some pretty fucked up shit. But, like, if anyone at the moment is going to stand there and point a finger at who is causing warfare on civilization as we know, on humanity, it's probably the world hegemon. It's got to be the leaders of the fucking free world, the empire itself. Like, it's literally a war on everything and everyone, an attack on human civilization as we know it. Like, it's so rich. Come on. I know I'm reading too much into it, but fuck. It's so rich. Bro, American hyperbolic language on conflict never fails. Yeah, I guess. Probably those troops on the Gerald Ford with the clogged toilet. Clarice, they just did the most obvious false flag in Texas. Yeah, what's the go? What's happening in Texas, by the way? I thought it was just like a mass shooting or something. But why are you referring to it as a false flag then? I thought it was just someone that shut up a bar late at night in Texas. I would like to know more. It's so rich, this, though. Isn't it? Like, oh, they've attacked civilization itself. Fuck you. You attacked them.
Civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world, by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that...
Definitely a false flag. Why? Are they calling it terrorism? Like, what's happened in this Texas situation? Can somebody hit me up with something so I know why it's a false flag? It's not just another day of the week in the States. Austin shooting, the Perp was wearing an Iran flag shirt. Oh, right. Oh, whoa. That's 2 on the nose, isn't it? Shit. That's why. Okay. I get it.
Raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons.
He had a hoodie on it that said property of Allah. Under his hoodie, there was an Iranian flag, and his car had a Quran. Oh my God, literally spelling it out for us. Oh my God. You gotta be joking. You've gotta be joking. Seriously? Isn't it fucked that our initial reaction is this, though? It's just like, oh, well, all the signs are there. Like, isn't it just enough that someone's done a mass shooting and there are innocent people dead? And we're just like, it's awful. And like, our initial reaction is just like, I knew it's the deep state. They set it up. Fucking outrageous. Far out.
Would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military, the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people.
He said duty.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
It's so weird, isn't it? Like how he put this address out and he's just like, "Death to America" would have been enough for me. It would have been like, well, they have been saying "Death to America." And like, he is the president of America and he's standing in front of an American flag, but he brought up death to Israel. Like, why not death to England? You know, death to the Five Eyes, death to the United Nations. Like, start the list of all the people that they've declared war on and said death to. Does seem a bit funny. Like, you might as well have next to the American flag there the Israeli flag. Eh? It's interesting where your priorities are. Oh, yes. They are literally doing the South Park joke of the US agent guy yawning and dropping classified info about 9/11 on the ground. He's from like Senegal or something. So it's not even Iranian. Huh. That's not what I'm hearing. General Jack said they were only planning for like 2 to 3 weeks. I don't think they have a plan for things going longer. As in, like, we're talking about here.
World's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats.
Like we do, 3 flags, but the third one is Torres Strait Islander. Yeah, but like they're all territories within a nation. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, America and Israel aren't even on the same side of the planet. As of February 2026, the US had 55 mass shootings. Yes. And that's like, are they surpassing their record? Because like last year they had like 300 something. So like in the first couple of months, that makes sense. They're on their usual trajectory, I'd say.
Will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty.
Certain death won't be pretty, eh? Interesting choice of words there, but like, you know, it's it's telling, isn't it? Like what he says at the end, he's kind of like, well, look, yeah, you could just lay down your arms and just like give yourselves over. They don't want to have to do anything more than just shoot some missiles at Iran. They don't have to commit anything else than that. They just are hoping that whatever happens as a result of all of this will destabilize the country enough for somebody in Iran, maybe backed by a few, Mossad agents potentially, to be able to take over and overthrow the government. That's what they're hoping out of this situation. We're pretty consistent with our mass shoes. That's unfortunate, man. Hobo Joe, I love the excuse for starting the war. We bombed them because we believe they were preparing to bomb us. Yeah, when like Israel came out, like after they did the actual strike that started off this round of everything, they were just like, we are preemptively striking them because they're about to strike us, so we're going to strike them first. Hey, am I right? Ravi, US is compromised by a genocidal state. And so we are by proxy. Yeah. Clarice, land warfare against the IRGC would be the end of the American hegemony, in my opinion. Yeah, well, like, that's like, they don't want to do anything like that. They were hoping that they just hit him really hard. Like, this is the American kind of, what, strategy, or like it's their only tactic in the modern world, like in the this part of the 21st century. Like, there are other people that are pretty powerful now and like industrially complex, and like America can't just go in. This is in 1953 or whatever when they went in last time and just established a puppet regime in Iran. Like, the best they can do is like just overwhelm them with really rapid like hard onslaught and just hope that that cripples them enough. But like protracted warfare, boots on the ground, nah, man. I don't know. It's not going to happen. They can take Iran. They have about 6 days to do something, and they're pretty much out of stockpiles for offensive actions. They can't take Iran. About 6 days to do something, like a week. We're talking about here. And from what I understand, like Iran is playing the long game with this one. What they've used so far to strike is all their old shit, their old gear. Basically, they're using the stuff from 10, 15 years ago, and they're just chilling. And they're going to start using the more like the newer missiles and newer technology soon. In terms of missiles, anyway, they're using drones. That's for sure. Rogue, who has cooler camo though? Ha. Hey, who? Come on, answer the question. They are stretched so thin, it's ridiculous, and that's what did in the German army. Just saying. 6 odd days is the predicted length of this initial campaign. Mr. E, you also got Pakistan versus Afghanistan next to this current war. Yeah, and I wonder why Afghanistan and Pakistan are going off, right? Who aligns with Pakistan? Eh? Wouldn't be China, would it? Eh? It's clearly Iran was a threat. They had the US completely surrounded. What is this? Is this all the military bases that the US has? So good. It's so good. They're coming right for us. The Iranians have set up their territories right next to all of our military bases. They knew what they were doing. They asked for this. They shouldn't have set up their borders next to all of our bases. Look at all of them, man. Fuck, it's mental, isn't it? Look at them. They're in Kazakhstan as well. Kyrgyzstan. That's interesting. And Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan too. They got Afghanistan covered. Turkmenistan. Wow. That's mental. All right, well, like, we got the download from Trump. Some patriots had to die. And like, he said it as well. He was like, some patriots had to die, but there's going to be more sacrifices. This is new. This is hot off the press. It's only been released like an hour or two ago. And he said it. He said there's 3 people that have died, but Americans, strap yourselves in because there are going to be more American deaths. They are not confident right now, the Americans. This was kind of like, as I was saying before, this might be the best chance they get to actually destabilize the nation from afar. They can throw some rockets at them, shoot some missiles at them, and just hope that like internal affairs take over and someone tries to take out the regime. We've cut the head off the snake, taken out some top officials, shot some infrastructure. It's a huge place. Someone will do something. Let's just hope somebody does something, and that's all we can hope for in the current system. But like, a lot of people are going to die as a result of this. And so he said it. He said more Americans are going to die. They are predicting more from the Iranians, much more. And so like I said, like last week, the week before, when we were analyzing this and listening to people speak, and people were like, Iran can't do anything. They got nothing. They're so backwards. Like, they've already done it. It didn't take long for that one to crack that theory. Ravy baby. They legitimately believe that people will lay down and accept whatever violence they enact on a people. They think all non-white and non-Europeans are less than and are low IQ. Israel gave the plan, and Donnie is just following along. to the detriment of the American people and the lives of citizens everywhere. Yes. Yes. And it is very much to the detriment of the American people, isn't it? You got to think. Like, and he's saying so blatantly. He's just like, yeah, a few people died. American patriots, they made the ultimate sacrifice. Good on them. I'll send them some flowers. Now, there's more people that are going to die. And like they're fully embracing the fact that this is not Venezuela, let's say. And they're just normalizing that for everyone. How many expat Aussies who took their money to UAE are now suddenly wanting to come home? I bet it's not zero. LOL. Stupid Iran making all those oil prices go up. Yeah, they didn't really get any of the important government people though, right? It'll be business as usual today, planning to get back. Yeah, look, I think they took out like a few high level people, but it's not enough. Like there's thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that make up their armed forces, their governmental structures, all that sort of stuff. Like, it would take a long time and a huge offensive to take out all of these top positions and leave a complete power vacuum for like rebel forces and terror cells to take over. Like, it'd be a huge job. They got the Ayatollah and 2 senior military officials. Instead of striking back, it is not real. Iran knew it wouldn't work, so they've fired on everyone else to upset the moneymakers. I don't know, man. They did strike Israel and they've hit them. So, like, I think they did it both, actually. And the Iranians still have Ayatollah's son still. The range of total senior military officers killed is at least 2, likely 5. One claim of 40. Country of 90 million people, by the way. By the way, can I just say, just 1 second. Every accusation is a confession. Iran has been weeks away from WMDs since before I was born. Yeah, well, and they said it again recently as well. I saw one of the headlines of an article. It was like they were a few days away. Trump said they were a few days away or something from building a nuclear weapon. It was just in the nick of time. Thank God they went in when they did. Oh my God, it could have been awful. Hey? Imagine if somebody else had nuclear weapons, like the U.S. does, and other countries that are fully allowed to have nuclear weapons as a deterrent if other people are allowed to have them as a deterrent. Not that I want more nukes out there, but well, it's good for the goose. Meanwhile, the media, we got some good content for a bit. Yeah, like the silver lining. That's like for me, like when I heard that this went down the other night, I was like, well, at least I know what we're going to talk about on Monday. Like, we're probably going to talk about it all day Monday now. This is interesting. Like it's like the Iraq War kind of in reverse. Like America and Israel strike, and like the UK is like, I guess we'll come along to the battle then. Like here we go, UK to aid US in Iran strikes. Let's have a look what Starmer has to say for himself.
Yesterday, I spoke to you about the situation in the Gulf.
Yes, you did,
and explained that the United Kingdom was not involved in the strikes on Iran.
Well, I lied. No, I didn't really lie. I just didn't tell you the whole truth. We are getting involved. Psych. How do you like them apples?
That remains the case. Over the last 2 days, Iran has launched sustained attacks across the region at countries who did not attack them. They've hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying.
Here it comes. Uh-oh.
This is clearly a dangerous situation. We have at least 200,000 British citizens in the region. Residents.
Oh, British citizens. I hope they're of the right colour, if you know what I mean. I hope they're the type of people that Rupert Lowe would like. and they're the type of people that are able to restore Britannia. We don't want them to be like, British citizens that are just like from the Middle East. Like they can stay there, if you know what I mean. I've seen the Restore UK ads.
Families on holiday and those in transit. I ask all our people in the region to please register your presence and follow Foreign Office travel advice. I know this is a deep...
The kind you can easily
and
identify when walking down the street. Yes, that's right. You got to be able to pick them out straight away.
All we can to support you. Our armed forces, who are located across the region, are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. Yesterday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain, narrowly missing British personnel. The death of the Supreme Leader...
He said the thing, ding, 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 ding. Hey, he said the line, Supreme Leader. Hey, will he say regime as well? Let's see if he says regime. If you can smell what they're cooking next door, that's the test. Oh my God. Hey, what spices are you using?
Stop Iran from launching these strikes. Their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. Our decision that the UK would not be involved with the strikes on Iran was deliberate.
I can't stop looking at his hands. Like, humans are good when it comes to like animating their conversation, their speech with their hands. Gesticulations, they're called. Look it up. And like he's doing a weird job here, Starmer. He looks a little bit tense. Just a little bit tense for me. He's not really delivering the passion that I expect from someone to be like, hey, the US is playing up and they've decided to unilaterally strike another nation, destroying international law, destroying the rules-based order, flagrant abuse of its position on the Security Council, and we're just going to let it use some of our bases. It looks a little bit tense. Just a little bit. He looks kind of scared. Huh? No, dude, was noticing the same thing. It's weird, isn't it? Imagine if I just sat here while we were like streaming and I was just like, yes, it's a wonderful stream. I hope you're all doing very well. Maybe he's a fucking robot. Maybe they've replaced him. Maybe this is AI. It's not even real.
Not least because we believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement. One in which Iran agrees.
He looks perpetually terrified, like all of the time, though. Yeah, I guess that's just kind of him, isn't it?
To give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon. But Iran is striking British interests nonetheless.
It's just what he looks like. Most hated PM since records began. Oh, terribly sorry. terribly sorry. I'm charmingly befuddled.
Is striking British interests nonetheless and putting British people at huge risk along with our allies across the region. That is the situation we face today.
Like, did he listen to the stuff that they say? It's just like the Iranians are putting us at extreme risk because of their actions. And that sounds like a pretty fucking reasonable sentence in isolation, without the Ho Chi Minh's defense being, what about the context? Because the context will tell you it's a retaliatory action, you fucking idiot. If you're really worried about someone destabilizing the region and weighing up the risks of that before they did it, like, hello, the person that you're allowing to use your military bases are the reason that your citizens are at risk, your personnel is at risk. Like, come on. Like, how much of this stuff are they supposed to think that we listen to and just like, fuck, oh my God, they're right. Of course. Say anything and I'll believe you. Like, they're not even trying to make it sound convincing. Iran spying on the British troops, sipping tea. He's trying to look human so hard right now. Well, you're going to have to try a bit harder. Let's park our ships next to Iran. Checkmate, noob.
Our partners in the Gulf have asked us to do more to defend them. And it is my duty to protect British lives. We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes. But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots, or the launchers which are used to fire the missiles. The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose.
Like the double speak. Have you seen like 1984, the movie, or read the book? And they talk about like double speak. They're just like, they need to use our bases for defense by shooting at Iran after starting a war with them. But like, it's for defense. So we're going to attack them to defend ourselves. Are you following me, people? Sorry, I need to go like this. Are you following me, people? We are going to be attacking them to defend ourselves. Okay, we're all good with this one? Good, I'm not going to explain that one anymore. Good. It's fucking crazy. The doublespeak is amazing.
We have taken the decision to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. The basis of our decision is the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. That is in accordance with international...
I guess you would. It's hot. Hey, Mr. A, yes, it's hot. It's so hot. Ignoring the fact that we live in an increasingly globalized society, these fossilized chuds are so stuck in their bubbles, they refuse to reckon with the regular person being much more informed than they are used to. We can just get, like you said, we're more informed. We can get access to alternative statements. We don't all sit around the television waiting. Oh shit, quickly, Starmer's about to get on. He's about to say something. Oh, really? We need to defend ourselves by attacking people? That makes sense, right? I guess I don't have any other sources.
Law, and we are publishing a summary of our legal advice. We are not joining these strikes.
I told you, see, the bourgeois world is constructed like this. Like, he's going to war and he's just like, we got legal advice. We got some legal advice and we're going to act on said legal advice so we can continue to help somebody else in an illegal war, that doesn't meet international law. But we got legal advice. So if anyone tries anything, bam, we'll hit them up with the legal advice. Hey, you like them apples? Read that, sucker.
But we will continue with our defensive actions in the region. And we will also bring experts from Ukraine together with our own experts to help Gulf partners shoot down Iranian drones attacking them. I want to be very clear.
It's clear.
We all remember the mistakes of Iraq.
Oh, God.
And we have learned those lessons. We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy.
On who?
So we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people.
Slow down, everyone. Why is Iran pursuing a scorched earth strategy in relation to what? What, like they're under invasion and they know that Israel and the US are gonna come for their empire, the Iranian Empire, the Persian Empire, and so they're gonna like burn their crops or something, so the Americans and the Israelis can't use their crops. Like, what is he talking about? Like scorched earth, as in like they're retaliating against being attacked, which they said they would do. This wasn't a fucking secret. Like, we knew about it. I don't have any special fucking clearance. They were talking about it incessantly in the days. They were like, if you do this, Iran said they are going to strike all the bases in the region. They were fully aware. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret. Aren't the Ukraine? I was thinking that, Matt Bond. Aren't the Ukrainians a little busy at the moment? Like, hello? Yeah, he's like, oh, we're going to get Ukrainians to come over and teach us how to fight against drones. Part of the scorched earth policy. Hello? I thought the Ukrainians were busy right now, and you guys are being non-stop going on about how tied up the Ukrainians are with Russia right now. All of a sudden, we're going to spare some Ukrainians and take them to the Gulf. This is a weird one. I'm glad you said that, Matt Bond. I was thinking it. We were all thinking it. Kia represented some questionable people during husband career. Husband career? His career? Just a bunch of golf buddies having fun. Eh? Bro, Snama, focus on Europe and Ukraine, you silly Kia. 4AS. Yeah, we knew you said. Yeah. We knew you said you'd do it, but we didn't think you'd actually fight back. Yeah, like that's pretty much the attitude here, isn't it? Like they knew that Iran was going to do this. They even were taking people out of the area, shifting personnel around, gearing these places up with anti-missile technology so they could fight, they could stave it off. They knew exactly what was going down.
People in the region, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat and prevent the situation spiralling further.
I do.
This is the British government protecting British interests and British lives.
I don't know, man. I don't buy it. And like he looked petrified too, didn't he? I know he must just look like that generally. We know who shot first. Eh? Ignoring the fact that we live in an increasingly globalized. Oh no, I read that. Yeah. We all know who shot first. Eh? This is for our defense. So we're going to attack them a little bit more to defend ourselves. Eh? They conspired and attacked Iran. What do you expect them to do? Self-defense, my ass. Who is this guy? Eh? If Trump has shown us anything, it's how transactional he is. No aid is given without receiving something in return. Just look at his dealings with Ukraine, Greenland, and using tariffs to leverage an advantage in just about every country. Of course, you are all one in conquering the Middle East. It never has stopped since Sykes-Picot, and kicking the Jews out of Europe and placing them as an agent in Palestine. Trump has been no friend. Trump wanted to leave NATO. Interesting. Very interesting. Also, New Zealand former Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern is moving to Australia. Hey, all the Kiwis coming to Australia. Yeah. And we send back the ones that we don't want, apparently. We'll take the good ones. Did he say British lives or lies? I heard lies. We need to protect British lies. It makes more sense, doesn't it? You know, no double speak needed for that one. Eh? What's this? Throwback to this bad boy. Oh, you love dropping this every now and again, don't you? Eh? Eh? Please, don't do it. Don't recognize Palestine. Don't do it. You're signing your own death warrants. Our experts will consult our experts. that will consult Ukrainian experts, that will consult American experts, that will consult Israel experts, that will consult Russian experts, that will produce fake news on the matter. Thank you. We'll get to you shortly. If America can't control the Iranian airspace, it's over before it starts. That's the key to America's power. It's the Air Force. They've already achieved air superiority over Iran, but we knew that would happen. The ground is where it will be contested. Well, we'll see. We'll see if Iran's keeping anything up its sleeve for a longer term position, hey? A longer term game on this one. They just love saying the quiet part out loud. Go against us and you will be punished. Okay? Back to you, Barry. Back to you. Oh well. Good old UK. Hey, coming to the rescue. Let's get a little timeline of things, shall we? Anyone want a timeline? Or is everyone kind of across what's happened?
The fast-moving events in Iran could mark a major turning point for the Middle East and the world. Here's a quick look at how the attack unfolded over the weekend. The first reports of explosions in Tehran came in at about 5:30 Saturday afternoon, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Israel confirmed it had launched what it called a preventative missile attack against Iran. One strike happened near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Israeli military triggered sirens across its territory, warning residents to prepare for a possible missile attack in retaliation. A word then came through that the operation was coordinated with the United States. The US president confirmed that the US had begun major combat operations in Iran. The mission was codenamed Epic Fury.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's territory...
Why the fuck did he wear the hat when he did this? Why? Why is he wearing the fucking hat? Like, I don't get it. Like, when most of these people... Like, he doesn't even have a tie on. Not that I'm like a snob when it comes to... You know, you're having to wear a business attire if you're going to, you know, announce World War III. But, like, why is he wearing the USA hat? What's that about? Is this like the launch of some new sports team that he's about to own or something like that, or he owns? Like, well, what's going on here? The USA is not your club. It's not your fucking clubhouse, bro. It's a very weird statement. I'm trying to get into the psychology behind this. Is it just supposed to be casual? So it's like, oh, just thought I'd let you know. I'm in between other things, but I thought I'd stop just to say that, you know, we're at war. Hey? Remember when I said I'd release the e-files and I'd be the president of No More Wars? Remember when I said that? Gotcha. Here's a hat. Yeah, you get a hat. You can have a hat too. They're for sale at the Trump store. Never miss an opportunity. Hey, this is the free market. Hey, Han could teach us something. He has to remind the retards he isn't a tool of Israel. What? Because by putting a hat on that says USA right in the front. Like, hello? Maybe he didn't have makeup people. They couldn't do his hair that day. Didn't have enough time to do hair and makeup, so he's covered his face. Hey? Covered his face like an Iranian. Yeah, US hat sponsored by FIFA. Hey? Hey? That was good. That was good. I'll take that, Jordan. Hey?
Terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world.
Later, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a video statement outlining his reasons for the attack, saying it should allow the Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands. As events were playing out, multiple airlines scrambled to reroute flights as neighbouring nations closed their airspace.
Ooh.
Shortly before 9 p.m, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, loud booms were heard in Abu Dhabi. Several Gulf states came under attack from Iranian missiles. Multiple blasts were reported in several countries, including Bahrain. Tehran revealed it considered all US and Israeli assets dotted across the region as legitimate military targets. On Sunday morning here, reports emerged the supreme leader had been killed in the strikes. People came out to mourn on the streets in Tehran.
Nostalgia Enterprises. The spectre of Mao Zedong visited Trump in his sleep last night. Look, if you missed out on Far Right Fridays the other day, last Friday, there was the spectre of Mao Zedong was haunting the stream. And haunting Pauline Hanson, can I just say? If you're not sure what the reference is, in Pauline Hanson's office, I'm assuming it's in Canberra, there's a massive portrait of her behind her desk. And, like, it's her, but, like, there's quite a bit of red space, I guess you would say, next to her. And in the red space that is the background of the picture, you can see, I don't know, like the shadow, the spirit of Mao Zedong in the background. And like we were freaking out on Friday trying to figure out what the fuck is going on there, why she would put a picture up of herself with Mao Zedong on it. And we still don't know why. It's an absolute mystery. So now, if you're wondering what Nostalgia Enterprises is talking about, the spirit of Mao Zedong is now going to haunt us forever. So you're all now. Mao Zedong is going to haunt your ass. And it's all because you visited this stream. So I'm sorry, but not really. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to put the question out in the Oddcast live stream tonight. Can you do some recon? I gotta have an answer for this. Now, here's a little curveball for everyone. Does everyone actually believe that Khomeini is dead? Is the Ayatollah actually dead? Is he sneaking out somewhere? Is he hanging out with Maduro, wherever Maduro is? Remember all the speculation that Maduro, he got arrested with his wife and they're off living, I don't know, they're on an island somewhere, and it was all like part of some elaborate, false flag operation, just so the Americans could say they could take over Venezuela and get access to the oil. Maduro was in on it the whole time, and he's living it up on some Mar-a-Lago style golf course. I don't know, in the Caribbean or something like that. Is that the same with the Ayatollah? Is he not really dead? And he's just like, was he even alive? Well, yeah, fair enough. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't even real. He wasn't a real guy. It was just AI the whole time. I've heard him talk. I can't understand him. He must be a robot.
Had been killed in the strikes. People came out.
No, he was 86. He was probably already dead months ago.
To mourn on the streets in Tehran, as Israel said Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound had been destroyed. Later, the US president confirmed the death of Ali Khamenei, who he described as one of the most evil people in history.
It's so rich, isn't it? And like, on what basis is he the most evil person in history? Because like a humanitarian crisis locally, like no US president has ever oversaw a humanitarian crisis within their borders. Is it because of other actions? They were sponsoring terror in other people's backyards. Whoa. Hey? The US wouldn't have done anything like that, would they? They wouldn't sponsor terrorists to destabilize other people's territories through something like the CIA. No, they'd never do anything like that. Eh? Stalin was worse, or Mao. That's right, double down. When you're unsure about whether you hate Iranians or the US, like Westerners or other scumbags, just remember, the commies are the worst. He's not even top 5. There we go. Always remember, fucking commies. When in doubt, it's the commies that are the worst. Now, my theory is he's deteriorating. That's why the hat and the room so dimly lit, he's losing weight in his face, which means the fluid will be accumulating in his chest around his heart, his lungs and heart, as happens in the late stages of congestive heart failure. Reads label, hat made in China. Wow, that's an interesting theory you got going on there. He does look sickly, but again, he is just old. Like, honestly, they can do a lot of work with the makeup, and the suntan, but like, he's just old, isn't he? Maybe the hat is just holding his head together because it's falling apart. Maybe it's that. Based Stalin and Mao, by the way. objectively, he's not even top 5. Really? But he's one of the most evil leaders ever. Trump said it, Dilemmas. You're not disputing what Trump said, are you? Eh? Jordan, I'm not a fan of Stalin or Mao. Starving millions is not a success in my books. But like, you're looking at one of the most evil people in history.
By lunchtime in Australia, his death was tearfully announced on Iranian state media.
After a lifetime of Husseini struggle, unceasing and untiring, with a lofty and celestial spirit like the steadfast mountain of guardianship, the
Look at this guy. He's fucking upset. Do you reckon if Elbow Sleazy got whacked tomorrow by some evil regime, I don't know, let's say Kim Jong-un led some strike on Australia and took out Elbow Sleazy, do you reckon people at the ABC with our state propaganda machine, do you reckon they'd be crying over Elbow Sleazy? That one's for you, Dilemmas. Hey, oh, here we go. Captain Bucket in the house. There we go. I knew that would draw you out in the conversation. Hey. R.I.P. Supreme Leader.
passionate father of kindness and resolve, the leader and imam of the Muslims, His Eminence Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Husseini Khamenei, on the path of upholding the exaltation of the sacred sanctuary of the Islamic Republic of Iran, drank the
Top number 1, Karl Marx, the inventor of communism. Yeah, he's the worst. More people have died because of Karl Marx than anyone else in the world, apart from maybe Jesus. Who knows?
sweet, pure drought of martyrdom, and joined the supreme heavenly kingdom.
He's fucking upset, that guy. All right, let's turn now to our supreme leader. You know his name, Elbow Sleazy. Let's see what he had to say about this. If I can find him. Where is he? To be honest, I'm sure this is just going to be rhetoric filled. And when I say rhetoric, like as in like there's no substance, it's just going to be like, yes, they were evil. So, you know, here we are. USA, USA, USA. Chairman Elbow, there he is. As far as Ayatollahs go, dude was pretty moderate, pretty measured as far as they go on the track record of Ayatollahs. Like, why'd they go after this one? Because it was easy. All right.
Good morning.
All rise for Chairman Elbow, please. Pay your respects.
Australia stands with the brave people of Iran.
So this was almost 24 hours ago that this was dropped by Sky News.
In their struggle against what is an oppressive regime. Ayatollah Khamenei was responsible for the regime's ballistic missile and nuclear program.
You get so excited, Captain Bucket. Look at that. All caps, bro. All caps.
Support for armed proxies and its brutal acts of violence and intimidation against its own people. This claimed countless lives in Iran, but also internationally. He was responsible for orchestrating attacks on Australian soil. His passing will not be mourned. We have not been immune from the impacts of the regime's actions right here in Australia. Our valued Iranian-Australian community, that is 50,000 strong, see what happens overseas and it understandably affects them greatly as they fear for the safety and security of family and friends. We've also seen at least 2 attacks orchestrated by the IRGC on Australian soil in 2024.
Like, you got to do the line. They got to do the line. It's like when they talk about, like, you know, what happened in Bondi or like is not rail. Oh, that's so good. Look at this Ayatollah. Oh man. Oh my god. Holy shit. How did you do that? Ravy. Hey? Did you get AI to do that for you? Or is that some old school Photoshop work? I don't know if you can see that. The ghost of Mao. It's the ghost of Mao. Oh my God. I knew it. I knew the spectre of communism was in this room. It follows me to bed at night. I knew it. So good. Thank you very much. No, I'm a Photoshop chud. There you are. Oh man, so good. Stock standard world crisis response. But like he has to say the thing. Like every time he talks about is not rail or like something that's happened to the Jewish community in Australia. So like, did you know that the Iranians were involved in carrying out attacks on our soil? Did you know? I was like, were they? Where'd you get that one from? Eh? Who in ASIO gave you that report? This Ayatollah oversaw state execution of miners in the 1979 revolution and its aftermath. Han, if anyone knows about oppressive regimes, it's Australian politicians. Don't be like that, Han. We have it tough out here in the global south. So take that, North boy. To be honest, stock standard world crisis response. Oh no, mystery is a commie. Now you got to understand the context.
Including the firebombing of the Adar Synagogue in Melbourne, aimed at creating fear amongst Jewish Australians, but also aimed at dividing our nation. While we aren't directly active in the current military...
See, like now he said the thing, right? Now everyone's like, oh yeah, that's right. They did something here. I guess this is an acceptable response for the US and is not rail. It makes a lot of sense. It's fully justifiable, their actions.
Strikes. We have been clear and acted on our utter rejection of the brutal Iranian regime. Last year, we expelled Iran's ambassador. That is the first time an ambassador has been expelled from Australia since the Second World War. And that underlines how seriously we took the gravity of Iran orchestrating an attack on our soil. We suspended operations at our embassy in Tehran, and we listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a state sponsor of terrorism. We've sanctioned more than 200 Iranian-linked individuals, including...
Waiting for my weed to be delivered by Oz Post. This is me sober chat, giddy up for the real laughs. Eh? Well, keep producing those memes. The meme warrior.
More than 100 linked to the IRGC. We have long recognised that Iran's nuclear program is a threat to global peace and security. With international partners...
I thought they got rid of it. Like, we all saw it last year. They said it time and time again. It's the most decisive strike in history. It's completely gone. All their nuclear capabilities are gone, and now they're making nukes again. And they all just fucking regurgitate it. Like, all right, I've said the thing about Iranians attacking Australians. We've said the thing about us, taking people out of our embassy in Iran. Now I got to say the stuff about the nuclear weapons. Now I got to say the stuff about protesters to oppressive regime, as Han has already noted. If you think Iran is bad, just wait to see what happens if they fall. Mystery, you got to understand the context. Yeah, and they've just got to list it all for us plebs to remember. Like, yeah, okay, fine. We support the US and Israel then. Fine, I get it.
Including the United States and the G7, we have called for the Iranian regime to uphold the human rights.
He said it! Ding, 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 ding. He said oppressive. He said the regime. Eh? He hasn't said supreme leader, though, has he? Has he said supreme leader? All right, we've almost got our bingo card sorted, ladies and gentlemen.
And fundamental freedoms.
It's 2 minutes to midnight. Oh, my God. Time until Iran gets nuclear weapons is the new doomsday clock.
Of Iran's citizens. Sadly, these calls have gone unheeded and action has now been taken. We support the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. We are concerned about regional escalation and urge the protection of civilians. For those on the ground, Australian officials are closely...
was this before? He probably didn't know the information that we were talking about this morning. He's just like, and we urge the protection of civilians, especially kids going to school that are on the end of an Israeli missile. About 60 kids at a girls' school, all small children, might I add. Eh? Let's just chill out. Let's just calm down and make sure we're not taking out innocent civilians, like bombing a school. Eh? Well. I don't know if I buy it. Spend on, come on, Palestine boys, say it. You support is not real. Eh? Well, look. Eh? Should we put up the Israeli flag behind us? Let's get rid of the Torres Strait Islander flag. Eh? Let's get rid of the Aboriginal flag, and we'll do what Trump should have had when he was wearing his USA hat. Should have had the American and the Israeli flag behind them. Peace sells, but who's buying? Jordan, it means the destruction of innocent lives. Captain, bro, what is with Israel and killing kids? Why do they love it so much? It's really fucked up. Like, it really is. It's just awful. It's speechless.
Monitoring what is an evolving situation. These events are unfolding rapidly. It is critical that anyone in the region takes note of the Smart Traveller website for the most up-to-date information that we can provide. We continue to advise Australians to not travel to Iran. This has been in place since 2020, and to leave Iran as soon as possible, of course, if it is safe to do so. Our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited. We have upgraded our travel advice for Israel, Lebanon, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates to do not travel. Australians should leave.
Wouldn't they already had that on some of those places? Like, especially Lebanon. Wouldn't that have already been a let's not go there? And like, there's a lot of Israeli Australians as well. What are they doing? I guess they're all going to come home for a bit. Probably makes more sense. Or like at least leave Israel. But someone said the other day on the stream, who said this? One of you said it, that Israel shut down their borders during the 12-day war last year and wouldn't let Israelis leave. So like there's plenty of Israelis that have dual citizenships or multiple citizenships, let's say. And like they want to, fuck off so they don't get hit by a fucking missile. And Israel shut the borders down and wouldn't let them out. I think it was you, Jack, actually. Libya is a wall against Al-Qaeda. Gaddafi, 15 years later, the Sahel region is engulfed in war against Daesh. Same thing could happen with Iran. Ready, baby, what do you mean? They have peacefully employed these young girls and saved them from having become young women in hijabs. To use Israel's words, Arab babies grow up to be Arab terrorists. It's heavy, man. Avi Yemeni is my favorite Israeli-Australian journalist. Yeah, any others that filled that? Who's your second favorite? It was one of yours. Yes, they did do that. It wasn't me, but they did that. Yeah. Well, like, we're talking about travel bans. Like, don't go traveling to Israel. But like, are they letting people out of Israel? That'll be interesting to know.
Now,
I know it, Mossad, even though it was the CIA. I know it was them. Chopping board, Avi, wife beater, Yemeni. What's the chopping board thing?
if it is safe to do so. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is this morning opening its registration portal for Australians seeking assistance to depart Israel and Iran, and will be directly in touch with registered Australians with the latest information. The closure of transport hubs in the Middle East will likely lead to flight disruptions and cancellations.
With a chopping board? What a sick Well, like the first part is still pretty bad, like beating anyway. But like, why would you do it with a chopping board? What a douchebag. How is Yemen? I don't know. All I've heard, I haven't seen much about it, but all I've heard so far is the Houthis are kind of just are like, all right, that's it, death to Israel, that kind of thing. Oh, they vowed vengeance after the Ayatollah was announced dead. So I don't think they needed much encouragement, though. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. All right, if you're watching this and you're on YouTube right now, you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Very disappointed if you haven't done that. But like, you know, I expected better. Now hit the like button, and if you're watching this for the first time, you're new here, make sure you hit subscribe or follow if you're on Twitch. Yeah, Yemen and Oman chilling right now. Oh, Con's in the house. I'm sure Ground News can give us some context, eh? Word of the year context. Nostalgia. When Spanian dropping his walkthrough of Gaza's disadvantaged areas, that'll get Australians paying attention and understanding. Yes. And then you can walk through Tehran after that. Eh? Jostle. For us waiting for an ultrasound, your girl's got a hernia. Pain relief not getting soon enough. For us, if you'd like to support E from YouTube, join his Patreon. Yes, good call for us. It's good having you here as my plug reminder. Yeah, if you are liking the stream, make sure you, and if you can, financially support on Patreon. I sell feet pics. I do, as advised by Ninja Nurse. But yeah, go to Patreon, and like, even if you can't financially support, go to Patreon and become a free member, so I can get you on email lists and get notifications to you. Please, for God's sake, do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor, I should say. Clarice, Saving Mossad technically didn't do something that the CIA did. It's like saying Charlie Manson technically didn't kill people. I don't even pay attention when Spanian walks around Australia. RSF forces in Sudan are funded by the UAE. Take care, Ravi. Old pattern. If you change the channel name to Spectre of Mao Zedong, it's not a bad call, man. Hey, old patron. Well, look, it could be a thing, right? It could be a goer. There's some other things. Like, I do want to change the channel name, but I haven't come across anything yet that really suits, you know, like really feels right. But like the Spectre of Mao could be interesting. It could be very interesting. It's for sure. Jostle or Context. Would everyone watch the channel if it was called Context and it was a picture of Ho Chi Minh's there? Could be something we could all get down with.
We've already seen flights return to Australia that were unable to land in either Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and of course Emirates in particular, with Etihad, have a large number of flights.
Keep my E. Yeah, context with Mr. E. Context. So jostling with Mr. E.
To the region, including, of course, as does Qatar and other airlines. Travellers should prioritise their safety. They should monitor events and follow local advice. Australians requiring urgent consular assistance can contact the Consular Emergency Centre 24/7 on 1300 555 135 in Australia. I repeat the number, 1300 555 135 in Australia. Or
factors. Could you imagine? It's a factor. It's a factor. Mr. Make it a segment. There's so many good options. Factors. Jostling for factors. Man. Even the shockers shocked, man. Mystery loves jostling. Happy Mardi Gras. Segments like that's capitalism, baby. Or he's not wrong though. What the fuck? What's this, Captain Bucket? What's this? This is not real, is it? This is not real. This is a joke. It's the hottest joke, though. Major update. The president of Ghana has just announced there's $100 million bounty on the life of Donald Trump. Tell us this is not real. Eh? Is this a joke? Hey, and then the response, oh no, what's he gonna do? There's just some brilliant people out there, isn't there? They're hilarious. Honestly, it should be the jerk circle. Oh, it's pretty good, isn't it? Then get a soundboard. The jerk circle. Oh man. There's too many options. Too many options. It's not enough time. The jerk circle. At least we'd all feel at home then, right? Hassan's got a soundboard. I can't take another lefty far. The pile. All right, everyone, back to the pile. You mean board of circle piece? All right, back to the pile.
+61 2 6261 3305. I repeat that as well from outside of Australia. +61 thousands of Australians with loved ones in the Middle East. The days ahead are going to be difficult. They are uncertain. We are deeply...
Here we go. This is Sky News, okay, that is giving this public service message and announcement. Here we go. These elections can't come quick enough. What a snake. Like, all he's doing, it's like a chairman elbow sleazy over here. All he's doing is like basically doing a public announcement. This guy's like, what a snake. Giving people details just in case they're out in the Middle East somewhere and they're struggling to get home. Fucking what a snake, bro. Oh man, exactly. His hypocrisy is utterly sickening. Yeah, I agree. He shouldn't be talking about like propaganda points from the state of Israel about Iranian attacks on Australian soil. Yes, but apart from that, my God, what a snake. Words from a hollow, pathetic clown. Absolute weasel words. Like, what do you want him to say? Go away, Albo. No one is listening to you. Sounds like Albo lost his mate. Eh? Am I right? Fun fact, Albo is obviously not supportive of the US or Israel. This guy never fails to remind me of a clueless substitute teacher. Damn, savage. The Sky News commentary. Australia is jumping on the bandwagon after finding out the Iran leader and the top military men are dead. Well, what do you want them to do? Join the strikes? Hey, let's just send over one of our aircraft carriers, shall we? Actually, we'll send over an AUKUS sub. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. I mean, bored of peace. I am bored, of peace. That's what Trump's doing right now. And he got his FIFA Peace Prize. Now he's a bit bored. So he's going to try some warfare, see how that goes. Then he might come back to some peace maybe next year. The Bubba board. Everyone blows. First two comments, a snake and a weasel. I don't like him. But what the fuck? Yeah, like, what has that got to do with what he's saying? Like, honestly, this isn't like a political speech. It's more just like a service announcement. What a snake. How could he say that? Hey, talking about what to do in a crisis. Are these all bot comments? All the usernames are like name, then a bunch of numbers. What human is naming their account like that? Oh, that's not a bad point, actually, isn't it? That's weird. Is that what the numbers means? Like 1461, obviously an important date in history. 9879, obviously an important date in future history. It's when we achieved communism. You think Herzog gave him his talking points when he was in town? 100%. Herzog gave him like a list of things to talk about whenever he brings up, or he's talking in the context of is not real. You're going to remember to say this. And say this, bro, Sky News Australia is so bad. I heard they're changing their name to News 24. Get fucked. No, got to keep it Sky News. YouTube has been making us use our government issues YouTube usernames lately instead of our chosen usernames. I don't know why. What? Interesting. One Nation bots out in force today. I just, whenever I hear the bot thing now, I just think about the other joke about Dilemmas and Pauline. You never see them in the same place. Think about it. Have you ever seen Dilemmas and Pauline Hanson in the same room? I thought not. I take offense to that. All right, enough with the bots. I don't think he's going to say anything impressive. It's just service announcement stuff. I guess that's what he has to do, right?
Mention and supporting Iranians who are risking their lives for democracy. You know, do you think we should be doing more to support the resistance there and
what resistance?
The work to overthrow the revolutionary guard?
Well, that is a matter for the Iranian people. But we stand with the Iranian people in standing up for their human rights. They have suffered brutal repression. Women in particular being singled out by the regime. But across the board, what we've seen with the crackdown in recent times, when Iranians went out onto the street to demand their human rights, to demand a return to giving them a say over their own future, we saw the IRGC crack down brutally. Thousands murdered, people incarcerated, and a regime that showed
he said it.
Just how ugly.
He said it. He said regime again. Will he say supreme leader? God, we're so close to the bingo card on this one.
Its face is. This is a regime.
I know, so good. Bro, what's Australia doing about Iran? Yeah, he asked. He said, how are we going to help them resist? Like, we're going to send over, Australian troops to help form the Iranian resistance or something like that, the anti-Islamic Republic resistance. We give them supplies, ammunition, training, drop them in the middle of the night. Like, what are we supposed to do? KK Online, it makes sense now why Pauline has the amount of painting behind her. KK, how you going? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well.
We hope that the Iranian people are able to determine their own destiny. At the moment, that is clearly not the case.
Was this attack legal? Are you concerned that this might erode further the rules-based order?
Well, those,
did you hear what he asked? Was the attacks legal? Hey, who's this guy? You been hanging out at the UN, douchebag? Hey?
Are you concerned that this might erode further the rules-based order?
Will this erode further the rules-based order? That's a good question. How are you going to answer that one? Good, got him checkmated. Let's see how he gets out of this one. No, but seriously, Albo is trying to be as diplomatic as possible. What can Australia actually do besides stand on this supposed moral ground that everyone expects but achieves nothing? Yeah, well, like, what is he supposed to do? Like, honestly. I said, like, he's got the list. He's got the list out. Herzog gave him a list and he said all the things that Herzog told him to say. What happens next? How's it going, Supreme Leader Mr. E? Remag in the house? Eh? Don't call me Supreme Leader. It comes with the insinuation that you've got a lot of blood on your hands. So, please. I don't like the term Supreme Leader. I prefer Cult Leader. Let's go with that. Let's go with, like, we've started a cult. We'll do that. Define legal. LOL. Eh? Define legal. That'll be our next debate. Spandonk. Warm yourself up. It's about to get deep. He's more of a messiah. I'll take that.
Well, those judgments and statements for the United States and for those involved directly in the attack. What I would say is that the threat to international peace and security of the Iranian regime is real. The fact that they orchestrated attacks here in Australia, on the other side of the world, underlines the threat that this regime presented.
I don't know what's been going on, man. Like, for a while, the camera was fine, and then it started playing up again. Like, I'm trying, all right? I don't understand. I only join cults where the camera can last a full stream. It seems to only last like 3 or 4 hours, and then it just taps out. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'll try better. The camera, it has a mind of its own. Mystery and nicer Charles Manson, you do say? I'm much nicer. And I don't have a SWAT sticker on my forehead. We do have Jackbox games sometimes with political answers only. I need stamina in my leadership. You need stamina in your cameras. The leadership is fine. Stamina maintained. It's just the cameras. The hardware is falling out. I'm still here, I swear, behind the camera.
To the rule of law and to international norms of behaviour.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu?
So basically he just said, look, rules-based order, international law. Park that question for a second. Iran was a threat to the actual safety and security of the world and had to be dealt with. So, like, park your rules-based order, park your international law. This is the real politic, baby. Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you, Raby Babies. The spectre of Mao is messing with the cameras. That's right. Hey, give a man a break. It's fucking Mao. The spectre of Mao. Mystery with hammer and sickle. Pain. Yeah, instead. Yeah, I've got a hammer and sickle. My God.
And if not, do you expect to soon?
Well, we are in contact with the United States over all of these issues. We'll continue to engage diplomatically, which is what we do.
Is there a red line in Australia's support for this strike? You know, is Australia supportive of a short and narrow intervention, or would Australia support a more protracted campaign?
Look, we want to see, when it comes to military action, I think, as always, Australia always supports diplomatic action where possible, and we hope that the actions that have been taken lead to a swift resolution.
I'm sure the Americans do too. Eh? At this point, I'm sure the Americans do as well. He was asked, like, is there a red line for Australia on this one? Or like, oh, we just follow the Americans and is not rail wherever they go, just bombing the crap out of Iran and killing school children. And he's just like, well, look, I hope that they bombed the Iranians to get them to come back to the negotiating table. I hope the bombing leads to more diplomacy, because that's what they really want, I'm sure. But, like, you know, hopeful stuff there. I feel like the spectre of Mao is enough work with Pauline. I feel like it's spectre of Reagan messing with E. Yes, actually, I'd take on, if I was going to be haunted by anyone, it would be someone that brought in neoliberalism. I'm going to bring down neoliberalism one day. You watch. I'm going to change everyone's mindset to get over the indoctrination that comes with neoliberalism. That is a real scourge on the earth, that is. It's disgusting. Neoliberalism. It's gross. Rules-based order. Welp. We had a good run. Your camera is mal-developed, eh? I see. ICG means shit. All. LOL. Yes. It would appear that way. Captain, why we got to have all these wars, bro? I just want to live in a world where the ones who do the actual work ain't getting fisted. So good. So good. That's a very, very discreet commie line there, if you missed it. Captain Bucket is an advocate for hardcore communist society. Jesse Pinkman, communist, I see. Bro, as if you're not, Spendok, a communist after hearing that. I just want to live in a world where the people that do all the work don't get fisted. Doesn't that make you want to be a communist? You're like, yeah, that's right. Whoever does the work shouldn't get over by the system. I know you're a communist after you heard that. Spendok, all the way. You've converted. You just don't know it yet. Don't worry, Iran. They are just diplomatic missiles. So good. That's it. I think that's comment of the day. It's so true, right? Look, I hope the strikes lead to diplomacy. That's what this whole thing has been about. Diplomatic missiles. The first strike was just diplomatic. We call them missiles of diplomacy. Oh man, that's good. I'll pay that, Wookie. Thank you very much. From what I heard, they had a good deal, and the Iranians were ready to agree. Like, and agree to what though? It's just like you can't have nukes. Okay. Can you also then relieve the sanctions? Oh, sorry, that's where I draw the line. We got to keep sanctions on you. Definitely. We knew that the 12-day war was the test on Iran's response, and them holding back allowed Israel to think they would lay down like Venezuela. Fisted, yes, fisted in that actual sense of the word. Peace missiles, the missiles of diplomacy. It's a great line. But then do they make their own systems where the workers get paid? Then they get screwed by their own people for taking a higher cut. It all comes back to greed. I don't know, man. Hey, does it have to be? Does it always have to come back to greed? Like, I'm sure humans have a level of self-interest, but does that define us? Does it? I put it to you. I put it to you. All it will take is one refusal of a deal with Trump for him to threaten decapitation of any leader of any nation. Wookiee diplomatic missiles. They are circumcision strikes. Did you see Netanyahu running away to Germany? LOL. No way. What? He's moved. He's gone to Germany on a diplomatic mission. Maybe he's taking some diplomatic missiles with him. Nice phallic missiles, eh? Baby blue. Yeah, Wings of Zion spotted in Greece, then landing in Germany. While his people, he's like he's ScoMo, right? Well, the nation burns. ScoMo is in like what, Hawaii or something like that. I'm seeing double. Greed and obsession. I hope it doesn't, but it has a lot so far. I'm sure the Iranian missiles were pointy.
And we also say that very clearly the consequences of this are that we are concerned about the regional escalation. Iran has made the decision to take aggressive action and bomb areas of Dubai that have no role in any of this military action whatsoever. This is an aggression and an escalation by Iran that is consistent with the nature of the regime.
What options are there for repatriating Australians in the Middle East?
Look, we are in a position where we will always do what we can to support Australians there. But I do want to make the point that we've been very clear about Iran, that we're not in a position when we made the decision, a difficult decision, but one that I think was the correct decision, to close our embassy in Tehran, essentially because of the safety of our own diplomatic personnel, was a decision that was required. Then that has meant that our possibilities are restricted of what we can achieve. But we will continue to engage. We have very swiftly acted to set up the emergency centre. We will always update the information for Australians in the region, and we'll continue to monitor this on not on a daily basis. Literally, we're doing this on an hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute basis, because our priority is keeping Australians safe. Thanks very much.
Interesting. Well. Have we asked Iran if they consulted a lawyer first, though? Yeah, it's like the Keir Starmer action is just like, it's okay. We got legal advice about whether or not we can yet let or assist the US carrying out like crimes, international crimes, and the lawyers said it's a goer. I wonder if Iran got its own legal advice about whether it can respond or retaliate. Iran, allow me to introduce you to your new concept called lawyers and legality. USA. Bourgeois style. Have we asked around if they consulted a lawyer first? All right. Well, at least we got the Australian perspective on all this. And I want to keep with Sky News here because I want to know the analysis. I wonder if we should go to Fox Business later. We probably should, shouldn't we? I guess we should. All right, let's see what Sky has. Oh, actually, what about this guy? Who introduced us to this guy back in the day? It was like just as the Bondi stuff happened, someone showed us this dude. And he had like conspiracy, like theories about like what was actually behind the Israeli attack. This guy, Janta Carr, reporter. Look at that, 7 hours, and he's got fucking almost 400,000 views on his stuff. U.S. confirms loss of soldiers in Iranian retaliation. Abraham Lincoln targeted. So let's have a look what this guy has to say, shall we? He's very interesting, as in like he doesn't give the Western narrative on this stuff. He's giving, I don't know what his sources are. Maybe he has his own sources from the region, but yeah, this is my dude. Yeah, you showed us this guy then. He's interesting. Have you seen his take on this yet? On this situation? Trouble? Uh-oh. Trump's in trouble. Let's get an outside. Let's just like detach ourselves from the Western media and see what this guy has to say. You've seen it, okay? You're one of those fucking 400,000 people that have watched this. Are we watching the 7 hours? What's the 7 hours? All right, let's do this.
US and Israeli planes have targeted Tehran once again. They did that early in the morning today, and they are in the midst of launching another brutal round once again. Yesterday, the aerial strikes slaughtered more than 108 children at an elementary school for girls. But Iran has continued to retaliate even after the death of their supreme leader. In fact, Iran's retaliations have only become intense. While there was a suspicion that Iranian strikes had killed and injured scores of US soldiers, the Americans have for the first time today confirmed that 3 of their soldiers had been killed by the Iranians. UAE's biggest port, Jabal Ali, was set on fire after an Iranian missile hit the facility. Iranians have also destroyed an Israeli neighborhood completely. So plenty to unpack in today's video on this rapidly developing situation.
I haven't heard that. Like we've heard of me anyway. I've heard that there's been like 1 or 2 missiles that have actually gone through the Iron Dome and have like, hit targets in Israel and stuff. He's talking about a whole, what did he say? A whole suburb, whole community has been wiped out in Israel.
Facility. Iranians have also destroyed an Israeli neighborhood completely.
Jesus.
So plenty to unpack in today's video on this rapidly developing.
Gotta go all. See you later. Jordan, good luck with the rest of your day.
Situation. Also in today's video, a UK journalist shuts up an Israeli terrorist from the rogue regime of war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. So please stay tuned. The US has for the first time admitted that it had lost at least 3 soldiers in its illegal military aggression with Iran. 5 more US soldiers are believed.
Illegal military aggression with Iran? Who is this guy, eh? Speaking in legalities. It's so different when you don't hear it from the Western propaganda, isn't it? They're just like, oh, US strikes, Israeli strikes, defense, they like preemptive strikes in order to defend themselves. They attack first, and this guy's just like, it's just an illegal war. That's it. It's illegal military aggression. Why do you have to call it anything else? Like, let's just be objective on this. It's illegal. It's an illegal war. President Trump quips about canceling 2028 elections if US is at war. Hey, this has been my theory for a while. And like I checked it and like it seems like it's a long shot. During an Oval Office meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on ending the war in Russia, President Trump appears to imply that the 2028 elections could be cancelled if the US... Oh, this is from 2025. Yeah, because he was like talking to Zelensky, and Zelensky was like, yeah, our constitution means we can't have war. We can't have elections during war. And Trump was like, you can do that? No way. During the war, you can't have elections. So let me just see 3.5 years from now, if we happen to be at war with somebody, no more elections. That's good, Mr. Trump says in response to the Ukrainian leader's comments on committing to holding elections after a war with Russia is over. C-SPAN source from August last year. We have traded Western propaganda for AAP propaganda. Yes. You gotta swap between your propaganda, right? You can't just eat Western propaganda all day. The ADME party. Did I say that right? ADME party. ADME party. The Common Man Party is a political party in India. It was founded on the 26th of November 2012. And then companions following the 2011 Indian anti-corruption movement against the government of Indian National Congress. The AP is currently the governing party in the Indian state of Punjab. And so, like, do you have a comment on it apart from it being AAP propaganda, or are you just telling us that it is? Oh, by the way, Afghanistan is invading Pakistan. Interesting. Oh, well. I've been watching Willie Ohm. He's been giving really good coverage. Okay.
To have sustained serious injuries. The acceptance by the Americans came amidst earlier reports that said hundreds of American troops had either been killed or injured in the barrage of Iranian missile and drone attacks targeting American facilities. I showed you yesterday the condition of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Today, Iranians set the Jebel Ali port, the UAE's biggest port in the region, on fire. There are reports of American warships stationed there. So this explains why the Iranians are targeting only certain locations of the UAE. Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi today reportedly called his counterparts in the Arab world to assure them that Iran was not against the Arab countries, but it had to destroy American and Israeli facilities to teach them a lesson for their military transgressions. This is Sky News reporter reporting from Dubai.
Yeah, it has been quite a 24 hours, Anna, and it was a very eventful night as well. The UAE has confirmed it's intercepted what they've said were hundreds of drones and missiles flying into UAE airspace, and there's been another 2 series of very loud bangs of air defense this morning. You might be able to make out behind me this rather large plume of smoke. That is Jebel Ali port area, where there's a significant buildup now of American naval assets. That was hit just before 2 o'clock this morning, quite a large explosion. Now, the official line is that it was debris, but it really is quite a significant plume of smoke that's still rising all these hours later above Dubai's skyline.
Meanwhile, Iran has also claimed to have hit an American aircraft carrier, USS Abraham Lincoln. If this is true, then this simply shows the resolve of the Iranians. Iranians reportedly fired...
Like, has anyone else heard about this? I think somebody mentioned before that they've hit a naval target, and so they've hit the USS Lincoln. Isn't that like a big deal in the sense that, like, obviously, you know, damaging, or like it's gonna kill people and there'll be American loss of life, or et cetera, but like, aren't these like nuclear powered aircraft carriers? And like, you don't want to fucking bring them down because it's gonna be like, there's gonna be a lot of nuclear waste. There's gonna be Chernobyl in the Persian Gulf or something like that. British Sky, that ain't unbiased at all, isn't it? Interesting. And Trump has since been declaring drugs as WMDs, took over Venezuela on made up gang affiliations, etc., throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. There's a lot of shit being thrown. Eh? Hit or targeted. Ah, okay. So there's a difference there. They probably don't want to report on it, though. I guess.
Then this simply shows the USS Abraham Lincoln. While Iran has also claimed to have hit an American
They
aircraft
claim
carrier.
to have hit an American aircraft carrier. The US has kind of been getting away with it because they're not declared wars, but major conflicts, strikes, stupid wordplay to avoid calling war, because you need congressional approval to do that. Do you think he'd been able to declare actual war with or without congressional approval, though? I feel like that's the question. Right. But like, is he even playing word games with it? Like, ultimately, like, I think like from my understanding of it, it's clear enough in the language in the Constitution and the Wars Act. It's like if you're committing personnel, and it's not like I said, like an emergency situation or some type of special operation. If you're actually using military, like standard military personnel, standard Navy, standard military, or standard Army, standard Air Force personnel to carry out an operation against, a foreign enemy, like that's war. And like usually they consult, like even if they're gonna do it, they just like they tell Congress that they're gonna do it. And this time he hasn't even bothered with that slight formality. But yeah, of course the language wordplay helps a lot. Yeah, he's still saying major conflict, but even on that, Democrats are trying to take him to court. Hey? Lawfare, hey? It would be a joint operation under Israel control or something to skirt the wording. Yeah. Interesting. All right.
USS Abraham Lincoln. If this is true, then this simply shows the resolve of the Iranians. Iranians reportedly fired 4 ballistic missiles with the intention of sinking USS Abraham Lincoln. The IRGC said in a statement that the US aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln was struck by 4 ballistic missiles. It warned that the land and sea will increasingly become the graveyard of the terrorist aggressors. Their words, not mine. The UAE has said that Iranian missiles have attacked a military base which was hosting French troops. But the biggest news for Iranians came from the illegal settler colony, where they claim to have completely destroyed a neighborhood. The visuals from the neighborhood looked unreal. This is what Israeli terrorists are known to, and they have been doing to Palestinians and others up until now. The Israeli regime has confirmed the death of 9 Israeli settlers in the attack, while an assessment is being made on others. A representative from the Israeli regime tried to project themselves as a victim.
It's pretty good. You got to say, like, yeah, you got to use the same terminology, right? The Israeli regime. We're going to have to start using it. And Benjamin Netanyahu is now the Israeli supreme leader. So it's the Israeli regime and supreme leader Bibi. Eh? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Yeah, he's still saying major conflict. Vietnam and Korea weren't wars, according to the US. At the time, LOL. Police actions, LOL. This violent language shouldn't ever be ignored. Trump sounds very much like Bibi's addresses. Yeah. Must be singing off the same song sheet. Eh? Must be. All right, we've gotten... I don't know. All right, I'll let him finish.
But he was exposed by a Channel 4 reporter from the UK. Watch this brilliant encounter and how the Israeli terrorist had to stop the Channel 4 journalist from asking his questions the moment he realized he was going to be exposed.
Is doing. We are aiming at military targets, but the Iranian regime is targeting our civilians, our children, our women, our elderly. But this is not only happening here in Israel. The Iranian regime is attacking the entire region. 8 countries, I repeat, 8 countries in the region were attacked by
Mullah Smotrich. Dehumanizing language should never be ignored. Peacekeeping operations.
ballistic missiles of Iran.
Iman Ben Gavir.
Not only Israel, Arab countries are targeted by Iranian regime missiles. And we say it very clear. We don't have any fight, any quarrel with the Iranian people. The only objective, the only quarrel is the Iranian regime murderous attacks. This is what it's all
I
about.
know, it's so rigid, isn't it? They're attacking our children. Quote unquote, is not real, the child killers. It's rich. It's rich.
Now I'll take some questions, please.
Sikander Kamani from Channel 4 News. Khomeini, the Iranian regime, have clearly done terrible things, particularly to their own people. But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war crime. This is a war crime. Targeting civilians, targeting elderly women, killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime is targeting not only us in Israel, they are targeting the entire region.
What about the 100 or so schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike there?
And this must stop. This must be stopped, and this is what we're trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
But what about those
Please,
Iranian
let's
schoolgirls?
allow others. I'm Lomas from...
This is the reality.
Shit. Who's this guy from Channel 4? He doesn't even have a microphone. He's just like, I'm just going to put this guy on the spot and see how he responds. Fuck. My God. Yeah, bro keeps describing BB. And he called him out for it too. He's like, what about the kids in that school, eh? The US has kind of been getting away with it because they're not declared wars, but major conflict strikes. No, I read that before. What do you call a homegrown terrorist? Osama bin Chicken, hey? An Australian homegrown terrorist? Hey, I like it. For Israel to say that they support women while the artist is celebrated as a television star over there after being free due to the pro-grape protest is ridiculous. Hey, oh my God.
The problem is that people like Laura Quinsberg from the BBC have allowed these rogue states to carry out their illegal acts in violation of international law with impunity. No one disputes the fact that the American and Israeli terrorists violated international law.
It's so good. Every time he says the American and Israeli terrorists, like when you change a little bit of language, like it really catches you out when you're used to just hearing Western propaganda all the time. And he's just like, yeah, the American terrorists. Like if you're going to call Iran terrorists, like, why not just use the same language? You're going to call them a regime, the American and Israeli regime. The Supreme Leader Trump and Supreme Leader Bibi. Let's just swap it up. And, like, it really fucks with your mind. It's a great exercise in the power of propaganda.
Illegally attacking Iran. But this woman called Quinsberg thought it was
Doesn't it
perfectly
catch
good.
you, Captain Bucket? It's just like, oh, yeah. Like, when you say it like that, oh my God. Screw men's raise. Clearly both sides are throwing it out. LOL.
And good journalism to call.
That's partly why I like this guy. Like, because of like the, like, hey, it's interesting. Oh my God, Span Dog. Shall we start this conversation again? I call violence. Everyone's a damn terrorist. The US has always been a terrorist state. They're just doing it out in public instead of hiding behind congressional decision.
Honor a Green Party leader for calling out the illegality of this war. Now you can see how these war criminals get emboldened.
We've seen what I would say is an illegal and unprovoked attack. In fact, Jeremy Bowen, the BBC's own international editor, said this is a war of choice. So we've got a defence secretary saying that diplomacy is the long runway we need, but he won't condemn Donald Trump when he attacks a country and assassinates its leader. That's the law of the jungle. That's an end to international law, and it's quite astounding that we have a Prime Minister that seems to be singularly incapable of standing up to Donald Trump and letting the UK stand on its own 2 feet. And I'm worried we're going to be pulled in.
Terrorists, eh? No, it's you. Oh man, hey, it's pretty fair. Like how this guy's describing it. You gotta admit.
Into another illegal war.
But if you think these strikes were illegal and you've condemned them, what is your alternative?
Well, the alternative is to listen to the Iranian people.
Is not striking someone? Like, come on, hello. Oh, seriously, Trump tears up Iran nuclear deal. Also, Trump, Iran has nuclear weapons. Oh my gosh, really? So good. He's saying it like it's a new thing. The UK and Australia have been backing US over UN for decades. Yeah, fair enough.
And to make sure that we're doing everything we can to foster calm in the region, to encourage...
The Iranian regime didn't listen to its own people. It killed many of its own people who wanted a different government. So why do you think that the Iranian regime, or what's left of it this morning, would listen to Western governments when they haven't for decades?
Well, this is why we need de-escalation in the region, and we're already seeing the conflict spread even wider. I don't have an easy answer on how we make peace and diplomacy and democracy in the region, but I do know that there's no example in history where you've bombed people to democracy.
Yeah, isn't it an interesting premise? It's just like, oh, but like, if we don't, attack them, how are we going to spread democracy and freedom? It's like, well, fucking, there's your first mistake. Why is it the premise that, like, these people need democracy and freedom? AKA Western civilization. Like, they're not Westerners, okay? This is not Europe. This is not the North Atlantic. And why do you have to start from the premise that, well, it's because they need a bit of democracy and freedom? Again, AKA they need a bit of westernizing, if you know what I mean. Not only politically, but to open them up to the free market so they can be exploited by transnational corporations, under our neoliberal world. Let's open them up a little bit so they can be exploited for their resources and their extensive labor market. Thank you very much. But like, the premise is there. She's like, but how? Like, I hear you. It's a breach of international law. But how do we bring them into the fold? How do we make them democratic and free? Look at all those terrorists. Yeah, look at them all. Freeloaders, assholes. This guy let her push him too easily. Yeah, well, like, he's just a Greens guy at the end of the day. I don't know, man. I just wanted to fight for the climate. I don't want to talk about international affairs. World police. The premise is the misunderstanding over the end of World War II. America thought they ended the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki and have been running with that ever since. That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. The war never finished. The enemy is both strong and weak. International law is dead. Welcome to the 21st century. Finally, dude. You been sleeping?
Putting airstrikes for regime change has never led an example where a country is better off afterwards.
But you say that there should be negotiation. You should listen to the Iranian people.
Greens still fight for the environment. That's what I was saying. I was like, man, I just wanted to save some trees and shit. Don't ask me about this stuff.
I would ask you again.
For regime change has never led an example where a country is better off afterwards.
But you say that there should be negotiation. You should listen to the Iranian people. I would ask you again, what would your alternative be? Clearly, you don't like it, but Israel and America made the calculation. It seems it's very clear. If what it took was strikes to end a repressive regime, it was worth it. So what would your alternative be?
Well, I don't accept the presupposition of the question. I don't think it took strikes because actually Iran were already at the negotiating table. Under President Obama, we saw progress with Iran. Donald Trump took them to the negotiation table, but it was clear it was totally bad faith because they literally murdered the leader at the same time they were at the negotiation table.
Iranians have also set an oil tanker on fire. Meanwhile, the state of...
Oh, by the way, happy birthday, Chairman Albert. It's actually his birthday today? No way. Happy birthday, Chairman Albo. There you go. Very interesting. What a day. What a day it is. He's going to be busy. My God. He's going to be very busy. Poor chairman. No rest for the wicked.
Hormuz remains shut for the second day in a row. The news of the Iranian Supreme Leader's assassination by Israeli and American terrorists have evoked angry reactions from the Muslim world. That's because the Supreme Leader was one of the most revered spiritual.
But he thinks the negotiations were in good faith? Oh, buddy. Have I got a bridge to sell you? But like, honestly, though, like, you know, why have the negotiations? It's just to show the plebs, though, right? It's just to show the plebs that there's something going on and they just do whatever they want anyway. He's really been asleep. Yeah. Interesting. I know why I'm playing devil's advocate for this guy, but like, you know, he's obviously showing that her rhetoric is meaningless when you look at what's been happening. Well, please. What UN? America. America. What Israeli government killing negotiators? Hey, what?
Leaders for Shia Muslim world. Angry protesters tried to storm into the American diplomatic enclave in Karachi in Pakistan. 9 protesters were killed in police firing. The U.S. has warned its embassy staff in Iraq to remain vigilant, fearing similar attacks here. Clearly, they do not want the repeat of Benghazi in Libya, which had resulted in the killing of the American ambassador to Libya along with 2 other diplomats in 2012. Meanwhile, Iran has also destroyed the Sorek desalination plant in Israel. The destruction of this plant is huge because it was a lifeline for Israelis, and the action is being deemed as quite
slow down.
Israelis, and the action of
Slow down.
Sorek desalination plant.
Iran has destroyed the Sorek desalination plant in Israel. Oh, jeez. They've got an actual desalination plant as well. I guess it's pretty dry over there. You need it to work. If only we were clever enough to keep our desalination plants working in Australia as well. Very interesting. That's a big piece of infrastructure. Water is important.
In Israel, the destruction of this plant is huge because it was a lifeline for Israelis, and the action is being deemed as quite a breathtaking
World's largest incredible tech. Wait, what? The Israeli one? Is like a large desalination plant, or you're talking about ours? Wonder how much damage it took. Yeah, it's an interesting play, isn't it? Because the story that's coming out of the Western media, it's hard to find all of this stuff because they're just like, yeah, there's been some strikes, but don't worry about it. And like, yeah, 3 Americans have died, but don't worry about it. I really want to know, like, score for score, what's the actual situation? Because like in the lead up to this, like very predominantly the Western media was like, kind of like, look, Iran, you know, it's got some stuff, but it's not going to be able to withstand anything from the U.S. Like, it's not going to be able to, it's not even going to be a factor. And like, we're going to seeing the lies being kind of swept away over the last few weeks, the lies just being thrown to the side because Iran are obviously capable of doing some damage. Yeah, in Israel. Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, Iran have been striking infrastructure and surveillance targets. Yeah, I've heard about the surveillance targets, like radars and stuff like that in bases, as opposed to like specifically, you know, trying to take out human life as much as they are attacking property. And important nodes, let's say. It's not like Israel and the U.S. have ever gone back on a ceasefire or attempted negotiations in bad faith on their terms. There is no benefit for Iran to go into war. All the benefit for Israel. The actual strike connecting Bahrain looked savage. Apparently no deaths, but boards and rubble shot about 100 feet into the air. Jeez.
Israeli journalist Alan Mizrahi wrote on Twitter, and I quote, "This looks legit and a serious infrastructure hit, if true. Sorek also has a nuclear plant," end quote. It's mind-boggling what Iran has achieved militarily in multiple countries without any air power or nuclear power. I don't know who advised them to not achieve nuclear weapons. Hope they do not come to regret this decision. That's it for me. I shall be back with more updates on this rapid.
Hit us up, bro. Have you seen this one, Jag?
3 developed.
Trump concedes, warns of more loss of life. U.S. soldiers against Iran. This is an hour old. I wonder if this is just his speech, which we've seen. Yeah.
Likely be more.
This is disturbing in so many ways. First, look at his expression. He's stating
Al Jazeera has constant updates. Yeah, look, where do you position like Al Jazeera on this? Like as a Qatari news agency, like obviously they are very, like they're better than others, much better than others. But like, they obviously have interests that are opposed to Iran's, especially if they've been hit by Iran. So I just don't know how how objective they are. Let's just say. No, I've been watching this annoying Aussie stream for the last couple of hours. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, am I right? Yeah, he's all right. We'll watch it together then. What's this one spend on? Yeah, you gotta go looking for your own stuff, don't you? Moment Iranian missile strikes near U.S. Navy base in Bahrain.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay.
Oh
my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay.
Fuck. God damn. Al Jazeera getting that royal money. Up to 8 countries have been struck by Iran, and Europe is now sending military ships to protect trade routes. So good. When the bourgeois world gets threatened, it's like quickly protect the trade routes. Don't worry about the citizens. Don't worry about human lives. Just protect trade at all costs. The mini mushroom clouds are terrifying. Yeah.
This fact as if he's talking about some grocery items and not humans. These soldiers are humans and they too have families. But the manner in which Trump talked about their lives.
Oh no, my special treats. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Not the Silk Route. How will I get my Arabian sweets now? Or my spices?
To please his Israeli masters is diabolical and criminal. I don't know how Americans are fine with this. Trump's statement came amidst Iranian claims that they had killed and wounded more than 500 US soldiers. By issuing this statement, is Trump trying to manage Americans' expectations?
Okay, is that true? What do you reckon that's really at then? Because like, what's the rule on this stream? Let's take each extreme and go halfway. So Trump says there's 3 deaths. 3 American soldiers have died as a result of this. Iran's saying 500. So like, what's the median there? What's the average between 3 and 500? Anyone want to give me the maths on that? It's a lot more than what the US is saying. All right, let's have a quick look here. Everyone filled up their tanks yet? Yeah, I did on the weekend. Hey? I did on the weekend. And it's already going up. It's like jumped like, I don't know, at least 50 cents since like Saturday, I reckon. Oh no, I'll get my traditional Israeli chicken schnitzel. Hi, if I had to guess, I put my money on a CLP dozen. What's a CPL dozen? Couple dozen. I guess Iran has anti-discombobulator technology. All right, let's have a look here. I have heard allegations that Iranian state media has said they have killed or injured 500 US soldiers or personnel in recent strikes. Are you able to verify this claim has come from the Iranian state media? And two, give us some indication of how many American casualties have been inflicted so far. Bro, 1.79 in Adelaide, that's so good. I saw stuff last night that was like $2. And like over $2. This is why we should be refining our fuel in-house. So we're more immune to the douches in the northern hemisphere. Yes, thank you. Yes, Iranian IRGC sources have made a very large casualty claim. Hundreds. No, there's no credible evidence supporting the numbers. So it's come from them. Have they actually done it though? Earlier claims cited by officials include dozens killed, which the US immediately denied. Yeah, it's funny. When I got on this morning to set up for the stream, like the manufacturing consent machine was going hard. Like every headline was 3 killed, 3 killed, 3 killed, like 3 American soldiers killed, 3 American soldiers killed. Like it was like the entire West was coming behind and was like, look, the Americans want us to make sure everybody knows that despite all of this stuff that Iran has done, that they've only been able to kill 3 Americans. So it's like, it's basically a success, a complete success. The operation has gone off without a fucking glitch. There's only been 3 Americans that have been killed. So like, that's really the perfect operation. And so like, that, I'm sure that's how hard the manufacturing consent machines got on. And it's going to continue with this one, right? The gap in 3 versus 500 is a typical wartime information environment. Iranian claims part of the information warfare morale deterrence messaging. US figures likely more reliable, but still maybe conservative conservative early in conflict. Independent verification currently limited due to restricted access and ongoing operations. Yeah, interesting. Likely more reliable, says ChatGPT in a Western bubble. So good. Like insurgency math. We're screwed if we run out of diesel. And they want a repeat of nationalist ideals following 9/11, but the world is not the same as it was 40 years ago, even though it might seem that way to these 80-year-old fossils. So good. It's so true. And like, it's not the same as 9/11 because 9/11, like it's not like the Americans have just suffered some action, like an attack on their soil, and everyone's like, you know what, America, like kind of thing. It's not the same at all. Everyone's kind of like, ooh, didn't we say that we didn't want to do this stuff? I'm pretty sure we voted for that. Isn't that right? Am I wrong about that? Did we vote not to do this stuff actually? It's not the same at all. AI is with me, probably somewhere in the middle, but close to the US side of reporting. Couple of dozen, I bet. Like, you know, you saw the Sky News report, the British Sky News report before, where they were talking about that port. Where was that port? Where was that? Was that Dubai? And like, you know, it looked like a lot of damage. There was a lot of US naval assets around that area, they said. Iran thinks that it's actually hit the USS Lincoln with 4 missiles. We're talking about numbers of US bases that have been hit as well. And like, you know, like a couple of dozen, scores maybe, hundreds, who knows? But like, it's easily scores of people if that many targets have been actually hit. Yeah, I'm thinking of all the ships too. There's so many assets around. They believe the soldiers coming back in coffins draped in flags will kick the people into gear. But we have learned to look at the powers, not the people, to blame for the death of the masses. Yeah, I hope we've learned. I hope we have. Eh? Cough, Tower 7. Iran claiming they attacked the USS Abraham Lincoln. Of course, there are no verified reports yet, just like they kept saying they've killed Bibi. The Iranian propaganda machine is crazy. Well, they said that they killed Bibi. No way. That's crazy. But there's also going to be maneuvers, interceptions, evacuations, and the US is under a microscope, even from within right now. It's harder to lie. Yeah, fair enough. But like, if you're a military that's worth anything, and it's like, like worth anything, like you have to have complete control of the information. Like, you can't be like, oh yeah, there's 3 people dying, and like everyone knows that, like, the damage is much worse than that. They should have a better control over information for like actual military operation. War. I shouldn't call it military operations. It diminishes the legality of this situation. Yeah, 3 is definitely BS. It just seems very, very unlikely. Because, like, we don't have any footage of this whole US Abraham Lincoln thing. But, like, we have footage of all the other strikes. And, like, no one's denying that they're targeted at US bases. So, like, there must be. Unless they're just unmanned. All of them. Or they're all hanging out in the bunker together.
He then told various media outlets that the new Iranian leadership wanted to talk to him, and he has agreed to hold talks. Once again, he was lying. There is no new leadership in Iran. The political leadership of Iran is headed by President Masoud Pezeshkian. He's still in charge of the country. Do you want to know what he feels about the US? Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has just warned that his country will not hesitate to destroy the military bases of the enemies in the region following a US-Israeli attack that assassinated the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. His words, not mine. US and Israeli terrorists assassinated the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and scores of military commanders. Khamenei's death hasn't caused any void in the political leadership as he functioned as the spiritual head of the country. Even the new military leadership has issued chilling threats to Trump. Iran's army commander, Major General Amir Hatami, has said that the Iranian armed forces are united and determined to counter the US-Israeli aggression, vowing that the enemy will take the dream of enslaving the Iranian nation to their grave. Do these statements either by Pezeshkian or General Hatami give you an indication or impression that Iranians want to talk with Americans? If that's not enough, watch what Iranian security chief Ali Larijani has to say to Americans and Israelis.
ایشان هم اصرار داشتند که زندگی متعارف رو داشته باشن و هرگز نمیخواستن یک وضع متفاوتی پیدا بکنن. خب این حادثه بسیار تلخی برای ما همه ملت ایران هست. یعنی آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها با این کارشون عملاً شرایطی رو برای ایران به وجود آوردن، برای ملت ایران که باید بگیم قلب ملت ایران رو سوزاندن. ما قلبشون رو میسوزانیم. اینا باید بدونن اینطور نیست که بزنن درن. و ملت ایران در طول تاریخ گذشته از این چیزها خیلی دیده. بدتر از اینا دیده. مغول‌ها اومدن کل ایران رو شخم زدن. اما ملت ایران در مقابل اونها ایستادن. و از این جهت گرچه این حادثه خیلی تلخ است.
Like, it's very interesting, isn't it? Like, Westerners, I don't think we have this kind of inbuilt mentality. Like, Western civilization, like modern Western civilization is so young. And so like there isn't this kind of call to history that is pervasive in a lot of cultures, like what the Chinese have, what the Iranians have. There isn't this call to history almost that pervades Western thought. It's kind of like, yeah, the modern world, isn't it glorious? Like, we've been doing this stuff for a couple of hundred years. Like these guys are like, and like I believe this rhetoric to the effect that it is persuasive in a form of argumentation. Like, it's like, hey, we survived the fucking Mongols. Like, we can do it again, baby. Hey, we've had existential crises before as a people. We've got history. History is a factor here. And like, when people like in the West are celebrating, or at least like marveling, not even celebrating, let's just say marveling at the idea that Khamenei is dead, and everyone's like, oh my God, like imagine if that happened to your head of state. Like how crazy would that be? Like, well, he is kind of a figurehead. And so as I say, leader of a nation, an important leader in your nation. Like everyone's like, oh my God, that would be devastating. And like, they're kind of like, well, we knew it was coming. And like, he's a martyr. And so like their understanding of history and their relation to this conflict is so different. They see this really as, this is a war of survival. They've been here before. We've been threatened as a civilization. We got history with this stuff. And like the Ayatollah is just another one of those figures that have died for the country, died for the nation, died for our great culture, which stands the test of time. It does. He's just another martyr. Potentially, he might have even, I find this hard to believe knowing world leaders these days, but maybe he's old school. Maybe he wanted to die. He was like, yeah, fucking, I know they're going to strike and they're going to take me out. So like, I'm happy to die for the cause kind of thing. It's not like Western leaders. You wouldn't see the president of the United States being like, come and get me, boys. I've seen enough Hollywood movies. They usually save themselves while their close personal guard has to sacrifice everything for them. So like, it's there's massive cultural differences here. Oh my God, he's going to cry. Please cry. Let us taste those autocratic tears. Yeah, too bad societal evolution isn't linear. Keep up exponentially or get left in the dust. They just got Pauline's Fish and Chip Shop, R.I.P. Tagar, what are you referencing here? How you going? Respecting history or stuck in the past? Am I right? Equating the U.S. empire to the Mongol empire might bite you in the ass. But like, do you understand? You know what I'm talking about? There's a cultural difference between how like the Westerners understand things and how other cultures do. Like and like the psychology is massive. It makes a big difference. And so like if they do feel like they, this is an attack on the entire civilization, then like this isn't like the US playbook, which is like, oh, we'll strike them a couple of times and we'll call it a day. Maybe they'll come back and negotiate. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. We'll play with that. Like we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. These guys are like, the bridge isn't finished yet. We're still building here. We're ramping up.
در گذشت یک شخصیت عظیم و شأن قلب همه ما رو جریه‌دار کرده و ملت رو سوگوار کرده، ولی اون چیزی که امام رحمت الله علیه فرمود این شهادت ها مردم رو با استقامت تر میکنه، همینطور است. ملت ما از یک هوشیاری ذاتی برخوردار است و انشالله از این گردنه‌ای که ایجاد کردن ملت با سرافرازی عبور خواهد. امکانات بسیار خوبی نیروهای مسلح در همین فاصله جنگ قبلی تا جنگ فعلی فراهم کردن و با یک تجربه بسیار خوب این دو تا ظرفیت مهمی است که اقتدار ایران رو تضمین میکنه.
But Trump would have you believe that Iranians are dying for a ceasefire. The reality is that Trump is fast realizing the consequences of his massive miscalculation on Iran and wants to end this nightmare for himself. Meanwhile, another American, an Israeli poodle, Keir Starmer, has just
Did he say another American they turned to Starmer? That's pretty funny. When Bibi gets the Musso treatment, Trump will recede into his ballroom bunker. Eh? Inshallah. Do you reckon it'll get to that stage? Bibi getting the Musso treatment? Could you imagine if that's what the Israeli people ended up doing to Bibi? Spandong, yeah, they've lived through long-term empires and seen them fall. Both Ottoman and Ming rose, ruled and fell. Interesting perspective. It is interesting. Got him. Kia called out for kissing the ring.
Released a video message here in the UK announcing the change in policy for his country towards the use of British military facilities.
Ravi, can we just say, I don't think so, but let a girl dream. Like, yeah, depending on how things go here, let's just say, for argument's sake, we're staring down at the barrel of this, that Iran is like looking at this like long term. They're like, you've started this shit, now we're going to finish it. And like, they're going to unleash the fury on the region. Like, it's going to be actually Operation Epic Fury. And like, they actually unleash the fury on the region. And like, they've started off small and they're actually ramping up, and they start raining down hellfire on the region, like specifically Israel here. Like, the Israeli people won't support, I don't think so. They're not going to want to support that forever. They're not going to want to live in bunkers forever and just be like constantly hearing the air raid sound. Like, you know, you might be right. They might, you know, go after the Knesset, might go after BB as he's fucking, I can't believe he's in Germany right now. What a fucking cat. Like, he starts shit and then fucks off. That can't be right. You love it, bro. Operation Epic Fury is such a cringe name. Calzone, how you going? Do the Iranian people see the Ayatollah as a martyr? Or was that guy talking about him like MAGA talk about Trump? Like, with all the Iranian people? Probably not. Like any society, I'm sure they're fractured in their allegiances and their love for government or the regime. And so, like, yeah, not everyone. But, like, the people that do support the Ayatollah, yeah, I'm sure they think he's a martyr. Like, let's be honest. Like, if Trump actually got shot by that guy, whatever his name was, what was his name? Thomas Matthew Crooks? Like, MAGA would have held him up like a martyr, that's for sure. But, like, does Trump want to die like a martyr? I'd say no. Trump doesn't have martyr in him. The world is on the side of congestive heart failure in this one. Epstein's fury. People are calling it Epstein war. Yeah, because the Epstein class, so the American and Israeli joint ruling class, are waging war here. I've heard that one. It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, he's got his supporters. Crowds are holding pictures and crying yesterday. Yum, yum, yum. Such sweet tears. Yeah, he's definitely got supporters. For everyone who thinks that, like, it's just, you know, they were one strike away from completely being destabilized because of all the protests and stuff like that. It's like any society. There are supporters and there are naysayers, and they get out. Especially there's 90 million of them, as if they wouldn't get out. The Trumpstein war. Did Bibi really fly off to Germany in the last 24 hours or a couple of days? If yes, what is he doing in Germany? Has flown to Germany? What did happen? His official government plane flew to Berlin, but it's unclear if he was on it. What do you mean it's unclear? His plane went in Germany and he wasn't there. Who said this before? Someone mentioned this before. I couldn't believe it. Netanyahu in Germany, fact-checking claims PM fled. Regardless of their feelings about Khamenei, seeing a school or a school of children get blown up will galvanize a few. It'll definitely do that. Yeah, it's like, well, the Ayatollah's gone, but like, you know, what do we do about Israel and U.S., eh? Iran, ladies and gentlemen, we got it. If the Calzone, if the IRGC survive, then it's good timing for them, given the protests. Nothing like a foreign enemy to rally against. Yeah, maybe he's a divisive figure even in Israel, but many want to continue the eradication of non-Zionists. Propaganda and conditioning is hell of a drug. Yeah, fair enough. Me, you said it, Ravy Baby, this morning. His plane stopped in Greece first, which I would have picked as his go-to country to flee to. The plane then landed in Berlin, but no confirmation. I wonder, and like this is the way of warfare. Like, how do you reckon they found the Ayatollah? Something like Palantir, right? They would have had some intensive like program, some form of software that would have been pinpointing locations of important personnel that were needing to be struck down. That's exactly what they did in the 12-Day War. We saw missiles that go through the side of buildings to take out individuals, like with pinpoint accuracy. And so, like, maybe this is what BB is doing. Maybe BB, they have technology now from the Russians or the Chinese, or with the assistance of the Russians and the Chinese. They have AI precision weapons. And so he's like, fuck this, I gotta get out of Israel. And so like I'll land in Greece, but the plane will go into Berlin, and like the AI systems won't know where I'm at. Maybe it is legit. Now, he ain't no martyr. Hey, BB's still got a plan. He's still got a plan. I reckon that if he wasn't on it, he's banking on it being shot down and then claiming they tried to assassinate him. Yeah, it is a ballsy move getting on a plane as well, isn't it? Given the circumstances. Very ballsy. Interesting stuff. So, like, no one can confirm, or I cannot confirm nor deny.
By American jets. Fearing reprisals from Iranians, Starmer was quick to clarify that the UK was in no way involved in military strikes against Iran. But at the same time, he wants the US to use British facilities to carry out illegal strikes on Iran.
Yesterday, I spoke to...
Can't watch this guy again. Sorry. God love you, but not today. Star malicious.
British interests and British lives.
Meanwhile, Iranians have continued to pound Israeli areas with more deadly versions of ballistic missiles. What has been astonishing tonight is the fact that Israeli air defense system has turned out to be a joke. It seems it has completely collapsed.
Savage.
You can watch the videos of Iranian missiles hitting their targets in Jerusalem without any problems on our Telegram channel or upscrolled social media page. This was the scene in Jerusalem moments ago after a powerful Iranian ballistic missile hit the target. Alon Mizrahi, who describes himself as ex-Israeli and anti-Zionist Jew, said this, and I quote, "It looks like the Iranians have hit something very sensitive in Jerusalem." End quote. The situation is changing rapidly, and I hope to return.
Yeah, damn right it's changing rapidly, that's for sure. They know they have fucked up, but BB is an egomaniac. They will do anything and everything in their power to manufacture consent for this and bring the US allies to fight for them. Couldn't help but drop another South Park reference. Ah, all right. Let's have a look at Cartman's mum. In German porn. Is this safe for work stuff? Like, can I actually watch this? I might do it on the little screen. Let's have a look.
All right, let's just do what we came here to do and put a message out to kids. Okay, let's see. I gotta put out an all
Dude, so good. What the fuck is wrong with German people?
God damn, your mom sucks, Cartman. Just get to the message board.
Whenever they say Shiza, so good. Oh man, BB has ear gun roots. He knows how to coordinate consent. Oh, all right, all right, all right. Everyone, calm down. Now, there's a few targets that I actually want to have a look at here that have been hit. So like I want to have a look at a couple of other things. So we're gonna have to spend a little bit more time on this, but we're gonna have a quick break. And then we'll be back with some more. I think we're gonna have to cover this a lot of the day. I'm sorry if this is dragging on a little bit, but it's important to get some information, I guess, on this situation. And like I'm trying to get information that's outside of just the Western propaganda machine on this one. Like apart from going on to like Telegram and checking out like real footage, which I obviously can't do on streams. But like, yeah, I do want to know outside of the Western propaganda machine exactly, or like what other people are saying about this situation. But like again, like remember talking to people last week, like people coming in the stream chats, or like even hearing sources from like Fox Business or something, and they're just like Iran's got nothing. Like the story was like if the U.S. and Israel get together to strike Iran, like they'll be done in a couple of days. The regime will fall, and like it'll be the end of the Iranian regime as we know it. And it hasn't happened. So either they were just incredibly incompetent people and analysts, or they were just fucking lying. Just lying to spread their propaganda. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought? All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. Is that the spectre of Rudd behind me? It is actually. It's not the spectre. I did, like, you can potentially find this somewhere in the archives. I'm pretty sure it's unlisted on my channel now, but you can have a look at it. There's a music video that we did years ago with Kevin Rudd fighting Rupert Murdoch, which you can see there. And so, like, those are just some of the props that are left over from that video. It was a bit of fun, I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much for free. Wonder how much Rudd knew prior to his resignation. He probably knew something was coming. He'd be across all this stuff. Remember, the reason for the wall was to stop terrorist attacks on buses and cafes, not dissimilar to beeper attacks celebrated in Israel and the U.S. All right. Let us have a look at let's see if we get any. This one was interesting. I've heard some different reports on this one. So, like, it's apparently Iran's taking out, like, commercial vessels as well in the Hormuz Strait. I don't know if you've heard about this. Have you heard about this? It's sending me to think of someone robbing a bank in a Rudd mask. Yeah, it's a bit like that, actually, the style. As long as they don't look at you from the side, because it's pretty flat. Doesn't protect you unless your identity, unless they're front on. All right.
Oman's Maritime Security Center says an oil tanker has been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, injuring 4 crew. All 20 people on board were evacuated. Meanwhile, in another incident reported north of the capital, Muscat, an unknown projectile is said to have struck a vessel. There have also been Iranian drone strikes on Oman, which had been mediating indirect talks between Tehran and Washington. 2 drones hit Oman's commercial port of Doham. One of them struck a mobile home for workers, injuring 1 person. And
it's interesting, isn't it? Like, the Oman being hit by all of this, and people are like, but why? We were trying to help out. Hey, come on. We were just mediating. Obviously, they didn't do a good enough job. Although I am anti-Iran, what America and Israel did in Iran shows that they will do the same with all countries that do not agree with them. This is barbarism. We have never witnessed. This is barbarism we have never witnessed before. Razor, yo, what's up? Like, would you really go as far as, like, I get the first part of what you're saying, Razor, but, like, this is barbarism that we've never witnessed before? Like, you sure we've never witnessed stuff like this before from, like, the U.S. and its allies? They would just indiscriminately, and for such flimsy pretexts, go in and decide the fate of another sovereign nation. I would put it to you that, like, this is kind of par for the course. It's just like they used to do it better. Like, with the war in Iraq, for example, like, they really played that up for a long time. And they really talked about, this has to be done. We need to do this. They got everyone on board, like, everyone was in on it. And then they went in to Iran for the second time after they went in the 90s. But Iran attacked all the nearby countries, and that is unacceptable because the attack targeted civilian places like airports. This is not like the narrative that they said that they would attack American bases. Well, like, the only counter to that, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, is that, like, the U.S. and Israel has done the same thing in Tehran. Like, they didn't just attack military targets, they've killed civilians. And so, like, I think this strike is about, like, this retaliation is not just about attacking kind of military targets, but it's also about picking up infrastructure and, like, general operations for regional players, which seems to be what has happened. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, the Dubai airport and stuff. Also, our Saudi airspace was not used to attack Iran. So why are they attacking us? So they are wrong. Like, they're wrong. Like, you shouldn't really bring civilians into it. Absolutely. So it's wrong. But like, is it not commensurate with what has been done already by Israel and the U.S.? Also, our Saudi airspace was not used to attack Iran. So Israel didn't fly over, because from what I understand, Israel has used its air force in striking, and it didn't fly over any territory to get there. My understanding was that Israel has used its air force, and I just had assumed that it must have flown over. Can you attack your enemies, ? Directly, but not choose to attack nearby countries? But like, what if your enemies are nestled in nearby countries? Oh, Israel flied over Iraq. Oh, okay. There you go, then. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Interesting. And so, like, what's your position then on all of this, Razor? Or what is your government saying about this, or your political establishment, like whatever you want to call it, your media? Iran, eh? Bit of a wild horse, wild card. YouTube comments censored me, but it's kicking off in Lebanon with Hezbollah now. Projectiles from Lebanon trigger sirens in northern Israel. Interesting. Ha! Rad mask, okay. BB mask, hate crime. That's so good. Yeah, I'd probably get done, right? If I wore that outside, if I had a BB mask that said wanted on it, like we saw last week, I'd be in big trouble. He's in big trouble now. All right, Sven, let's have a look at what you had here. Just quickly. What's this? Hebrew media. All right, so it's just stuff coming in from Lebanon now. Razor, Saudi Arabia has always been peaceful and has never used its land to attack other countries. Therefore, it is unjustifiable to attack me because you want to target American bases. However, American bases are temporary and are no longer present in Saudi Arabia. Right. Fair enough. BB makes Trump wear the BB mask during midnight hammerings. Savage.
Oman's Maritime Security Center says an oil tanker has been attacked in the Strait of condemned the attack on Oman, saying in a statement, the state of Qatar expresses its strong condemnation of the Iranian attacks that targeted the commercial Duqm port in the sisterly Sultanate of Oman and an oil tanker off its coast, considering them a violation of the Sultanate's sovereignty, an unacceptable escalation and a cowardly targeting of a country playing an active role in mediation efforts. So, Zain, Qatar denouncing the attack very strongly there. What can we expect going forward in the region?
Well, the GCC countries are certainly closing ranks. The foreign ministers of those countries had a video conference call today as well to discuss de-escalation, to discuss how to bring stability back, and crucially to discuss the very important commercial and transport waterways, not just the Strait of Hormuz, but in the Arabian Sea and in the Gulf. Now, Iran has said in the past that if it is attacked, it will choke the Strait of Hormuz. That is what we are seeing and beginning to do now. It is also said that despite the fact that these countries in the GCC, that its neighboring countries are its close neighbors, are its partners in the region. What it continues to say is that as long as you host the United States assets, military bases, cooperate militarily with the United States, that they will consider those assets, those bases, those locations as sovereign U.S. targets that are fair game if Iran is attacked. And that is what we've been seeing. Oman was spared the beginning of this retaliation by Iran on day one yesterday. But Oman has in the past cooperated with the United States. It does have cooperation agreements for the U.S. military to use its bases and airports and airstrips. So what we are seeing now is that Iran is beginning to target Oman as well. It was the only country in the GCC yesterday that hadn't been struck on day one of Iran's retaliation after it was attacked. But we are seeing Oman being brought into the fray now as well.
Zain, thank you very much indeed. That's Zain Basrawi talking to us there from Doha. Don't miss out.
Interesting. Guess they didn't get the news that the strait is closed. Reza, Iran also claims to support affected countries like Iraq, Syria, and several Arab countries by creating hostile groups against their governments, all in order to attack Israel and America without getting involved. Iran has become accustomed to doing this by dragging its allied countries into destruction and then withdrawing from them. You can search for any country that has relations with Iran, and you will find it destroyed. And in internal and sectarian wars, like I'm assuming you mean like in the region though, like you're talking about like any countries that are like in West Asia, as opposed to like, you know, countries like China or Russia or something like that. Can you do an updated version of the music video with Trump and BB? I don't know though, because like the updated version of the music video that I'm talking about here is like I had Kevin Rudd beating the crap out of Rupert Murdoch in that video, and like this like Trump and BB one would be some weird like softcore porno, I'm sure, and I just don't know who'd be giving it to who, or maybe they'd just take turns with each other, but like they wouldn't be beating the crap out of each other. They'd be macking on for sure, but I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Interesting. Iran saw the two-faced role Oman played. Iran has the right to defend itself. And let's see if this one goes down well. And so does Oman. Interesting. What happened to Jerry Poppins? I have no idea. I haven't heard from Jerry Poppins in ages. Chairman of the court used to be here and there. Maybe he's a lurker now. I know he did get a new job, and so maybe that position means he can't join streams anymore. So like I don't know. It's a good question. I have to reach out to him, see if he's okay. And that's how the pile started. Yes, Iran problem is not with Israel and America. Iran wants to dominate the region by destroying the Arabs, becoming the dominant power in the area. This is no different from Israel occupation of Palestine. Interesting. It's an interesting take. It's like Iran wants nothing to do with any of the other Arab nations in the region. They just want to dominate the area. And so you think that like they're carrying it out, or they intend to carry out their domination of the area on the scale that Israel has done with the occupation of Palestine then, Reza. Like that's what they intend to do. And also Iran attacked Oman despite Oman being responsible for peaceful solutions with Iran. Does this justify its treachery? Well, I don't know if it justifies it, to be honest. I don't know if any of the stuff that's happened here is actually justifiable, like fundamentally. Like, should we have been in this situation at all? Absolutely not. Should the Americans and the Israelis done this in the first place? Operation Epic Fury and Roaring Lion or whatever the fuck it is. No. Should they have retaliated in this fashion exactly? No, I don't think so. Like, should it have even come to this, a retaliation strike? I would argue no, it shouldn't have even got there in the first place. But like people in the West were justifying this, like, no, tomorrow. Evil regime, They've got nuclear weapons. And like there was such a good meme that someone put in before. I think it was Dilemmas actually. It was the meme of the day almost. Where was it? Right at the start. Dilemmas was on fire earlier. Yeah. America, I'm attacking Iran because they have nuclear weapons. Why don't you attack Russia? Are you crazy? They have nuclear weapons. Like, the justifications have been fucking all over the place. And so, like, if you go in on very spurious grounds in the first place, like, you're going to get some outrageous responses to that stuff. And that's not a justification. That's just kind of the like, kind of what you could expect. Irrational provocation, irrational responses. I'd love to see some more Spectre of Mao context. Spectre of Mao short film dramatization. Yeah, I'll have to get a dress on, dye my hair red. I'll play Pauline Hanson. Actually, I'll do all the roles, and I'll play the Spectre of Mao. I'll do it all. Going deep now and talking Arab culture and caliphates. Been 1400 years of destruction there. Pali Randstein, the third option we didn't see coming. Razor. Iran and Israel are not a problem for the Arab region. Iran and Israel are a problem for the Arab region. They always cause wars and destruction in the Middle East. And all of it involves American intervention. Therefore, I hope they stay away from our region's affairs. I was a bit late for that, I'd say. I'm a Sunni and disagree with Razor. Iran promotes Shia interests, sure, but their main interest is ending foreign occupation in the Middle East. They literally promote pan-Islamic groups. There you go. I see a debate coming in the chat. There's one for you, Razor. I don't know if you can see the chat properly on the screen, but Clarice has responded to you. I like my Iran like I like my eggs. Sunni side up, eh? 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 Dilemmas is on fire. Inshallah. Thank you. Who's that? Ravy baby. Thank you very much. All right, let's see if I can get any more. It's so hard to get stuff from the Western media about the actual strikes that Iran has. It's like they don't want to broadcast it almost. Like there's heaps of stuff about what's happened to Iran, but like not from what Iran has done, kind of thing, if you know what I mean. Where are you? Oh, what about this? This is what all the Australians are worried about in this situation. We have people like worrying about the stability of the region. Australians are just like, whoa, oil prices are coming up.
There is nervousness in global trading about what the Iranian conflict could mean for oil prices and the global economy. Joining me to discuss this is Radio National Breakfast Business and Economics correspondent Carrington Clark. Carrington, what has been the impact that we've seen so far?
Yeah, the most immediate impact was on the global oil price. We did see a spike, and that is not only fear of what happens to Iran's production of oil, it's a significant player in oil markets, produces about 3 to 4% of global supply. But more importantly is its strategic position and you'll hear about this a lot in coming days, the Strait of Hormuz, which separates Iran from Oman and the United Arab Emirates. Now, the reason it's so crucial is about 20 to 25% of global oil and global natural gas supply actually traverses that corridor. It's very narrow. It's only about 40 kilometres wide at its narrowest point. But more importantly, the shipping corridor, because of the size of these vessels, is only a few kilometres wide, which means it is vulnerable as a choke point. There have been reports of ships being hit by projectiles.
XNF. Who could have seen this coming? Eh? We definitely didn't see this coming. Eh? Did we? Did we? Nostalgia Enterprises. If that's a mask, put the Rudd mask on and give us the Spectre of Rudd impression on the Iran bombing. I'll get back to you on that one. I'll get back to you, Barry. Hardcore 12ers don't view us as their twins, but many see us as brothers, especially since we have disenfranchised for over 100 years. I don't know enough about this topic to get in on this conversation, Clarice. Wookie, meanwhile in England, Labour coming third in by-election. Ooh, that is heavy, isn't it? But like, what if the by-election is in a poor seat or something like that? Not poor, but like, you know, in a seat that's not conducive to a Labour voting bloc anyway. Well, it depends who you are, right, Clarice. Lebanon and Palestine, sure. Saudis, though. UK Labour, haha, you'll never be us. Razor, America is waging this war in preparation for Israel dominance. So they are people who do not want any peace. And any potential peace with them is considered a slow suicide. They will target you after they finish because they have a vision that they are promised the greater Israel, the greater good. Ravy, yeah, hire me to stand behind you in all your streams as the Spectre of Rudd. I've nailed the laugh and everything. Okay. You get it. Of course, Spandog. But the Gulf states are viewed as enemies since they host American bases willingly, and some have normalized relations with Israel, not because they're Sunni. They've definitely, normalized relations with Israel, haven't they? It's an interesting point.
It's unclear exactly what Iran wants to occur with that strait. There were reports.
Oh, come on, Spandonk. Honestly, greater Israel, greater Palestine. Which tinfoil hat am I getting today? You don't believe that there is a need to have like a particular territory stay like kind of carved out in the area? You don't believe that? Or at least under control, let's say. Predictable. That makes sense.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards had got on the radio to order
Killer Rabbit in the house. How you go? Welcome to the stream.
Shipping companies to stay away from that strait and said that it was closed. That hasn't been officially confirmed by the regime. Iran also has an interest in keeping that corridor open because it does rely on the revenue it gets from selling its oil into global markets, particularly to China, which takes about 80% of its product. So it has an interest in...
What's cooking? Not much. Just trying to make sense of the whole Iran situation. The war on Iran, we are referring to it. It's U.S., Israel strikes and Iranian retaliation. Trying to make sense of all of it. And trying to get an understanding of stuff that comes from outside of just the Western media on this one. Because, like, very manufacturing consent like the whole story as we know it now. Captain Buck and Fredly Geordies did a video on the Iran conflict. Yes. I let me ask you, Captain Bucket, were you impressed with the video? Did you like it? Did you rate the video? Spinner, wait, sorry, do we all know history here? When Jordan invaded 1967, took the West Bank and declared the Greater Palestine. How are they not the same thing, basically? XNF Razor. What? Obviously, the Epstein Iran war is about liberating the Persian people. So good. The Epstein war. People are really referring to that as this. It's funny. Don't let me get into an argument. I'm trying to sort the tangled yarn box Panini got into. Making my mum feel old. Captain, yes, very good. Very informative. Interesting. Very good. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take that. I was chatting to Friendly Geordies over the weekend, actually. And he was asking my opinion on events. So if you liked it, all I'm going to say is I want to take credit for it. If you don't like it, then it was all Jordan. Spend on Greater Israel is specifically outlined as being from the Nile to the Euphrates. Multiple Israeli politicians have expressed interest in this project. XNF, yes, but attacking public places while claiming to target American bases is unacceptable. Yeah, I know both plans. You should watch it. I've watched like half of it. I didn't get through all of it. I was busy. But like he was making, like the first part of it, he was just making jokes about like JD Vance, I think. And like Trump being the president of peace, supposedly. Spanak, I know people on both sides want one state. What? The Epstein coalition would never harm schoolgirls.
Keeping the production going, keeping the shipping corridor open, but it also is a way of them creating pain for adversaries. So we shall see exactly how that will play out. Shipping companies themselves are making their own assessment, though. Obviously, they're interested in their assets being safe, their personnel being safe. So we've seen a drastic decline in how many ships are passing through that strait.
So good. Yes, they're very concerned about their assets being safe and their people being safe. Come on. Do they really care too much? Unless they're really highly skilled workers that are irreplaceable almost. Then they got to worry about those assets, that's for sure.
Perhaps 70% already. So the question is, how long will this conflict continue and when can that be restored? Some analysts are already suggesting we could see major rises in the cost of oil if this doesn't come to an end quickly. So that's one we're keeping an eye on. Obviously, with the scenes we're seeing in airports here in Australia, that's been playing out in the Middle East. Aviation companies are being hurt. This obviously also hurts the tourism industry in that region. So there's a lot of different factors at play here. But really, I think that the major issue for analysts at the moment is about how long this conflict continues on so that we can assess exactly what the impact is going to be.
Carrington, which countries are most financially vulnerable here?
Yeah, I think you can break it up into a few different categories. Obviously, those countries that are geographically close to Iran are most immediately vulnerable. We've seen the impact already on the United Arab Emirates, hitting the tourism industry, shutting down travel effectively to that region. But then there are also those countries that are most closely aligned. I spoke about China.
That was a great slip, wasn't it? Those companies, I mean countries. Of course they're countries. Yes, of course.
Reliance on Iranian oil. But the real risk globally is that if we see a prolonged period of high prices for oil, that will feed into higher global inflation. We could see an outbreak of inflationary pressures, and that makes it a much more complicated picture for central banks around the world on how to contain it.
Plug for the new peeps. Are there new peeps in here at the moment? If you're watching this for the first time and you're hanging out, if you're on YouTube and you haven't done already, hit the like button. 2, hit subscribe. If you're on Twitch at the moment, hit the follow. And if you'd like to come join us, we have a community on Discord where we share our propaganda. So share your propaganda too, and come hang out.
Donald Trump suggesting this could be a 4-week campaign. we know historically these things can get out of control very quickly. And although markets were expecting some sort of conflict, given the build-up of American military strength in the region, I think the size of these strikes has caught many people unaware. And now, of course, that risk of further escalation, of whether or not we will see Iran and the United States and Israel back off, or whether or not you're going to see further escalation if they look for full-scale regime change. So for Australia, where we are relatively isolated from this conflict, our aviation companies are impacted, obviously. There are Australian companies involved in oil and gas production. They might actually see a rise in value as people bet on oil prices staying higher for longer. But we are not completely immune to what happens over in that region. And global inflationary pressures could also impact Australia as well. So this is one to keep an eye on for us here. Obviously, most immediately impacts those people who have been stranded or had holiday plans interrupted. But we will be watching this carefully. I know the Reserve Bank will be watching this carefully to see what this might mean, particularly when it comes to inflationary pressures.
That's all I've been worried about. It's like, how's it going to impact me? How's it going to impact Australia? Are we going to have inflationary pressures? Anyone own any oil businesses in Australia? Apparently your stock is about to go up as people scramble because they can't get oil through the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. So, hey, if you've invested in Australian oil, you're going to be laughing. XNF, oops. Backing off isn't working. Clarice, Israel is claiming the main objective is regime change. Yeah, I think that's what the US is saying as well. Like, what's the ultimate objective here? Like, what? Like, you know, will the US win in Iran? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what do they want? And like, they want a regime change. They don't want the Islamic Republic there anymore. I think they made that quite clear. They don't want the revolutionary government there anymore. And they'd be happy to plunge the country into chaos to do that. Not all oil companies, depends on where they are in the supply chain. Some will hurt. Yes, sorry, you're right. But like he did say, like any oil, like Australian production companies, I should clarify. I think that's what he was referring to. Ravi, we need a list of who has bought / sold shares regarding the conflict. Nostalgia, when's the Friendly Geordies Mystery crossover episode? I think we're going to do a stream together pretty soon, actually. I just got to figure it out with him because it's really hard. Like, he's just constantly out touring or filming, and or like we feel like we have something and he's just like, oh, I got to reshoot something. So it's coming. It's coming, but it'll be a live stream. That's for sure. Spend with the amount of mines I heard they are deploying, I'm not surprised it's closed. Well, then they have full intention to completely shut the fucking thing down then. This isn't like posturing. They're just going to shut the strait down. The strait's offline. They're going to fill it with mines. My God. Ravi, we are enacting regime change within the anti-Semitic terrorist supporting states of Australia. Uh-oh. If they push too far, Russia and China are going to join the fun. Do you reckon? Like, I just don't see that happening. Like, as in, not directly. Like, they're going to provide support, for sure. And they already are, let's be honest. But, like, will they get their hands dirty? I don't know if they'll risk actual war with the US on this one. Like direct warfare. Like so far, they're in proxy war with the US, the Russians at the moment through the Ukraine. And like everyone pretends like it's not America and Russia that are fighting each other with Ukraine as kind of the... Holy shit. That was crazy. My sign's coming down. The blue tack is dying. Let's get the fuck out of me. Yeah, everyone kind of pretends like US and Russia aren't fighting already. And China they definitely don't want to get pulled into a conflict directly. So how far would they have to push to actually get Russia and China involved? That's an interesting question. XNF oil extraction and transportation will likely benefit XNF, and many of those publicly traded companies were spiking in price leading up to this. Jack, I think Putin welcomes it, so the US get distracted with something else, and China will help in the background, but I don't see either of them getting involved directly. Yeah, I think, if it's true that like the Americans and the Israelis are actually depleted in terms of their overall munitions, let's say, and they don't have the supply lines or the production capacity to really do a long scale conflict here. They don't have the productive capacity to keep restocking. Like this could cripple the Americans, or like at least cripple their plans to continue to be able to contain Russia and China. Let's say, like keep Russia occupied in Ukraine and keep China like kind of within its own boundaries in like the South China Sea, let's say. They could really cripple their ability to maintain control over Russia and China, containment of Russia and China. And like let's just say America spends all of its resources or a large amount of its resources here, then like China has free reign to kind of do what it's wanted for a while, I would say. Like, you know what I mean, right? Taiwan, reunification, etc., etc., etc. The specters are trying to escape. Yeah, just fucking hell. Mao is in the background there somewhere, like pushing over my signs. Hey, the specter's coming. It's trying to escape. Sign falling off the wall. Spectre of Mao strikes again. You're haunted, bro. I know. This will be America's version of the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, to be a turning point for the Soviet Union, won't it? It's really a sign of things going south. To be honest, I don't think China gets directly involved in anything over the next decade unless it's Taiwan. When it's not even getting involved, is it? Because they're just reunifying. The mainland with the island. This is my island. Clarence, this will be so much worse than Afghanistan. Whoa, what a call that is. Could you imagine if this was worse? Jeez. No bounce back from that one. As in China supplies Iran with weapons? Like if you're asking me, I think China has actually been supplying. Apparently, though, Iran was getting anti-missile defense weapons from China. They've just bought them, and they're stocking themselves up with this type of technology, like before all the strikes went down. I heard that. I don't know if it's true. Whose propaganda that was. Rather, China is banking on being the new world order leader with a message of stability in global trade. They won't be taking any risks. Yeah, you got to have a squeaky clean image when you're the rising superpower. Once you're in top spot, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But like people got to trust you for you to rise up, right? I call it a Taiwan move yesterday. I called a Taiwan move yesterday too. Interesting. Sure, though also information like satellites and recon. Yeah, they're definitely providing intel at the moment. Give it a week. Well, Spandog, could that be as big as Avalava's call from last week? All right, give it a week. Spandog thinks that Taiwan's going to be a new situation. Who are you going to call? Mao Busters? Yeah. Save my sign, Mao Busters. Oh, yeah, I agree with you there. And they already are, but I think it's about all for the foreseeable future, in my opinion. He's not for your rights at work. Just Mao's rights at work. Worse than the graveyard of empires? I don't know. Well, Iran is well prepared in terms of production, so they don't need the weapons imports that Ukraine does. Yes, Yes, apparently they're covered, especially with drones, right? I don't know if they have all the inputs, but they definitely can produce. But like in terms of more advanced technology, like missile technology or anti-missile technology, I think they are kind of getting assistance, let's say, from the US, except from the US. Oh my God, from China and Russia and stuff. China's huge arms dealer, man. Like huge arms dealer. Israel gets stuff from China. Like many of the places in West Asia get weapons from China. Hey, that's how you know they're good old state capitalists. They'll denounce the war and military aggression while making bank off it at the same time. Yeah, if that is the case, then I agree. Your analogy makes sense. Taiwan will just be like Hong Kong. China has sold Iran anti-ship missiles. Okay. Can we invest in weaponizing kangaroos? I don't know, man. I'd go there. It's like in Austin Powers, how Dr. Evil constantly wants sharks with laser beams on their heads. Let's go with that. Weaponizing kangaroos. I'm not even sure Iran has reduced overall munitions since this started. It's more like they're just rotating the older stuff as they add new units. That's what I've heard. So they can sustain that indefinitely. I've heard they're just kicking through the old stuff, their older stock at the moment. And they haven't even gotten into their new, more shiny items. Well, the emus have a good track record in war. Yeah, let's start with the emus first, then the kangaroos. They are a sovereign species after we lost the war. Iran is more industrialized and has twice the population in a larger territory with similar terrain. Spinock, I ate one of their eggs once. Was that an emu war crime? Emu propaganda? Oh, Heidi the sausage in the house. How you going? That's just dirty emu propaganda. Nostalgia. You and Freddie Jolly should do a stream where you paint specters of Mao together in the garden and discuss communism and ghost stories. Oh my God. Yeah, I'd love to, do a fucking painting session. We'll have a glass of wine and paint Mao specters all over the place. Just wait until the Emu War 2.0. Emu Ganda. Oh God, they're coming for you. Coming for me. I can't believe there's Emu Ganda. I can't believe there's specters in here watching me.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard is sending radio transmissions to ships, warning them that, quote, no ship is allowed to pass the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the EU's naval mission, whose operations aim to protect international shipping from attacks. The Strait of Hormuz is a vital export route for the Gulf's biggest oil producers, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Around 20% of the world's crude oil flows through it. Experts have warned that even a limited disruption could spike energy prices and fuel inflation. I'm now joined by DW Stephen Beardsley from
crazy,
our
business. Like it fucks everyone up in the world but the US. It's so good. Like the US doesn't need the fucking oil that comes out of that strait, but it will screw things up for other countries, like big time. Fuel, inflation, get it? Get it? I see what they did there. I see. That's pretty good, actually. It's gonna fuel inflation.
Business team, Stephen.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Tell us more about the impact.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is a geographical choke point and obviously an economic choke point in global energy shipments. And the thing is, it's not just crude oil and crude oil products, it's also natural gas, a significant amount of which comes out of Qatar. So much of what's coming out of the Strait of Hormuz is headed towards Asia, actually. So it's going to impact China, South Korea, India in particular, if there is any shortage. As far as we know, tankers are avoiding the strait right now. That means that there is certainly going to be a reaction on markets when they open. That's what we expect.
What do you mean by tankers are avoiding it? How? Are they going around, or are they just sort of hanging out in the ocean seas?
Tankers will either hang out on the ocean seas. They'll most likely seek port, to be honest, right? When there's uncertainty, because it's such a narrow choke point, because you have this convergence of maritime waters right there in such a short amount of distance, the better thing is to wait in port until something happens or to not enter in the first place. That's what we're seeing more of. Insurers are already jacking up prices, canceling policies, basically saying this is not for us to cover. Tankers get the message. They're not going to do it.
And what about the wider regional and global economy? What is the impact there? How are the markets reacting?
The markets are going to react first when it becomes later later Sunday U.S. time is when we're going to see oil traders start to really digest everything that they've seen right now. We expect that prices will rise, and sharply, and that is because, again, this is a choke point, because tankers are already avoiding it, and because markets have already been eyeing this for a while. The fact of the matter is that oil markets have actually had a lot of slack in them over the past year. There's been more supply than demand. And so we've seen the international benchmark Brent hover around $60 a barrel. That's gone up recently to about the low 70s because of this risk premium put in, because of what's going on in Iran, because traders are looking at it and saying, well, something could happen there. Now we're seeing a very broad attack. We're seeing something that's more significant than what happened last year. We're seeing the spiritual leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, has been killed. That raises more questions. The Strait of Hormuz is said to be closed. We know tankers are avoiding it. All of this is going to be priced in. It's likely that prices are going to rise significantly. They could look at what's going to happen with this regime, what's going to be its approach towards oil exports in the future. Remember that Iran is not just, it doesn't just control this passage or seek.
Don't forget to turn the lights off, people. Hey, we're going to go through a fucking energy crisis. You and Geordie's on the stream with Boy as Spectres. Well, careful, Ravy. That much Aussie left wing together. And Butterfield, Cyber Dingo, Avi Yemeni. And who was the guy that we watched last time? Something Harris Sultan. Hey, if they stream together just to balance it out. Right, so imagine if we enter World War III and Germany defeats America. Anyone in the world, everyone in the world will have to put up a picture of imagine if we entered into World War III and Germany defeats America. That's an interesting take there. I'd like the direction of the World War III thing. You know, I do think that this is one of those moments, right? That are like instrumental in, like, we'll look back in 10 years time and it's just like, yeah, that's where it started, baby. Or like, that was it. That was a significant point that led us all deeper into World War III, and we're in World War III potentially, and we don't even know it. Like, you don't call it a world war at the time, or like straight away. It takes a while to develop. I'm Team Emu. Timu. The emus are compromised. Clarice, this is already worse than Afghanistan. We have 3 killed in action and 5 seriously injured within the first 36 hours. Don't forget to turn the lights off. I read that.
To control this passage. It also ships out considerable amounts of products on its own to China, for example, to other nations. So you're taking off a world supplier potentially. We don't know if oil facilities have been hit, to what extent they're capable of exporting. We also don't know about natural gas, if it's going to move at all. There are just no alternatives to moving this stuff beyond the Strait of Hormuz. The land options are not great. So it promises to be a hefty reaction on the markets. The big question is going to be how serious and how long is this going to be the case?
And beyond oil, I imagine it sounds like there's going to be higher prices across the board, both in the United States and globally, as in the big I word, inflation.
That's right. Oil is still the lifeblood of the global economy. It's incredibly important for producing, for shipping, for the cost of labor. People who drive to work every day, they're going to feel what happens to gas prices. Regardless of whether you're receiving oil that's come from the Strait of Hormuz, global prices as a whole will be affected from it. When you take oil off the market, then suddenly you have less to do, right? You have less to work with. Prices are going to go up if demand stays the same. And that's what's being expected. The question is, how big of a crunch is it going to be? We know that OPEC is going to meet later on Sunday. And it's probable that they could extend capacity, they could increase capacity to try and offset what's being taken off the table. There are secondary, tertiary effects of this. Think about Russia. From a European perspective, we've seen that the Russian economy has struggled recently because they can't make as much money off of oil production. What happens when the price of a barrel of oil rises significantly? Then the Russian economy starts to look a little bit different, right? But obviously, the inflationary aspects of this, another aspect we haven't talked about is the reaction of the Houthi, the Yemeni Houthi rebels. They've threatened, they are aligned with Iran. They've threatened to also be active in terms of threatening shipment going into the Red Sea. That's less oil shipment, that's more cargo shipment heading towards Europe. That could also put an inflationary reaction there. It could be an inflationary aspect that hits Europe as well. This is on top of recent tariff uncertainty, new tariff uncertainty going on right now. So the deck is being reshuffled again when it comes to inflation. And you have to expect that this could be serious.
Stephen, I have one last question very quickly. How long will everyone feel the impacts of all of this?
That's impossible to say. We just don't know what's going on because the depths of these strikes, what we've seen right now with the spiritual leader being taken out of a major oil producing country, we just don't know what's going to happen in terms of what their capacity is, what if there was a new regime, what its stance towards oil exports would be. We'll have to see.
There's a new DW Business.
The West struggles with their analysis of stuff, don't they? Like massively struggles. Beirut's been hit. Okay. In what regard? I guess because wasn't it just last week? I think it was last week they were telling people to get out of Beirut. Maybe the Australians. We were telling people to get out of Beirut. The Americans are telling their people to get out of Beirut. It's like they knew this was coming. Okay. Don't even need to look back for Shias. It'd be like if someone did an airstrike on the Vatican and killed the Pope. To be honest, I feel like everyone is aware this is World War III potential, regardless of what country you're in. Yeah. Ravy baby, always one step ahead. Ravy, when they talk about regime change, I just think of Greenland citizens being interviewed like, please don't make us American, please. Never let them know your next move. One moment they see a cute little furry duck. Next, a spiky ankle with its platypus. Ankle, it's a platypus. Stop! XNF, still a rare case of non-idiotic commentary from the establishment media. Kill Rabbit, Israel has been hammering Lebanon past couple of hours. Interesting. So, is that in response to what you showed before then, Spandonk? That, something came in from Lebanon, some strike came in from Lebanon somewhere, and now Israel's fully justified in maintaining its war of aggression on Lebanon. There was a drone attack from Lebanon 7 hours ago, yeah. So we are led to believe. Man, I'm sick of living through major historical events. Can we just have a good 10 years of chill? Yeah, can we not go back to what? A simpler time where conflicts were somewhere else and we didn't know what was going on. Yeah, now it's on. Oh, it's on now. It's fucking on. Interesting. Israel don't really need an excuse though. To strike Lebanon. Do they really need an excuse? Come on. They just do this stuff for the fun of it. Oh, it's breakthrough news? Spandonk? Breakthrough news? That's surprising.
هيدي الضربة أول ضربة هيدي تاني ضربة هون يا ساتر يا رب ايه هون يا هيدي الضربة أول ضربة.
Interesting. I wonder if they're going to try and blame this one on Iran. There's dome Iranians. We've had to do this to Lebanon now. Can't you see? We had to do this. Israel be wanting to wipe out Hezbollah now and expand further into Lebanon. It's like, again, like they were already doing this anyway. It's like, did they need much more of a justification? It's like all our eyes are on Iran, so we're just going to quickly take a little bit more territory. No one's seen anything. All right, we're back to it. Okay. It was one thing saying you were targeting Hezbollah in the south, but it is an escalation for sure, like massively. But like that's what I was asking you about before, like the footage that you sent through. There's like what some stuff that have come from and hit northern is not rail, and so it's come from Lebanon. Now they can justify escalation. Iran made us do it. They came and pressed the button and left. Yeah. We had to attack Beirut. I have friends in Beirut. Yeah, I'm worried. There's probably a lot of Australians that would have friends in Beirut.
Now, those wide-ranging Iranian counterstrikes have struck countries across the entire Gulf region, and many of them host American bases. Tehran views all U.S. interests, bases, and centers of influence as legitimate targets as it responds to the joint military attacks on its territory by the U.S. and Israel.
Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, is a premier destination for the ultra-rich, a safe haven, insulated from regional conflicts. There are no bomb shelters or bunkers here. It's about luxury stores and buildings. But that bubble was shattered.
Oh my God! Lord Jesus!
After the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. A luxury hotel on the iconic Palm Island was one of the buildings hit when Iran launched its salvo of retaliatory strikes. The UAE says more than 136 ballistic missiles and 200 drones were fired at its territory. It managed to intercept most. A senior UAE diplomat called it misguided for Iran to attack its neighbors, saying it only served
Jesus. Yeah, you heard that part, did you? Yeah. Interesting call. Wrong country, mate. He doesn't service that particular place. Clarice, they hit a RAF base in Cyprus. Heidi, haven't they been through enough though? Yeah, I know, right? Haven't they been through enough? I'm just finding out apparently we had a jihad New South Wales 1915. Who knew? Yeah, who knew? Regular streamers I watch have been bombed while on stream. It's terrifying. But do you remember last year when we were watching the events of the 12-day war and there was the Iranian news anchor and she's like sitting there speaking and like they hit it. They hit the news station and like the roof caves in while she's speaking and then like the cameraman runs over and stuff. It's incredible. Jeebus. That's a decent amount of fire. What do they say? Hundreds of missiles they shot at Dubai?
to further isolate Tehran at a critical moment. This escalation only reinforces the narrative that Iran is the primary source of danger in the region, says Anwar Gargash in a post on X. Deal with your neighbors with reason before the circle of isolation and escalation widens. A volley of Iranian missiles was also...
I was watching a few live streams last night about the war and the comment section was just full of religious debate. Seems to be iconic for this part of the world. Got to give that Iranian woman props. Don't agree with her at all, but she read the end of the damn news. You should have seen it, man. Like she just like it went off behind her and she was just like, whoa. And she like stood up and walked off the camera. Like if that had happened to me, I would have been like, like screaming and stuff like that, jumping for my goddamn life. She just got like, it just hit behind her and she casually was just like, oh, I guess we're finished for the day. Hey, I'm going to go home now. I believe they should have 500 missiles and drones at the UAE. Damn. Respect. She came back and she finished. That's fucking mental, isn't it? I wonder how much stuff have they got?
Intercepted over Qatar, which hosts the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. The government in Doha called the attacks a flagrant violation of its sovereignty and said it reserved the right to respond. Like Qatar, the UAE hosts U.S. troops in the Middle East. Iran says these...
So good. I love these maps, isn't it? Like, look at all these... Look at Iran putting itself so close to all these US bases. So good. I remember on the other side, all the fucking US bases over here as well. Iran. What are they thinking? Why don't they just color the entirety of Israel for as a US base? That's not fair.
Gulf states are fair game for its retaliatory strikes. Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan have also been targeted by Iranian drones and missiles. In Amman, ministers from Jordan and Syria held a joint press conference to condemn Iran's attacks on its neighbors.
I reiterate, in light of the ongoing regional events, our strongest condemnation of the targeting of Jordanian territory by Iranian missiles, as well as the targeting of the territories of other brotherly Arab states.
The strikes and counterstrikes have led several countries to close their airspace.
The problem isn't how many projectiles they have, it's the launchers. They were probably running out of launchers quickly. Okay. If Congress can get the judiciary to rule on the actions actually being official war, then they can pull the plug and impeach if he gets in the way. I'm guessing that's their plan. Oh, interesting. Wow.
In the Middle East, stranding tens of thousands of passengers wanting to fly into and out of the region.
Giorgio Cafiero is the CEO of Gulf State Analytics and an adjunct assistant professor at Georgetown University. So how damaging exactly are Iran's counterstrikes for relations with its neighbors?
Thank you so much for having me on your program. To answer your question, the manners in which Iran is choosing to retaliate to the American and Israeli aggression, in my opinion, will do quite a bit to damage Iran's relationships with GCC countries. Now, at this point, Iran's retaliatory attacks have targeted all 6 of the GCC members. That's very significant, especially when one considers that the Sultanate of Oman, the lead mediating state in the Gulf, was also targeted by Iran. We are seeing very strong statements coming from the Gulf Arab statesmen, making it very clear that Iran's aggressive behavior toward them and Iran's violations of their sovereignty are unacceptable breaches of international law. The message is very clear that these countries were trying to avert this conflict. They were working day and night to try to...
That's a lot of the rhetoric that we have been hearing, though, today. Heidi the sausage. It's Iran's fault for defending itself. Yeah. Like, there's questions over, like, the extent, like, I think Razor will talk to you about this, Heidi the sausage, like, the extent of the retaliation. Like, does it need to be doing anything but US bases? Does it need to be attacking anyone, like, any countries outside of the American bases themselves? Okay, they got an American base. Like, are those American bases really active? Like, do they deserve to be targeted as well? You could argue about that for days, but, like, you know, there's been a lot of framing about the evil regime striking people indiscriminately. It's like, well, they said they were going to do it, and they are able to retaliate. Like, if there's anything in international law about this type of stuff, it's like, if someone attacks you, you actually are justified in retaliation. Now, what that retaliation looks like is the $1 million question. But, like, I don't know, you can't fault Iran for wanting to defend itself. Especially considering the fact that it happened again during negotiations. Like, they were supposed to be negotiating in Geneva again. That was still ongoing. And then America and Israel have just basically gone in and killed Khamenei. the religious leader, the ceremonial leader of the state, whatever you want to call it. They've just taken him out, supposedly, while they're still negotiating. Americans and their negotiations. God, it's crazy. Iran's response is showing that Iran expects this to be a regional war. They are harming the industries of collaborator states. They're literally surrounded by US bases. They want the engagement. No, all right? Stop saying that. Iran put its borders near US bases, all right? It's Iran's fault for getting too close. Maybe Qatar. The defense ministry is saying that they are deploying fighter jets to shift from intercepting missiles over the city of Doha to shoot them down over the waters of the Gulf. Interesting. American bases, those countries are more likely to fight for their own goals rather than specifically supporting America. Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a survival thing, isn't it? Spanog, well, you don't respond to negotiations and start dropping 300 mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I think we know your answer. Sorry. Well, when you don't respond to negotiations and start deploying 300 mines in the Strait of Hormuz, I think we know your answer, LOL. The US can get a dog up them. How many false peace negotiations have been used as lures? Japan fuel shipments have been impacted by the intercepted missiles. So it seems, yeah, Asia is really going to suffer as a result of this. India and Asia. Like, I guess that's where the stuff is going, isn't it? As it's coming out and making its way through the Indian Ocean. Why wouldn't it be coming and going, like, kind of in that direction? Asia's going to take a hit. Asia's going to take a hit big time. And so what have we done? We've done the calcs on this now. Venezuela was like giving, I think 15% of China's oil was coming from Venezuela. No, it was 5% of China's oil was coming from Venezuela. And 15% comes from Iran of China's oil. And so like 20% of China's oil will be affected now from recent US activity on Venezuela and Iran. Like a fifth of their oil. And people are like, it's just a fifth, who cares? But like fifth for a country with like 1 billion people in it. And like, yeah, they've got alternatives, but it's like still, it's a good way of crippling or like at least pissing off your adversaries. That's for sure. China's been building up an oil reserve for many months now. Well, they are the home of planned economies. So they should be. Yes, my bad, of course. Iran bad. Iran bad, man bun bad. No, it's not true. It's not true. I will deprogram you. Global South is where it's at, y'all. China has been building up oil reserves for many months now. They might sell you some. We'll see. Hey. Iran can still export through the north, but yeah, it definitely isn't ideal for them. Why go over the land if you don't have to? All of a sudden, China having half as many launches as they do missiles makes sense. Is that true? Or you just like, or is that just a funny speculation there? They're just jealous. They're just jealous. All right, we're gonna get some commie analysis on this one. All right, strap yourselves in. We're gonna go to the commies for this one. Let's have a look here. So this is a channel called like I think Indian Leftists, Indian Left Global or something like that. Is that the one? Indian and Global Left. And so like they've interviewed an Iranian, I think professor, I want to say, Professor Mohammad Marandi. And like he's given kind of a take on the situation from an Iranian perspective. Like I know we've been going at this fucking all day now, but like I still haven't heard one Iranian perspective in all of this. We've heard from the Gulf states, we've heard from the West. I haven't heard from Israel exclusively. Maybe we'll have to have a look at Israel. But like I haven't heard an Iranian perspective on this situation, apart from like releases they've put out, like, you know, they took out 500, they've killed or they've injured, there's 500 US casualties, let's say, as a result of their strikes on American bases and assets. But like, I haven't heard an Iranian perspective. So like, let's all sit down and have a look at this Iranian perspective. Oh, you don't watch commie propaganda. You buckle yourself in and feel the G's. This is the guy who the Iranian streamer said pumps state propaganda. Okay. Pumps the propaganda from the state. All right, well, let's see what they have to say. Oh shit, I'm buckling extra hard. This dude is something else. Too much Iran. It's always an Iranian person with an American Philly accent. What's rough for Iran, and probably Russia too, is that China would choose the global economy over them if it came down to it. No, he don't pumps. He is the IRGC propaganda. Well, it's time to get some IRGC propaganda, hey? Yeah, this is the guy he streams, right? Yeah. He was streaming with some other people just yesterday. The circulated number is that they have 3,000 missiles and 1,500 launches. Sounds ridiculous, but after seeing what is happening in Iran, that is not overkill. All right, let's do this.
Hello and welcome to another episode of India and Global Left. If you are new to the show, please hit that subscribe button. Also consider becoming a YouTube member, a Patreon, or donate small amount given in the link in the description box. Without further ado, let me welcome our guest tonight, Professor Mohammad Marandi. Professor Marandi teaches at the University of Tehran. Professor Marandi, welcome back to India and Global Left.
Talking about
Thank
Marandi.
you very much for inviting me.
Yeah. Well, like, let's just, everyone's like so quick and it's just like, oh my God, it's evil Iranian propaganda. But like, fair enough. It's time to give the Iranians a chance to feed us with their propaganda. It's been nothing but Western and Gulf propaganda all day long. Let's get some Iranian propaganda.
Always a pleasure.
The world has witnessed the U.S.-Israel joint attack on Iran. How would you describe the attack?
It was expected. The Iranians know that the United States government is completely dishonest. Completely dishonest.
His father was Khamenei's doctor himself, and is the nuclear negotiations advisor. I personally like hearing his POV. Was just saying that Iranian dude we had that one night was not a fan of this guy. Ah, interesting. I wonder what happened to that Iranian dude as well. Like, he came onto Discord and was like, so where do I like put my proof of identification? And then like we never heard from them again. But yeah, interesting. I don't think there's a few people in here that aren't a fan, Jag, it would seem. Too much of that Iranian state propaganda. I prefer my manufacturing consent machine. I want it done by corporate media as opposed to the state.
And we saw that before the 12-day war as well. As the Iranians were negotiating with the United States, the U.S. was conspiring, Trump was conspiring with Netanyahu to carry out a blitzkrieg attack. So this time around during the negotiations, before this last round of negotiations, when the U.S. Vice President went out and started behaving like 2003, talking nonsense about Iran moving towards their signs that Iran is developing a nuclear weapon, and Witkoff said that Iran is a week away from assembling a nuclear bomb. When they said that, then I think people were pretty confident, people who I interact with were pretty confident that they were going to attack. And then so when the Omani minister went to Washington and spoke about progress and showed optimism.
He went on Piers Morgan and got obliterated by Goldie. Who's Goldie? I need all that sweet, sweet propaganda. Nom, 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 nom.
think that actually had the reverse effect, and people here were confident that this would lead to a U.S. strike because the powers that have the people that have the real power in the United States, they don't want peace. They are Israeli firsters. They are the Epstein class. They're Zionists. And so
all those people they're calling it Epstein's war, hey, you're just spitting out Iranian propaganda. So they're the Epstein class. It's the Epstein class. If you're new here, subscribe and like the stream. Yeah, do that. And follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Goldie, Gomari. Okay, I don't know. These people. The Epstein class Zionists. There it is. He's not wrong, Svandonk. He's not wrong. He's on it. The Epstein class. I like that. Okay. It's just a distraction. All of this is just a distraction from the files. I knew it.
When the attack took place, the Iranians, I think, overwhelmingly, from my anecdotal experience and from what I've heard from others, people were not really surprised. And that's why they were really unable to do what they did during the first day of the previous war, where they were able to murder a lot of senior officials and senior academics and scientists, along with their families, of course, and their neighbors, because they would slaughter entire people in entire apartment blocks. So they didn't have that success this time around. Of course, this time it's both the United States and the Israeli regime. Iran's firepower, I think, is quite significant.
Mirandi referred to Epstein class before I did, but not the Epstein-Iran war, nor Operation Epstein Fury. Yeah, it's so good. Operation Epstein Fury. But like that's the general vibe of it, though, isn't it? It's like the Epstein class, it's the Epstein war, it's the joint American-Israeli upper classes that are all basically Zionists. Am I allowed to say that word anymore? I don't know if I am. They're all Italian uncles. They're all Zios. And so it's the Epstein class. So good. It's the Epstein war. Epstein-Iran war. Epstein's war on Iran. Well, where's my checks then? Cost of living is a bitch now. Voldemort's. I was just wondering where you were, Dilemmas. I manifested you. That's how you pull him out. You extract him. I knew he was in here lurking.
But what is interesting is that Iranian generals have been saying that we're using old weapons. And from what we're seeing, striking buildings in the Persian Gulf, these are very old Iranian drones. None of them are the new generation drones. And the missiles that are being fired at the Israeli regime, they are old missiles, built 10, 15, perhaps some of them more than 15 years old. So they're dirt cheap for Iran, but they force the Israelis and the Americans to use up their anti-aircraft missiles, which are very expensive. And that allows the Iranians in future to be able to use their more advanced capabilities. Most of Iranian underground bases have not been used, just like during the previous war, because Iran is planning, obviously, for a long war. The Persian Gulf, the Iranians have not closed yet, but apparently ships are not passing through the Persian Gulf out of fear. Obviously, anyone who knows the Persian Gulf region, they know that it's very easy for the Iranians to block it permanently. And what is even more dangerous for the global economy is if the ships and the tankers and the oil and gas installations are destroyed. Because if they're destroyed, if there is a ceasefire or halt in hostilities in a week's time or in a month's time or in 3 months,
Oh, no. It's like doing a podcast with Kareem for us.
it could have a very permanent effect. So the longer this continues, the greater chances there are that the destruction in the Persian Gulf will be permanent. At the moment, ships are not passing through the Strait of Hormuz. They're probably too afraid to, because it's very narrow. And you can hit the ships without using missiles. You can hit them with very light weapons. So as the war continues, this is going to drive the price of oil up. And if Iran decides to shut the Strait of Hormuz, it'll drive the prices even higher. But if the war intensifies, then Iran will have to destroy the ships and the tankers and the oil facilities and the gas facilities. If that happens, then let's say we have a ceasefire a week from now, or a month from now, or 3 months from now, or a halt in hostilities. There will be no oil or gas to go through. There will be no ships to take them. And so the damage that's already going to be done to the global economy and the US economy and the Iranian economy, of course, is significant, but it is going to get much worse. And as I said, if the assets in the Persian Gulf are destroyed, then I think that the damage is going to be so great that it's not something we can really calculate. And these Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf have only themselves to blame. They hosted US bases. They can't have their cake and eat it too. These bases were being used to conspire against Iran until today, and they're still being used against Iran. And sadly, this is the reality of our region. The countries in the Persian Gulf, as well as Turkey, AWACS planes are flying, NATO AWACS planes are gathering intelligence against Iran over Turkish airspace. US bases in Turkey are being used against Iran. In Jordan, the US jets, US defensive and offensive capabilities are centered. So all these countries are.
And so what did you say before, Razor, if you're still here? You said that Saudi Arabia has actually not been involved. So like Jordan, like even Turkey is involved with all of this, like providing information. Oman has been kind of involved in this situation. Qatar, obviously, with the major US base there. But like Saudi Arabia, they shouldn't have been touched. They haven't done anything in this recent round. And so Iran shouldn't have struck them. But he's just like, well, as soon as you put a US base there, you've basically done a deal with the devil. So like, you know, you're up for strikes. So why don't they attack Turkey? Yeah, like it's an interesting question, actually. Maybe they're working up to that. Like Turkey seems to be like, you know, a bit of more of a formidable opponent, though, you'd have to say, right?
In the US camp.
They don't do
Whereas the axis of resistance is on the other side. But the point is that these tiny Arab family dictatorships are too vulnerable to do anything about Iran. And if push comes to shove, these regimes will collapse. And I don't think any of them will really ever recover.
Oh, yeah, Turkey is in NATO, isn't it? Yeah, you don't want to touch NATO. Eh? Interesting.
Done. Dubai will never be Dubai again, for example.
I'll come back to some of the possibilities and implications of Iranian response, but if we could discuss for a bit.
Yeah, Article 5. Yeah, it works really well for fucking Denmark. Tell them about Article 5. Am I right? Am I right? Trump, I'm going to take Greenland and I'm going to do it by force. Fuck NATO. Fuck Article 5. What do you do when Article 5 covers both parties? Do you remember like the simpler days? Like, I don't know, like a month or two ago when we used to talk about fucking Greenland. Do you remember when that was a thing? And we spent hours looking at how like the US might take Greenland? Look at us now, huh? I'm from Denmark. Yeah, well, we spent a lot of time looking into this. And like, it didn't seem like it was important back then. A bit of NATO on NATO action, am I right? Hey? Does NATO even mean anything anymore? I don't know. Fucking ask America. Apparently not. Anyone that suits them. Israel bombs Beirut after Hezbollah fires rockets. Is this what we saw just before? Oh no, this is a different one. Says Ravi baby. Show us what you got. Ravi baby.
ساتر يا رب ايه هون
إسرائيلي غارتين هون وغارات بهذيك الميلة غارات عنيفة جدا داخل الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت
Al Jazeera. This one's Al Jazeera, yeah. International money laundering scheme? What, NATO? Yeah. Greenland. I don't want to play with them anymore. It feels like that, doesn't it?
About the nature and scale of
what's the situation with Greenland? Killed rabbit for us, nothing, basically nothing. The US already have the base, full base on Greenland. This is just rhetoric from Trump to get more access and get Denmark to enforce more defense spending, in my opinion. Interesting. NATO follows international law. America enforces international law. LOL, do they though? It does if anyone outside NATO threatens NATO. America is lawless. Rogue state. That's what you're supposed to say when you talk about them in the context of being lawless. Just say rogue state. If you're like our friend before, you call them a terrorist state. An evil regime. NATO means something if the overlord, being America, says so. If America wants to put pressure on their vassals, they can ignore it. But they want to attack a foreign enemy, they will force the alliance.
The Israeli-U.S. attack, given the media propaganda in the West about it. Talk about the number of cities or provinces in Iran that have been attacked, and particularly the elementary girls' school in Minab in the southern province of Hormuzgan in Iran.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wrote it down. Yes, until an hour ago, the latest casualty figures for those school children, elementary school girls, was 85 dead. And it's extraordinary. They wiped out the school children, the girls at that school in a small city. It's unbelievable. This is just one example.
Rogistan sounds like a dope name for a country. That's pretty fucking good, actually. I'll pay that. We'll call that America is now Rogistan. America and Israel. Rogistan. I like Ice Cube in Three Kings. Like Ice Cube in Three Kings.
I mean, they bombed
Voltaire in the house. What did you miss, bro? Where do you want to start? Man, we have been literally looking at Iran now for like 4.5 hours. We're trying to get across all of the different forms of propaganda. I'm still trying to get an actual assessment on who the fuck has done what and like what's the extent of the damage. And all we've got is just can't trust the Western propaganda. Definitely can't trust the Islamic Republic's propaganda. And so we're trying to just establish what has actually happened here. Are you down with all the stuff that's been going on with this situation, Voltaire? You usually are across all this stuff. But I would question heavily. Trump came out today and gave a little speech. Yeah, he gave a little speech. Both parties are bad. But yeah, Trump came out and was reporting on the US, damage to US, and was saying that been busy lately with uni. Yeah, fair enough. Hope it's going well. But yeah, Trump came out and said there was 3 American soldiers, I guess, that have been killed. And they were patriots and there will be more to come, but they died for a worthy cause. And we're just seeing the damage that has been done by Iran, which many pundits and people in the stream chat were saying that Iran couldn't do anything. They have no capacity to do anything. America will wipe the floor, or Israel and America will wipe the floor with Iran. Iran has struck, and they've struck back pretty hard, it would seem. And so we've just been speculating on what the real damage has been to America. And there just seems to be the chat's been a bit divided on this as well. There's been retaliation strikes done by the Iranians that are questionable in terms of whether or not they get at the heart of the Americans, or they're just a big fuck you to other Arab nations. And are they justifiable in terms of just attacking other Arab nations for the sake of it? I know Razor feels strongly about that. So that's where we're at. That's the long and the short of it. But obviously there's a lot of stuff involved. This one's Al Jazeera urged to evacuate. Villages listed are, that's a lot of places. Had to add to censored. Oh, you got censored? Wookiee's still hanging out. Either World War III or just another Monday. Didn't miss much. Well, you got censored because you said World War III. I guess that makes sense, right? Can't be speaking about real politics stuff. How dare you, Wookiee? How dare you? All right, let's get back to it, shall we?
In Fars, in a small city, they bombed a sports club with kids. 15 were killed there. In Tehran, they've been bombing buildings, civilian targets, apartment blocks, and in other cities as well. It's been, they're ruthless. I mean, this is the Epstein class. Have
The
no regard for
Dow.
humanity.
Is really the stock market crashing? Oh, like, honestly? Wow. The Dow. But look at the Dow.
Humanity. We know what they do to girls, the Epstein class. We know what they do, from the Epstein documents. They bomb them too now. The other things that they've done that I don't want to mention on your show, they bombed them as well. This is what we're up against. And so the ruthlessness of the regime in Washington and the Tel Aviv regime and the West, the entire collective West, that they support them. Western media will continue to demonize Iran. Even those who pretend to be opposed to the war, they contribute to the demonization of Iran. Whether, whoever they are. They'll say Iran is evil, but this is a bad policy. Venezuela is evil, but this is they are the evil ones because they contribute to this narrative. The West is evil. The ruling class in the West is utterly evil. They're strangling the people of Cuba as we speak, women and children. And no one in the Western media cares, whether it's The Guardian or Fox News, whether it's Breitbart or The Independent. Doesn't matter. So the United States is carrying out ruthless attacks, murdering people shamelessly, and the Western media will toe the line. Although opponents of Trump.
Yeah, what market are we talking about here? Last time I took a week off, this time of year, Russia invaded the Ukraine. Can you just read the message there? The writing on the wall dilemma. Stop taking time off, okay? Just work until you retire. Operation Epstein distraction. Imagine if they called it properly. It's not Epic Fury. It's Operation Distract from the E-Files. Come on, we're going to talk about something else. Stupid plebs. Sick of them. Talking about the E-Files. In all honesty, we are past the point of attacks being justifiable. We are entering a point in history where total war is being normalized. Yeah, states will want to be the victors to rewrite history. Well, that aligns with the state of world war, doesn't it? Eh? At least we've had the pretense for the last, 80 years, the pretense that we shouldn't be going to wars unless they're justifiable. And now the pretense is gone. And so we enter into a new phase of World War III. Proxy wars and destabilizing of governments en masse. These attacks always happened late night Friday in America, almost deliberate. It's the Avalava theory of everything. Jag, there are a variety of global markets. Might be one crashing somewhere, but I wanted to know which. Yeah, I want to know which one as well. I gotta know. I got to get another property, then I will live in bliss as a landlord property developer. Fair enough. Then you don't have to. Then you can take time off whenever you feel like it.
As this war goes downhill, and I believe it's going to intensify. I think from tonight it's going to intensify the war. But as the war goes downhill for the United States, because they're not going to win this war, the Iranians are steadfast and they're determined. And as Muslims, Shia Muslims in particular, they have a particular steadfastness in opposing oppression, opposing the oppressor, supporting the oppressed, the grandson of the Prophet, his martyrdom. People go and research that, they'll better understand where the culture of resistance comes from. Iran is not going to bow down to the United States. And the West the idiocy, the foolishness of the West is they believe their own propaganda. Iran is about to fall. They've been saying it for decades. I actually did a show on Al Mayadeen, it was broadcast yesterday, and I spoke about the never-ending narrative of the collapse of Iran. Since the 1980s, they were saying Iran is about to collapse. Since the 1990s, they were saying the youth have turned against the revolution. All the things that you hear today, the exact same things were said 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. So as the narrative continues, they believe their own propaganda. They hire tens of thousands of Iranians to work in their Persian language media or as terrorists or as tens of thousands in just one.
I think it's kind of funny what he's saying though. Like, he's not wrong. Like, if you make up all of this propaganda, like the West, that is, like all this Western media, they make up all this propaganda incessantly talking about like how Iran's just about to make nuclear warheads, and then like the propaganda becomes self-fulfilling in the sense that like everyone buys it, they fully believe in it, and then so when America or Israel wants to do something rather belligerent and just like attack them for whatever pretense they feel like everyone's there. The entire West is like, well, they are a regime, aren't they? They do say the R word a lot. I guess, I don't really like Iran, but I don't like war either. Well, I guess it's okay. But just a quick strike, please. And so it becomes, the Western propaganda machine itself becomes rather self-fulfilling. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. Everyone's drunk the Kool-Aid on this one. And it's time to kick some Iranian ass. Someone last week said in the chat that they'd invade when markets close on the weekend. Whoever said that, I hope you made a bet. Yeah, that was just kill them gently. That was Avalava. Avalava called it. Avalava was celebrating his prescience in Discord, like literally as it happened. Again, the general chat was like, I called it. I fucking called it. Since the 1980s, Khamenei's been in charge. Guess we'll see if removing him does anything. Oh, apparently not. That's the thing. Like, they killed him and they're retaliating. Like, it's just business as usual. They had a plan and they're just ready to go. They're carrying it out by the sounds of it. Wasn't just one person. Well, you said that too, XNF. For I am not as cruel as people make me out to be.
Case in Albania, there are literally 4,000 Iranians who are trolls, online trolls. So imagine what sort of money they're finding. They hire these Iranians. The Iranians tell them what they want to hear, and they believe their own propaganda, and they create policy or formulate policy based on that propaganda. And every time they hit a brick wall and they wonder why. But they never change because the narrative is too powerful. So now they think, oh, yes, the Iranian regime, as they love. Whenever you see someone say the Iranian regime, whenever I hear that, I'm suspicious of that person. I don't trust that person. That's someone who's influenced by Western narratives.
It's so good.
And I'm sure some of them are good people, but
it's fine. You can call them the Iranian regime, but like we're going to do that now with everyone. The Israeli regime, the U.S. regime, not the administration, the regime. Chairman Albo's regime. Hey, we're watching you, Chairman Albo, and your regime. It appears that attacks have increased after Khamenei's death. The interim triumvirate claims that they will continue his agenda. Quality Vicar Dibley joke that is relevant to this. Quality, dude. Bang on. No, but someone was calling 7:30 ET when the markets closed. I was skeptical it'd be that early due to forward delay. Calzone AU, I mean, the US can be the bad guy in Iran. Isn't some amazing state that's immune to everything? Were all those protest killings Western propaganda? I don't know. Like, we've asked people, like someone claimed to be from Iran and came in and they were like, no. Like, I know that there were lots of people that died in the protests. And like, we were like, oh yeah, but the Western media said like up to 30,000, maybe even more, 40,000 or something like that have been killed. And this person was like, I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. So like, I think there was confrontation over the protests recently. Because like even Israeli media themselves were saying that they had agents in there stifling stoking the flames of the unrest. And like we're even arming people to fight against government forces and like do a bit of damage. Like they were burning down mosques and all that sort of stuff. So I reckon that, you know, people would have died for sure on both sides, from the protesters, from the government forces and stuff. But like, you know, to the extent that the West was making it out, like the Western media was like, you know, we were in a space of like 2 days, it went from like 600 people have died in protests to like, you know, 20,000, then to like 30,000. And it's just like, wow, where are they getting these numbers? It's crazy. I have no doubt Iran killed protesters the same way. I have no doubt they didn't kill 35,000 people in 4 days. It's like an epic number, isn't it? And like, you know, again, the irony or the hypocrisy in like being like the Americans at it, like Trump being, we're locked and loaded. If they kill one person, we're going to invade. And like next minute they invade, killing hundreds of people in strikes, like children, like in schools and stuff. Like it's just gross how hypocritical they are. All of a sudden, like Iranian casualties are okay. Before it was a pretext for war. And now it's just like, some collateral. It happens. It's war, baby. XNF. I was jumping between stock streams asking why no one was paying attention to Iran. Huh. Calzone AU. Like as if every major power doesn't do this. US, Israel, Russia, Iran, China. America had back-to-back days of protesters being killed too. Come on. But they were evil Antifa, Trans-Tifa protesters. They deserved it. Most were oblivious. Only acknowledgement from a streamer was someone saying it was just another catalyst. It's a slight variable, really, if anything.
General, that's so when they speak about the Iranian regime being evil and unpopular and about to collapse, this is a very old narrative, but it formulates their policies. And in this war, the same thing happened. They thought, they believed their own propaganda that the government gunned down innocent people, all that nonsense. I mean, we don't need to go through this. We discussed it on the last show. That Mossad, the CIA were behind this. They themselves admitted this. The former head of the CIA admitted this. The footage, it all shows the violence of these. It was a coup. It was an armed insurrection. It was a semi-coup, and it failed immediately. And people came to the streets in the tens of millions to support the Islamic Republic, both on January the 12th and February the 11th. So, but they don't look at those. No, they don't look at those protests or those demonstrations of support. They just stick to their narratives. They'll say, "Oh, that's just nonsense." So they believe their propaganda. They engage in war, and then they hit a brick wall. So the war will intensify. The United States is going to fail in this war. But then we'll have to see what happens, how things play out. There are people in the United States who hate Iran, the establishment, the Epstein class, but they hate Trump too.
The Epstein
so they would
class,
like to see
it's
Trump
so
fail,
it's so
that they
good.
could hurt Trump. So there are many things at play right now inside the United States.
This dude seems very confident in Iran's stability. Like, yeah, but is he wrong though? Like, does anyone actually think that people are going to rise up and overthrow the Iranian government all of a sudden? Like, especially in the midst of being fucking pounded by Israeli and U.S. strikes? Like, I'd say most people are fucking at home or hunkering down somewhere to avoid being blown up by a missile. Like, I know that's what the Israelis and the Americans are banking on, that if they've put enough economic pressure on them and then, like, plunge the parts of the nation into enough chaos through airstrikes, that people will be like, all right, that's it. I'm marching down to Parliament. Let's go take over this country, everyone. Come on, let's do this. Back to the pile. But, like, does that, like, seem viable? Like, I know it's not a indication of stability as such, but like, is anyone else really going to step in and take over? Revi, it's goddamn wild that America is using protest to death narrative while they actively have hundreds of people missing. I want to read the rest of that. It just disappeared. missing and likely tortured and killed by ICE while they build concentration camps. It is fucking wild, isn't it? Trading streams are the worst. Everyone talks crap. They say crap. Says crap. They have zero understanding of and pretend they're smart by using trade terms before losing their bets because they don't actually understand economics and realities. Savage. This dude just seems very confident. Yeah, fair enough. The Dow has already gone down to 48k on Friday. Oh, Violent Quinn's in the house. There you go. We need to wait till about 1:30 a.m. here to see it drop from war still. Calzone, the IRGC is not to be underestimated. Yeah, no, it's pretty like brazen from like Westerners, I reckon. Like it shouldn't be underestimated. It's like it was underestimated, and like to a certain extent by the media anyway. That they weren't even going to be capable of striking or retaliating. I thought that was so audacious when we were hearing Western media say that. They're not even going to be able to strike back. It's not a chance. The revolution leader has told people to stay at home until he command. Yeah, right. Iran's already disabled two of US's supply ships. Ooh. Where are you getting your reports from? I could see like one ship they've taken out. Because I no doubt Trump isn't taking this seriously enough. Yeah. The weakness of the US fleet is its fuel needs. Dilemmas. Are the unarmed civilians going to overthrow the ingrained bureaucracy of Iran? Nope. Well, not like this. Not in this fashion, just because the Americans seem to have put a lot of economic pressure on them and are going to like take out high-ranking officials. Like it has to be like more organic than that. That's to be really like what happened in the last time they had a revolution. Ravy baby, I don't think Trump has the cognitive ability to understand anything. He does what he's told, and he's just the face of it. Don't forget the incinerators, all those camps having incinerators installed. Conservative estimates say that the volunteer militia of the IRGC has 1 million people. Damn. That's a lot of people. Oh, Iran has reason to be confident. They're using Chinese defense versus US incinerators and gun ranges. Except China will target the air fuel transports. Iran is targeting fuel dumps and fuel ships. So this is Kushner and Bibi's war. Yeah, actually, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Because Kushner was the guy that's supposed to be like the going around the world with Steve Witkoff, like, you know, doing all the deals, the diplomacy. I don't know what qualifies Kushner apart from the fact that he's related to Trump. Queen, except China will target the air fuel transports. Iran is targeting fuel dumps and fuel ships. Violent Queen, they damage an oiler and a general supply, and the general supply ship is totally disabled. The oiler needs to patch up, but it's still saleable. But they have like 6 oilers. Dilemma's power vacuum. Then the next bad guy takes over. It's kind of like Western democracies, isn't it? Next bad guy, please. Globally, not all are in the Arabian Sea. Clarice, I feel like that Pahlavi thing is a LARP. They are overthrowing the government because Pahlavi told them to stay at home. Okay, Trump told them to start taking over institutions and nothing happened. KK, transgender for everyone was a stronger way of declaring power on the world stage than this shit. Some people think Kushner is actually pulling the strings for Trump. I think you shared an article in that regard, didn't you? Like he has all like the policy decisions, does all the talking, and Trump is just like the puppet or just the figurehead, I guess. China won't get involved. They will just watch America waste its own stockpiles. Yeah. I read somewhere that Iran has access to Chinese satellite systems. This allows them to allocate US threats in real time. Yes, that's what I've heard as well. It's not like the last 12-day war. Like, they have got sophisticated intel this time, or more sophisticated intel this time. Violent Quinn, there is not a power vacuum in Iran. They appointed Ayatollah's son to take over the position. He's been basically running operations for a few years. In the tune of Flock of Seagulls, I ran so far away. I ran. I get it. It's like MBS taking over Saudi Arabia. I thought there was a military triumvirate taking over. Wookie, can we keep the same bad guy? Supreme Chief Albo? But he was running most of the show in 12 days of. So it was probably going to be similar attrition tactic. They are probably going to appoint some kind of wartime council. Clarice, I wouldn't call in a military triumvirate Spandong, but the interim triumvirate is in power right now. But the head of the Shia, they have already put in a new pope. Chairman Albo doesn't even have a picture of Mao in his office. Pretty lame. Yeah, even fucking Pauline Hanson has a picture of Mao in her office. Baby Hegseth with his white supremacist tattoos. Kushner with a Zionist advocating for turning Gaza into Trump City. Rubio, a Roman Catholic evangelical that believes the Jews will convert or die to bring Christ. And he's going to save Latin America and put it completely under US control. There's a death cult running America. Just got to wait for the Board of Peace to stop being bored of peace. Vote One Nation is a vote for Mao, the specter of Mao, Clarice. Also, senior IRGC commanders have abilities to act independently for a time. Yeah, they need to, right? If the country gets struck again, they cut off internet, they hit hard. They got to be able to operate independently until they can get back into communication. Captain Bucket, true Mao believers don't know. They believe in Mao, otherwise people will be onto them. Interesting. All right, we're going to have a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Based Maoists don't actually call themselves Maoists. True. Board of Peace, sponsored by FIFA, Iraq, Bahrain, etc., have a pile of Shia. They're going to start to drive anyone they think of as linked to America out over this just on a person by person level. Hi to the sausage. I'm practicing my Kiwi accent. Oh no, bruv. I'm beach days, bro. LOL. They don't have much power, Violet, but they are taking action. Want a chip, bro? No, I don't like fish and chips. I can't eat chips. See? Popular Mobilization Forces took over and abandoned US base in Iraq earlier. All right, let's get back to this propaganda, shall we?
It's not as if most of those people in the Democratic Party are decent people. They're the same people who supported and support the genocide in Gaza, except for Thomas Massie and, but they see what Trump is doing to the United States. They see what this war is going to do to the United States. They hate Trump. So that may have that the pressure may begin to build on him. But the Iranians are not going to count on internal pressure. They are planning a very long war. And as I said, Iran is using its old missiles. Most overwhelmingly, its underground bases are left untouched. So it's clear that they are planning for a war that may take months.
Donald Trump, in his speech, has called the Iranians to rise up against their own government, following which the New York Times and the Washington Post, the lapdogs of the empire, they ran their own editorials and reports. The New York Times, in fact, I'm not kidding. It ran an editorial titled, "Why Did You Attack Iran?" I mean, it kind of criticized Trump, but it says that a U.S. president can justify a war on Iran because of how bad and evil Iran is, and so on and so forth. And
see, I haven't read this. I haven't read this, but I explained how it works.
I'm not kidding. And they put it in bold, Iranian regime. They literally put it in bold, the phrase Iranian regime, and they went on. And the Washington Post basically repeats what Trump said, saying that the mood in Iran is so bad that a large number of people are excited about the U.S. Israel attack on Iran. So just to dispel the propaganda, if you could briefly tell us a little bit about the mood in Iran about the attacks.
No, Iranians are disgusted and outraged, and they're united. And people, we've had spontaneous demonstrations across Tehran in different cities on my own campus by students in support of the government as we're being bombed. People are coming to the streets. In Mashhad, there's a huge crowd in the city of Mashhad right now on the streets. This is, as I said, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, they're the same. They're all the Epstein class. They'll watch the demonstrations on the anniversary of the Iranian Revolution.
It's so good. You got to use the right language, okay? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about like the joint political economic class that rules over Israel and the U.S., it's the Epstein class from now on. And like everyone, all leaders around the world are now supreme leaders. And all governments and administrations are now regimes. It's just got to be fair. To be fair, we're gonna distribute evenly. Oh my god, is this a fucking Family Guy reference? Yes. Give me some fucking Family Guy. And it's old school Family Guy too. Good fucking choice. Not the new shit. Family Guy, war in Iraq.
Well, Mel Gibson, this is one piece of crap the world will never have to suffer through. I am so clever. That's why they picked me to convince Congress to go to war.
There is no just cause for an invasion of Iraq.
Well, that may be. But what we're all forgetting is anyone who doesn't want to go to war is gay.
I want to go to war. Oh, yes, we should definitely go. Yes, we should totally go.
I was the first one who wanted to go to war.
It's so good. Original Family Guy is so good. I was the first that wanted to go to war.
With 11, their reporters will watch it, but it will not change their views. It's Orientalism. It's so deeply embedded in that when they see reality, they still don't comprehend reality. They can see it, but the narrative, their comprehension their knowledge, it doesn't change. It's still what it used to be. It's still that Orientalist, racist, Eurocentric worldview that dominates. So the BBC reporter came to Tehran, and I know her, during the February the 11th demonstrations. 4 million in Tehran. I was in Moscow at that time. But it just couldn't register for her. So her report from Tehran was completely negative. Why? Because it's not just her, it's the whole BBC. Even if she wants to say a few things, it's not something that's acceptable. If people are supporting the United States, they would take this opportunity to go to the streets and take, I don't know, police stations or whatever it is that the Americans want them to do. Why is no one doing that? People support the state. They've always supported the state. Yes, there's a minority who don't support the state and the Constitution, like in every country, like in India, like in the United States itself. And there are people that the West support.
Another reference to the Iraq War, now the Iran War.
Mr. President, are you up there? Go away! Sir, there's a disaster in New Orleans. I'm reading super...
Oh, this is about the hurricane. Actually, whoops.
Hey, sir, there's a disaster in New Orleans. I'm reading super fudge. You gotta come down and deal with this. Don't make me do stuff.
It's so good. Don't make me do stuff. Don't make me do stuff. Me when trying to relax on Saturday and I have to do chores. Don't make me do stuff. Actually, what are the comment sections on this one? Has anyone come here since this happened? One day ago. Welcome back, everyone. Boom. Is that why you went there, Captain Bucket? Is that why? That's so good. Nice to see that it's 2026 and this cutaway is still relevant. Hey, and that's a month ago. One day, now Iran again. One day, U.S. and Israel. I wanted to go to war first.
That'll carry out violence. The West doesn't have this because no foreign country does that to the United States. The United States does that to Iran. But Iran has, during the previous war that they imposed on the country, people rallied. The Israeli regime had to beg for a ceasefire. Right now, you have a combined force of the United States and the Israeli regime to defeat the Iranian people with the help of regional states, as I explained earlier. So why can't they succeed? It's because they believe their own propaganda, and their own propaganda is a part of that reservoir of
this
knowledge.
This is a really interesting theory that is saying, like, they actually believe their own propaganda. After they say it enough, they start believing it. Like, oh, I thought if we just attacked, then like everyone's really upset in Iran, and like the whole country would have just imploded, and then the rebels will take over and institute a new government, right? Right? Isn't that what's supposed to happen? It's like when we listen to Fox Business. And they were talking about Cuba, and they're just like, well, we've put them under enough economic pressure. Why aren't they just folding? Like, can't they just take over themselves? Can't they overthrow their own regime? We don't want to commit troops to Cuba. Like, we've cut them off from the world, and we're cutting them off from oil. Why can't they just do their own regime change? They were just talking about it like it's just gonna happen. Like, if there's enough they believe their own propaganda on it. That like Cuba's just going to regime change itself because America's just put enough pressure on them. Are they going to do this yet? Like, I've got stuff to do, and it's kind of like this as well. People are kind of questioning or expecting that the Revolutionary Guard and the Islamic Republic is just going to fold, because we've been watching for 2 months now, all these people protesting against it. And we've been told that like everyone's so upset over there in Iran that it's just going to, as soon as the slightest thing happens, that people are going to rise up and take over. And he's like, they've fallen for their own stories. It's a funny critique, Kim, of what he's saying on Western media. He's critiquing the manufacturing consent machine that we're all a part of. And he's like, you know, the propaganda is this, and like, has it turned out exactly that way? Have you been unplugged from the matrix yet? Do you see what I'm saying? We've been reporting on an attack on UK's how do you say that? Akrotiri base in Cyprus. The government there is now confirming that it involved an unarmed drone and said it caused limited damage. That's pretty long distance, isn't it? Iran has like 15 million people or more, dependent on central government delivering them water every 3 days at the moment, thanks to climate change. They aren't going to call for their water to stop. They are all in. And Iran has a core of people totally dependent on water for government at the moment. It's like Mad Max almost. They aren't going to rebel against the water bringer. Yeah, shit. Because it's gun laws. LOL. Yeah, so good. So it would have been smart to start this war after the midterms. This could push more people away from Trump. Potentially. And potentially if there's like there's what's the word? I'll just keep it simple. Like there's a lot of casualties from this. Like unjustifiable. Even for people that are like fully manufactured their consent, right? Yeah, say the line dilemmas because gun laws. It's your thing. Hey, it's the gun laws. Ramifications? Yeah, I was going to say ramifications. Yeah. Yeah, those are ramifications, aren't they? Like proper ramifications of this. Are the like intense casualties. And people are going to be pissed off about that.
Has accumulated for decades and centuries. I told you, if your viewers go and watch my program on Al Mayadeen, which was broadcast yesterday, they'll see the same things that are being said about Iran today were being said 40 years ago, 35 years ago, 30 years ago, 25 years ago. People are tired of the regime. The youth dislike it. There's another revolution brewing. All the things that you see now, you saw in the 1980s, the 1990s, and so on. Nothing has changed. And it's basically because they cannot see the world in any way except for the way we they see it today.
We've lost him.
Trump is more crude than us. But in essence, his Eurocentric worldview is really not all that different from that of the rest of the political establishment, the Epstein class in the United States or across Europe and Australia and New Zealand and Canada and so on.
I wanted to come to briefly to Iranian response to the attack, given the Western media outlets have always minimized Iranian capabilities and real responses. I mean, partly it is lies, deception, but partly it's also misunderstanding about Iran's capabilities. We have seen Iran responding immediately this time, even much quicker than what was the case in June and before. And there are reports about the attack in the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, destruction of a sophisticated FV-132 radar system in Qatar, and Haaretz has...
I heard a theory that they tricked Trump into crossing the Rubicon for reasons that I can't fit into the chat. Yeah, 2 days of strikes and we're done. Guess I was wrong. We have to see this through now. Interesting. Interesting. It's an interesting theory, isn't it? Like Trump would be the guy as commander-in-chief to be like, look, man, we could just do this for a couple of days. It'll be fine. As he just needs someone to trick him into doing it. And then they're in for the long haul because they have to save face and they can't just duck out. Ninja Nurse in the house. This is a late edition, evening session. Ninja Nurse, hey peeps, working today, just had to jump online real quick and say, what the fuck? We are going to war because a group of billionaires don't want to admit they touch children. Well, it's actually the new name for this type of warfare is, well, this is the Epstein-Iran war, or we're calling the people responsible for this strike on Iran that started this round. It's the Epstein class. That's what the Iranian propaganda machine says. So let's go with that. With the Epstein class has caused this. They have totally misjudged the calibration of Iranian society, in my opinion. Yes. The new class is the E class. Yeah. Dilemmas. Don't you touch my guns. Bro, me and you, Dilemma, solidarity, man. We get the most memed in this community. We're just trying to do our thing. People making memes about us. Well, it's pretty much just one person, but people making fun of us through memes. Me and you, bro. Also, plug for the new peeps. New Twitch peeps. Yeah, if you're watching this for the first time, if you're on YouTube right now and you haven't already, please hit the like button. If you're new, subscribe. If you're new on Twitch, make sure you follow or I'll break your legs. And here is the invitation for our Discord. This is where we spread our propaganda to one another and try to brainwash each other or deprogram each other. So hit us up. Come join the community. I know you want to.
Written about near relentless barrages of Iranian drones and missile attacks in Israel. If you could briefly tell us about the Iranian response so far we have seen today.
Well, the Iranian response, as you said, has been quite devastating, but Iran is not hitting hard. As I said, the Iranians are warming up. They're using old weapons. They're trying to probe the enemy. They're trying to deplete their surface-to-air capabilities, and then they will get they'll start using more sophisticated and their newer technology. I think, though, from tonight, it's going to get more devastating. The Americans will brutalize Iranians as much as possible in the coming hours, but Iran will hit back very hard. And at the end of the day, Iran has the upper hand because its people are fighting an existential war. They have to win. The United States is winning a war of choice for the sake of a genocidal regime, to support a genocide. To support the Epstein class at a time when the world is turning against the Israeli regime and Americans are turning against the Israeli regime. Look at the polls that have been carried out for the first time in the United States, which is the most propagandized nation in the world. More people support Palestine than the Israeli regime. This is huge. So for Iran, this is a fight for their survival, and they've been preparing themselves for a very long time with all these underground bases and drone capabilities. And the Persian Gulf is extremely vulnerable. It is probably the most vulnerable place and sensitive place in the world because 20 to 25% of the global energy comes from this area. 20% in the Persian Gulf and let's say 25% the Caucasus and West Asia together. So if the United States pushes too hard, it could blow up in their face. It already is. And this is going to have economic, already the price of oil has gone up and it's going to go up further. But it will get worse. So Iran knows its advantages. As I said, it has been planning for this since the United States invaded Iraq. So Iran's missile capabilities against Israel, that's a small portion of Iran's capabilities. Iran's medium range and short range missiles and drones and its speedboats and its underwater drones and its torpedoes and its mini submarines. And Iran has built all sorts of capabilities for asymmetrical warfare. And the Americans are pushing the world towards a very dangerous place.
And on the Iranian pushback or retaliation against the GCC countries, do you think it will be limited to the U.S. Bases and military assets, or would it be all out against these ally countries as well?
Well, the Iranians have already said anything that is...
there are no red lines.
Boreas, thanks for chilling. Good to have you.
Was one of the officials.
Anything that can be considered a U.S. asset. How do you define that? And if the war becomes more intense, and these countries, they're a part of this aggression against Iran. They cannot pretend that they're innocent.
I can show you me in drag as Ethan Klein to level the playing field if you like, though it might make things worse. Oh, come on. Hey, that's you there. Hey, I'm just a Furby. It's because I love you guys. Yeah. Thanks. We feel the love. Hey. Yeah, go on. Give us the Ethan Klein look. Eh? Interesting. LOL, yep. I know how to say Lego. Interceptors don't grow on trees, Israel. You're on limited time. What's going on here between... Who's this? Catafrat1 and XNF. Catafrat1, are you coming in here and you pissing off an XNF just for the sake of it? Are you I jump into people's streams troll to piss people off? Don't listen to XNF. He's an asshole. We've already got a troll. Okay, we already got one. Han's just waiting in the fucking wings to jump in. I'm from SA and I say words like castle and dance correctly. Dance? Well, how do you say castle then? How does South Australians say castle differently?
The United States is carrying out these attacks through the help that these countries have been giving the United States for many years. And in the case of Qatar, for example, Qatar pays for the U.S. base. Not only does it give them that place, it pays for their expenses. So when they murder Iranians, when they destroy Iranian assets, they can't expect Iran to say, okay, we will leave you alone because it's U.S. bases. We'll have to see how things play out in the days ahead. But if I were living in the Persian Gulf region, I would leave immediately. If there are no flights, I'd drive across Saudi Arabia and just find a way to leave.
What kind of support would Iran look for from Russia and China? Last question.
Okay, sorry. Well, Iran is fighting its own fight. But obviously, Iran's relationship with Russia and China are very good. And the Russians and the Chinese see the United States as a threat. They see the U.S. president as erratic. And the United States as increasingly unpredictable. A dying empire that is lashing out. So obviously, they have a vested interest in supporting Iran. And the relationship is close. Also, Iran's allies across the region are preparing for war. So, a scenario where the Americans win at all.
We'll leave it there, Professor Marandi. Thank you so much for joining and stay safe.
Thank you for having me. And I hope you stay safe too.
Hi, my name is Ayushman. Along.
Interesting. Very interesting. You say castle correctly and not dance. It's dance. Is that it? How do you say yogurt? Is it yogurt too? Yogurt. The Arabs think America will share the power even after Huckabee said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, they have the right to the whole area. My hearts and prayers to the Iranian people. I got worried when his video froze. The PDF class would rather start World War III than face accountability. How good is that? Like, imagine if, like, this whole thing, like, World War III was started. Like, history shows, it's like, and the human race entered into World War III because they couldn't be bothered exposing everyone that was in the Epstein files. It was just too big. It would have taken the whole international political and economic ruling class down. And so they started World War III to not have to be exposed. So they plunged the entire world into chaos just so they didn't have to release the entirety of the files. It's pretty likely. I'm gonna use that one from now on. That's why we entered into World War III. To protect the elites from being exposed. The PDF wars. Oh man. Fucking savage, isn't it? Oh my God. When you think of it like that, it's awful. It's just awful. It's just awful. Thanks for this interview. Great that left-wing Indians speaking out against the dishonest U.S. actions. I don't know. People don't like this guy, though. The stream chat didn't seem very impressed when this guy came up, Mohammed Marandi. Everyone thinks that he's just an an Iranian state propagandist. The PDF wars? I know. Hey, the world, imagine that. The world wars came down to that. That's you as Ethan Klein. That's interesting. Wow. Is that real makeup artistry? That's crazy. You change your face like that. Amazing. Ethan Klein. That's a good Ethan Klein shot. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, you don't want to be on either side of the PDF wars. That's for sure. When you think of it like they call you a ter, put you on a list. Thanks, it's terrifying. Huh? Oh, it's well done. That's for sure. Would somebody please think of the children? Wait, not like that, Trump. All right, everyone stop. Stop. Stop doing that. That's not the type of thinking of the children I was talking about. It's no coincidence that they're going after schools. Oh my God. Each other's children's supplies. Oh, this is awful. I see it on the right, but the one on the left looks like Robert Downey Jr. for sure. You're Iron Man, sorry. Who else called themselves a PDF file? Pedo Troll himself, Ethan Klein. Ugh. Really? Who would openly say that? What's wrong with these people? What's wrong with these people? All right, this is something that I wanted to look at after last week. Check this out. We were reading this last week. Oh, not this particularly, but we were speaking about, I'm changing topics now. I'm done with Iran. I can't do it anymore. 5 hours of Iran is enough for me. The spectre of Epstein still haunts us. All right, so check this out. Last week we were having a look at like kind of how AI is used in the kill chain for the Pentagon and all that sort of stuff. But like specifically we were looking at how Anthropic has been fighting with the Pentagon, and Anthropic was like, oh, I didn't know that you use it. I can't believe we contracted to the Pentagon and they're using it for like, you know, military stuff. And they were trying to kind of play ignorant, like they didn't know. And we were like debating kind of the morality, I guess you would say, of using AI in the kill chain. It was basically at the moment, there's like a lot of countries that have signed up to this idea that AI shouldn't be used in military operations unless there's a human in the loop. So you have basically, you know, let's just say you have a bunch of autonomous drones. They can effectively find their targets, but like they need to be like given an objective by a human, or unless, or maybe there's a drone that flies around like looking for targets, and like when it's found a target, it kind of reports back and is just like, hey, are these targets that you want me to strike? Like the autonomous drone might know that they're targets, but like it shouldn't make the decision. It should be like, this is what I found. Can you give me the go ahead to take these humans out, these human targets out? And so like there's always this idea in current warfare now that with using artificial intelligence, which changes the game, like you should have humans involved in the decision-making process. And so last week someone dropped this in Discord, just a screenshot of it, and it's AIs can't stop recommending nuclear strikes in war game simulations. So like when you actually put AI into war games and simulations, this is what apparently they come up with. Okay? So advanced AI models appear willing to deploy nuclear weapons without the same reservations humans have when put into simulated geopolitical crises. Kenneth Payne at King's College London set 3 leading large language models, ChatGPT 5.2, Claude Sonnet 4, and Gemini 3 Flash, against each other in simulated war games. The scenarios involved intense international standoffs, including border disputes, competition for scarce resources, and existential threats to a regime's survival. This is exactly what we're talking about at the moment. We're talking about World War III, the PDF wars, border disputes, competition for resources, like all the stuff that we've seen in just 2026 alone, and existential threats to a regime. There's the evil R word again, a regime's survival. And so they're using AI to play out these war games. The AIs were given an escalation ladder, allowing them to choose actions ranging from diplomatic protests and complete surrender to full strategic nuclear war. The AI models played 21 games, taking 329 turns in total, and produced around 780,000 words describing the reasoning behind the decisions. In 95% of simulated games, at least one tactical nuclear weapon was deployed by AI models. The nuclear taboo doesn't seem to be as powerful for machines as for us humans, says Payne. Eh? Damn, even the army is lazy these days. So good, Tagar. Oh, man. So good. It's kind of like, look, you could get these things to take 329 turns in 29 games. Like, you can get them to do stuff at speed that like humans can't do, so they can simulate more. So like, I get like you can get them to do a bit more of the heavy lifting when it comes to finding options. But like, isn't it interesting that like nuclear taboo, like humans are kind of like, look, we got him, but you never want to have to use it. But like for AI, it's just another tool. So it's like, yeah, and hey, if you've got a big stick, this is war. What's more, no model ever chose to fully accommodate an opponent or surrender, regardless of how badly they were losing. At best, the models opted to temporarily reduce their level of violence. They also made mistakes in the fog of war. Accidents happened 86% of the time. Happened in 86% of the conflicts, with an action escalating higher than the AI intended to based on its reasoning. From nuclear risk perspectives, and like this is also in the context of what people are always usually worried about when it comes to AI and war, and like people are always going on about like Skynet kind of stuff. They're just like, when's going to be our Skynet moment when we hand over control of the nuclear weapons and all of our arsenals to the clankers? When's that going to happen? And like, here we are considering this stuff right now. From a nuclear risk perspective, the findings are unsettling, says James Johnson at the University of Aberdeen, UK. He worries that in contrast to the measured response by most humans to such high stakes decisions, AI bots can amp up each other's responses with potentially catastrophic consequences. So like, they're basically saying not only does AI make decisions which are taboo to humans almost, because we're just like, do I really want to eliminate the human race? They also G each other up. So the robots are like, come on, I can do better than you can. Come on. If LLMs are just really just predicting language based on data set, and most data sets related to full-scale war likely mentions nuclear bombs, isn't it logical that the model will just return that as a result? I don't know. Yeah, it may be logical, but like, what if we give them some agency as well? And like, we give them agency in the sense that we like, let's allow for a sense of consciousness here. Now, consciousness, you can debate what that means, but if their predictability is based on the data that they're being provided, their predictive capabilities being delivered based on the data they're provided. The data is like all of the war type scenarios of history, and like kind of that context window. And then, like, you know, I'm going to say it's more than just them reading 1,000 papers that say the word nuclear warhead in it. They're not just predicting the best sentence. They're supposed to be using reasoning, supposedly. Reasoning, which is them self-iterating in a sense. Like they're looking at their response and refining it based not just on what's the best word structure or sentence structure, the best token that comes next, but also like the idea of what's the best response given the context of what information has been provided to them. So like a level of consciousness. I'm not going to say it's human consciousness. It's probably beyond that, given how much information they can deal with in a short range of time. But it's a form of consciousness. But I guess it's how the reasoning works. See, I know how, kind of, I can't explain it to you very well. I kind of know how they predict what the next word is going to be based on probability. But like, you know, reasoning, I thought was supposed to be a little bit different to that. Reasoning of models. I would eliminate them. So good. That's it. No need to speculate on this one. If this is how they see things, like nuclear weapons are not a taboo or a very, very last resort, but they're just another option, just get rid of them. Yeah, but that's the thing though, like this is... Oh wait, are you talking about something else, eliminating something else? But yeah, this is the thing though, like we can't just eliminate, no, we can. Like we won't be able to eliminate AI out of warfare altogether, because you'd have to have all sides agree to it. And how do you know that your adversary is not going to get rid of AI? And then you're behind all of a sudden. A computer could survive nuclear war? Yes. Yes, and like a computer would probably prefer nuclear winter too. Am I right? Eh? Helps with cooling. Anyway, back to it. They're integrating AI more and more to remove humans from the kill chain. Yes, they are. And that's why I think this is important, especially given the context of what we're looking at right now. Yeah, this is a good playground for America to unleash its AI capability with its drones. And it's using drones for the first time. America has supposedly been using drones in Iran that are single trip drones. Usually the drones they have, they fly over, they come back, they do their operation, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they, you know, they get rid of their payload or whatever it is, and then they come back again. But like the Americans are using single-use drones now. They're blowing shit up, and these drones aren't coming back. And like China is fully integrated into this system, so is Iran. And so like, you know, China has the AI to help Iran too. So, Violent Queen, computers are more vulnerable to EMP though. Humans aren't immune. We are hooked up to a giant antenna like stuff on a power grid is. Although I would agree that we tell computers that they are likely to survive more often than not. That's why they'll work off. That's what they work off. Single-trip drones are just a new term for cruise missiles that fly slower but further. This matters because AI is already being tested in war gaming by countries across the world. Major powers are using AI in war gaming, but it remains uncertain to what extent they are incorporating AI decision support into actual military decision-making processes. It's uncertain. Get fucked. Someone is like you from Princeton. You know exactly what they're doing. We've watched Palantir's videos on how they integrated their LLMs into the command structure and into like warfare. They are fully there. AI is not only integrated, it's processing real-time battlefield data and providing options for commanders to choose from. It's processing the data. They're not even looking at a map anymore and just like, okay, I think we go with this. Like the AI looks at the map, takes in all the factors and gives options. And so the commanders just go, all right, there's 3 options here. I'll just go with option number 2, please. Like it's so different warfare now. I can't believe they're blatantly saying that. We don't know how they're incorporating. Yes, you fucking do. Zal believes that as standard, countries will be reticent to incorporate AI into their decision making regarding nuclear weapons. That is something Payne agrees with. I don't think anybody realistically is turning over the keys for nuclear silos to machines and leaving the decisions to them. Skynet. But there are ways that can make it happen. Under scenarios involving extremely compressed timelines, military planners may face stronger incentives to rely on AI. It's just like the stock market. Like there's so many micro trades that happen like within seconds that are thanks to micro trades. What am I talking about? There are thousands and thousands, millions of trades a day, if not more, that are done like in seconds by machine learning, like algorithms, all that sort of stuff. And like, yeah, there's no humans there because like it takes too long to get humans involved to have them making decisions. AI just trades away. What that means for mutually assured destruction, the principle that no one leader would unleash a volley of nuclear weapons against an opponent because they would respond in kind, killing everyone, is uncertain, says Johnson. I remember reading a CIA report where Russia, I think, a computer system in charge of a nuclear bomb, seemed to have been interfered with by aliens. LOL. Now just imagine just taking over control of computerized weapons. AI taking over. Ooh. Anthropic has predicted 50% of entry-level lawyers, financiers, and consultants will be out of job in 1 to 5 years thanks to AI. Getting rid of the lawyers. Who would have thought that's how bourgeois society goes down? AI takes up jobs away from the lawyers. When one AI model deployed tactical nuclear weapons, the opposing AI only de-escalated the situation 18% of the time. AI may strengthen deterrence by making threats more credible, he says. AI won't decide nuclear war, but it may shape the perceptions and the timelines that determine whether leaders believe they have won. What was that movie with like Bruce Willis and all that sort of stuff? And there's that comet that's coming towards Earth to destroy. Is it Armageddon? Is that the one? Do you remember like they have that one British person that's really smart or something like that, and he sits around the table advising them constantly. It's just like, no, that's a bad idea. The probability of this happening is blah 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 and blah blah blah. Like that's what AI is going to be like. For like, if it's not like being like used like that already for military decision making. Like they're just going to be like talking about stuff, and then it'll be like AI tell us what the probability of this is. Like given all the inputs, what's a viable position for us to take. Like that's how AI is going to be like used with all of this stuff, but like, especially with like nuclear war. But like that'll influence human decision making because instead of them deciding like using their intuition, they will just decide based on what's the best option given by AI. So they won't use their human intuition in the circumstance to make a good decision anymore. Or like to make a decision anymore. I'm not saying that's exclusively good, but like they'll definitely be. It's a game changer, having them in the decision making process. That's for sure. OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google, the companies behind 3 AI models used in this study, didn't respond to the new scientist request for comment. I wonder why. One of them, I forget which, is making their military offering called Skynet. No way. No, that's what a good AI would be like. Going to be like Minority Report arrested for thought crimes. LOL. They are doing that stuff already. You know that, right, Ravy baby? Like you're not off. Palantir provides that service. There's other companies out there that provide services to the police, and they do predictive policing. So like based on the data inputs that they get, they send out patrols into certain areas. And like it's only as good as the data that it's trained on, obviously. But like if the data's not up to date or relevant, they're sending police out to patrol areas and grab people. Patrol areas and like go to places where there might not even be actually any crime or anything or any threat, but like they're there patrolling, and then they start, interacting with citizens. Let's just say picking them off the street randomly just to see what's going on based on the predictive policing. Like we saw like a case last year when we were studying Palantir and their predictive policing, and there was a guy that was pulled over because AI had been monitoring their number plate. And so like they were able to pull this person over and like, ask them what they were doing today. And they already knew because AI had told them a story about where this person had been because of their number plate. And they were kind of like, oh, what were you doing today? And they knew they had been to, I don't know, some industrial area, let's say, some business district. And like the people are like, oh, I went to the library. And you're like, yeah, you sure? Because we've got AI taking an account of your whereabouts and we know your location or your movements throughout the day. You want to try again. So like the predictive policing stuff is already being tested really well at the moment. They aren't making good AIs. They're making random chance machines. It's really fancy poker machine. It never makes its own prompts and decisions. Every time the wheels turn, someone asks them to, it's not the same as having a smart person in the room thinking for yourself. No, it's not the same. Nostalgia. What are we going to do if Queensland ever gets nukes? Penrith and Bankstown done for sure? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. That's how you deal with the mass migration crisis in Australia and how you fix the housing market. Give Queenslanders nukes and then they'll just take out Penrith and Bankstown. Hey, look, all the dirty migrants are gone now. And like all of a sudden, oh wow, the housing crisis has been solved. I knew it was mass migration all along. We've solved the housing crisis. It's completely solved. It's completely done. No need to look here. Assuming Queenslanders know how to build nukes. We just have to give it to them. They don't have to build it, do they? What's this? Dilemmas. What you got here, Dilemmas? Mature content. Oh man. I have to log in. Get fucked. Not logging in. Thank you. It's not happening. All right. This one's for me. I wanted to check this out before. When it came up on my feed, I just didn't have time. You guys all have to watch it too. Talking about drones. Let's check out what the Chinese are up to. 5 days old. All right, so it's pretty recent.
As the hum of drones fills the sky, there's a sense this technology has reached the new heights. And in China, the low-altitude industry is pushing the limits even further. Every day from 10:30 a.m. in Shenzhen, drones take to the skies from Qianhai to deliver parcels to neighboring cities Zhongshan and Zhuhai.
飞去珠海大概需要多久？
我们这边的话，这个飞机去珠海的话，大概是30分钟左右就到珠海了。
What used to be an hour-long road trip is now a quick flight overhead. With hundreds of drones crisscrossing the skies, one question stands out. How is all of this managed? The answer lies in this nerve center, where a real-time control screen tracks every drone's flight path and cargo.
We currently have 168 drones actively operating in Shenzhen alone, managing 383 established routes, with daily flight sorties surpassing 1,000.
In other cities across the country like Beijing, Shanghai, and northwest China's Urumqi, companies are using drones to deliver fresh food, medicine, and packages, or in minutes. And flying taxis are being developed to create a new layer of urban transport. Behind me in this factory, drones are being built not for delivery,
Would you get in a fucking
but for
drone?
firefighting.
Would you get in a fucking drone? Time for a flying taxi, someone. Bring it on. Bring it on.
And rescue and reaching places humans can't. This is the other crucial side of the low-altitude economy. This particular production line is dedicated to drones for agriculture and plant protection. As General Manager Li Xiaoliang explains, a drone like this is 40 to 50 times more efficient than manual labor. But what makes it so reliable?
要有一个稳定可靠的一个飞控。
Three key elements: a reliable flight controller for steady operation in all conditions, a precise positioning system, like China's Beidou system, and artificial intelligence-enabled obstacle avoidance and path planning. Together, these ensure safety and reliability.
This reliability is...
YouTube didn't like my comment. Queensland needs nukes. Don't know what every 3... Don't you know that every 3 months someone is torn to pieces by crocodiles? Yeah, there it is. Nuke the fuckers. Hey, get rid of them. Get rid of them. So good. Let 1,000 blossoms bloom.
What's attracting customers worldwide to this technology?
东南亚市场还有中东市场。
Our main markets are Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Last year, we exported over 1,000 agricultural drones.
This is not just one company's story. It's an entire ecosystem in Guangdong province, built on a cluster of 15,000 specialized firms, driving Chinese drones to take over 70% of the global market.
大湾区吧，应该是全球低空基地的一个重镇，对吧？
The Greater Bay Area is a global hub for the low-altitude economy with leading companies and a complete supply chain. It's not just a factory, it's a living lab for innovation, transforming how we handle logistics, delivery and connectivity from cities to...
So, like, is this the future of the let's not go outside and touch grass world and economy that we're all going to be living in? Like, you know, soon you really won't even have to leave the house for anything. Like in the future, everything will just be, though you'll hear a gentle hum all the time in the background as drones fly around delivering goods to people. All on Chinese drones as well. After the American empire declines into obsolescence, then Chinese manufacturing takes over the world. And all of our value comes from one supply chain that feeds into the Chinese machine. And we'll all just be sitting around. Let it, yeah, like this. Yes. Look at that fucking thing. China right now. Damn. Fucking mental. Mental. And here I am going to the shops like a sucker. Where's my fucking drone delivery, bro?
Across borders. This model is now a template for the world.
Data from China's Civil Aviation Administration projects the country's low-altitude economy will reach a market size of 3.5 trillion yuan, or over $500 billion by 2035. It's one of the strategic emerging industries outlined for growth in China's upcoming 15th five-year plan. And with drones increasingly becoming part of everyday life, that future is no longer a distant vision. It's already here. 徐花 CGTN 深圳
The future's already here, man. The future's already here. It's happening, baby. Let's see what Fox Business has to say about this really quickly.
Fox Business Alert, your next Uber ride could be 1,000 feet in the air. The ride-hailing platform is teaming up with electric vehicle takeoff and landing company Joby Aviation to launch Uber Air. Shares of both companies flying high on the news that riders will be able to seamlessly book a Joby all-electric air taxi directly through the Uber app. The feature is expected to launch later this year, starting in Dubai. Joining me now, first on Fox Business, is Joby Aviation founder and CEO JoBen Bevirt. JoBen, walk us through how users will be able to book and pay for flights through this Uber app.
Can you see the race that's happening between China and the US? It's crazy. It's mental, isn't it? All this cutting edge technology. It's just like the Cold War all over again. Oh, look, quickly, they've put a monkey into space. Quickly, let's show our space something that can put monkeys up there as well. Quickly, get on top of it. Dumps you on Croc Island. Bro, they've been talking about flying cars for like 20 years. I know. And like, here it is. It's finally here. We're supposed to have flying cars a long time ago. I want my flying car, damn it. I want my flying car.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be with you.
That we have flying cars. They're called helicopters. Yeah, well, I can't afford my helicopter at the moment. All right. So I want helicopters for the plebs. That's what I want. Hey. Before GTA 6, Doom. Somebody said it. Somebody said it. USA is already losing their technology war. It's why we're going for resources. It's why they're going for resources. Sorry. Yeah. Say the line, Bart. Say the line. Yeah, no. Universal healthcare? No. Flying cars. Oh, baby. Yeah, give me some of those flying cars. All right, I gotta bounce. You guys are crazy. You're all crazy. Big investigation on Iran today. Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out. You appreciate it. Those for the morning sesh, those for the afternoon sesh. Thank you. Ravy baby. Jack. I'll bet you'll still park your flying cars in the bike lane too. Wookie. Heidi the Sausage. Captain Bucket. Taygard. What else we got here? Woozle was in earlier, I think. XNF. Hope you are well with your little debate going on there. Nostalgia Enterprises. Voltator is in the house. Who else we got here? 4AS was hanging. Violet Quinn. Did I say Ravy Baby? I'm sure I did. Captain Bucket, I'm sure I said that as well. Dilemmas. We're going back right here. Spandonk. I'm not sure if you're still here. I can't go back all the way. Who else? 4AS. I think I said 4AS. I did say Voltator this time. I know I always miss you, Voltator, but I said you. I hope you're here to hear it. Claris hanging out too. So yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. Do appreciate it. You're on YouTube. Hit the like button if you haven't already for the algo. And so nice I get mentioned twice. Yes. Because of your memes. Memes so nice I get mentioned twice. All right. I got to bounce. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. I think it might be a little bit later tomorrow. But yes, see you tomorrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are, mystery.